Well, welcome along to day 3 of the 2026 Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. How good does that seem? Look, this could be the first of a few days where we are going to be seeing some history made, particularly in the 100 metres. We've got the under 20 hundreds coming up a little bit later on. It'll be the first time at these championships we see Gout Gout. How exciting is this going to be, particularly after what we saw he do in Sydney? And he's not the only star that we're going to be seeing today. This program is covered in many stars and many future stars in the making. This may be one of the first opportunities where athletes will become household names on the athletics scene. We're coming to you live from sunny Brisbane. Ethan Philippin and Ella Tobin has been good enough to join us again today. Ella, welcome along.
Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here. I mean, the program this morning's even been incredible. We've got a lot going on this afternoon. The hundreds, the under 24 hundreds as well. We'll see tee off the spots in that World Junior team. But it's a really exciting day.
Just saw at the bottom of the screen how the weather is looking, and it is a pretty good day in Brisbane. They've all been pretty spectacular so far, and today's a little bit partly cloudy as we have a look at the program for what is coming up today. We're going to be having some under 16 girls 400 metre heats. We'll move into the under 15 400 heats, and then back to the under 16 for the boys. We get some 800 metre finals. We've before that got some under 18 para javelin that is going on. We'll have the under 20 100 metre heats as well at about 1:45 local time. The under 20 100 men's heats are at 1:20 local time. We'll have some hurdle finals after we move on from those 100 metre heats. We've also got some 1500 finals to look forward to. We've got some para 200 metres that is going on. We'll have some under 18 men's javelin, which are exciting. We've got those hurdle finals for the under 17s and the under 18s. Then we move into some 200 metre heats. So a lot to look forward to in Brisbane. Sunny today. We are going to get up to 32 degrees for the rest of the day, but mainly sunny with a few clouds here and there.
For those playing along at home, that actually helps sprinting.
Yep.
I mean, a hot track is going to give us a lot off the ground. So I assume the likes of Gout and Zara Hagen will be looking at the temperature today and be thinking that's exactly where I want to be.
Could not agree more. As we start to get ready for the next race we are going to be seeing on the track, which is the 400 metre heats for the under 16s. We get underway with this race for the 400 metres, and it's a good start from Richie's in lane number 2 from Queensland. Out wide, the Queenslanders Moon and Jacker all racing really nicely. Charging through from South Australia is Harrington Downey. She's already caught the stagger on those on their outside in Brennan and Brown John. The ones next to catch are Moon and Jacker as they charge through 200 metres. Moon on the outside pulls away. Going with her from South Australia is Harrington Downey, who is not separating from the contenders in Moon on the outside. But what will happen as they come into the home straight, because Moon is lifting and responding. It's Moon, then Harrington Downey that is just behind her. Moon still doing really well as she charges towards the finish line. Harrington Downey won't be able to get up, and Moon is going to be too strong, and she crosses the line first in lane 8 with a good time of 57.38 unofficially for her in this race. It was the final heat for the under 15s 400 metres.
So it was heat 4, which means it was top 1 and next 5 fastest. So the South Australian, Harrington Downey, will have to wait there for the time qualifiers to see if she can sneak in for a spot and a little queue.
So 57.38 is the confirmed time. She goes through automatically. Harrington Downey, she does get a little queue, 57.68 for her. And just checking how the other little queues went. Ola O'Reilly with a time of 57.54. So she'll be on her way through to the final. We spoke about Harrington Downey. She also has a little queue at the moment. Grace Little, 57.87, little queue for her. Nair from New South Wales, 58.07, and Hughes, 58.72. Good to catch the back end of those 400 metre races, and we move shortly just into the under 16 400s, and there's going to be 3 heats. which will mean the top two, then the next two fastest.
It's quite a competitive set of heats there. These girls run very, very similar times, so it looks to see that all athletes will be competitive here.
Here's a look at our javelin competition. It's the under-18s javelin we are seeing. Jalen South from Queensland is in second after throwing 49 metres 47. And here is our competition leader in Joseph-Riogi, who's thrown 51 metres 68. He's able to fly well and truly past the 50-metre barrier. And third, for those wondering, it is Gill from New South Wales, who has been able to go 76 for her. So between first and third, there is a bit of a gap. It's about 8 metres, but between 1 and 2, it's very close, only about 2 metres, just a bit over, but still very early days. Still yet to complete round 1. A lot can happen as this next heat is preparing itself. It's heat number 1 for the under-16 girls. Top 2, then the next 2 fastest. A very competitive field. A little bit less stressful than what we saw in the last race, where it was only the fastest goes through automatically through to the final. You essentially have to take it out as hard as you can until you are backing yourself in with 100% that you can make it through to the final. But here we go, heat number 1 almost ready to go. Rakanui, the defending age group champion, she's going to be in lane 4.
So fairly even start, and they're out first time of asking, but just as I say that, Rakanui starts to make a little bit up on the stagger in front of her, of the South Australian athlete. So as they come round into this back straight, it is Rakanui's back straight, and she's absolutely killing it down there. She looks really comfortable and really relaxed. Our athlete on the outside, Nell, her competitor from Western Australia, also going with her there. So she starts to round into this first 200. She's pulling the athletes with her, but it is all Rakanui leading into this final 150 metres. So it is Rakanui with the New Zealander Romy Gel on her, the South Australian on her outside, pulling them through for this final 100 metres. So it's Rakanui, 100 metres to go, really, really strong. They'll be looking for these top 2 spots, and our 2 on the inside will start to challenge. So it is Templeton and the New Zealander Gel that will challenge for these spots, but it looks like it will be Rakanui who will take this one, and the New Zealander Dunn out in lane 5. So Rakanui will come through with a nice speedy time of 56.65, and the New Zealander Dunn not too far behind her.
Good work from Rakanui, and so too Dunn. Dunn was able just to latch herself onto Rakanui, and in the first 200 metres, that's where Rakanui really set the race up. She was able to gain control really quickly, and through 200 metres, she was the clear leader, just able to hold on, and she'll go through to another final and looking to defend her gold medal. Heat 2 is making their way out onto the field. Speaking of field, we're back to our women's javelin. Good competition, still early days in round 1.
This is Sienna Latinis moment.
Who has thrown 37.83. She's sitting in 6th, so to go through to gain an extra throw after 3 rounds, you need to be in the top 8.
Looks like a big throw. It's getting close to that 40-metre mark, so we'll see where that one comes out to.
If she can get over 43.76, she'll find herself in a bronze medal position. Be the 4th thrower in the pecking order.
That one was bigger, 38.40, so she's heading in the right direction, that's for sure.
Still just holds her place, but as you said, Ella, still going in the right direction. All you could want. Coming up to the runway now is Barrett from Victoria, who had a foul in round 1, but this one will be able to settle some nerves over the 30-metre mark.
Such a challenge when you foul in those first rounds to kind of get yourself back in that right headspace to be able to throw or jump or weigh it, whatever it might be in those field events.
Particularly when it's, say, you've had 2 fouls and then you are in the final round before it happens, and just to be able to calm yourself, it is something which the elites can do very well. Here's a look at heat number 2. Wood is in lane number 2. Michelle in 3. Schofield 4. Chiga's 5. Mawson 6. Wall 7. Francis 8 and Matthews is 9.
Just looking at that start list, it looks like it'll be a race in 2. You've got Mia Wood out in 2, and then the Queenslander Corey Wall out in 7. I think this will be really interesting. Both athletes there having PBs of exactly the same, 55.76. So they'll probably be able to take this race out a little bit stronger, and they'll want to put that mark on the border because they'll know that there's 2 very decent athletes in this field.
And with Wood, who is going to be in lane number 2, she's the All Schools champion from last year. Tretchels will be on her outside, which is from New South Wales in lane 5. And quickly away was Riches from New South Wales in lane 5 on the outside. Francis moving hard, so too is Matthews from Tasmania, and she's gone out extremely hard through the first 100 metres. Matthews will lead them through the back straight. Wood from New South Wales, the All Schools champion, moving really nicely. Going with her is Drischler, and then Schofield not far behind her. Mawson from New South Wales in lane 6 having a good race. It's the top 2 as they go through the first 200. It's Matthews the one to catch, with Wood in lane 2 going nicely. Likewise is Wall from Queensland, who is in lane 7 towards the outside. Mawson has been dragged with her to the straight. It's Wood who's in front just from Matthews. Matthews about 2 metres behind. Mawson challenging Wall. Top 2 will go through. It's Wood who's in control of the race, but Matthews winding up and may be able to draw level with 20 to go, and storming through his Wall. So Wall not only gets an automatic spot, she gets the top spot in this heat, and Wood is able to go with her through to the final.
So 2 very different runs there from the 2 fastest seeds. Mia Wood really taking that race out hard and setting herself up in that first 230 metres, 200 and 300 metres, and then really switching off in that last 100, where Corey Wall seemed to do her work there in that last 150 or even 50 metres there.
Just having a look at heat 2, it looks like it's been confirmed. Wall 56.61 and Wood 56.69. Let's take a look at how our javelin competition is going for the under 18s. Saw the Victorian lead throw 42 metres 30, so she's been able to do pretty well.
Queenslander.
He's one of our Queensland athletes in Cruck, just shy of the 29 metre mark. And then Gwyn, 30 metres 76. She had been able to throw, and this one is a very good result. So it was South that we just saw, who threw 49 metres 47. And there we see her throw 48 metres 18.
So we see the results come up for that last heat. Both the little Qs at the moment sitting in that second heat, so they've put the mark on the board for this third heat to come. Corey Wall and Mia Wood, fantastic runs, 56.6 and 56.69, so really close but very different runs, mind you. And then PBs actually for our Tasmanian athlete and New South Wales athlete, Matthews and Morrison.
So here's the start list for heat 3, about to roll up on the screen. Been some very competitive results so far.
Mitch is in the stadium, and he'd be happy to see the Northern Territory uniform out there. Ballot, he loves the orange of the Northern Territory uniform, and we love to see them on the track. This one here, I'd say it's Shakira Lual that we want to look out for. She's got that seed time 56.92, but also the New South Wales athlete on the outside, Alicia Webb.
She's the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships and Nationals last year. She definitely is going to be one to watch. Lual from Victoria. She has found a way on a national podium before, the bronze medalist at All Schools last year. It's really on the inside and the outside that are the athletes to watch. There's Webb in lane 9 from New South Wales.
Remember that these heats are randomly seeded, so our better athletes don't end up with the likes of the outer or outer middle lanes. They are anywhere.
So we are away for this final heat of the women's under 16 400 metres. We are looking for the top 2 in this heat that'll get those automatic qualifiers. And Alice Webb has gone out for an absolute flyer. She's taken the stagger and leading them into this back straight, and she's going to pull along athletes with her. It's her compatriot, the New South Wales Wade, who is trying to go with her, and Lual starting to take up that stagger as they come into this first 200 metres. So as they transition into this second 200 metres, it is Wade that I think has the best of the stagger at the moment. Lual's starting to take it as they come into the final 150 metres. So it is Lual, Wade and Webb who are going to be fighting for these 2 spots into this final. So they come into the stagger. It is the inside lane. They are almost 3 abreast. So they'll have to push really hard through here. They're actually all looking very relaxed, and Alicia Webb is making a little bit of a run for it. I think it'll end up being our 2 New South Wales athletes on the outside. So Webb, Wade, looks like they'll come through for these individual spots, but I don't think Lual will be too far away with that time qualifier. We'll have to wait on those results there. This heat does look like it's a little bit slower, 57.50 unofficially, so Lual will have to wait there.
You could tell Wade really wanted it, so we will come back and we will be able to get the results and have the little cues for you shortly. Back with more from QSAC after the break. Welcome back. 28 degrees in Brisbane. So good to have your company. Here is a summary from how those under 16 women's 400 metres heats went. Matthew's got the little cue, likewise with Mawson.
So those little cues there come from that second heat. Lual really unlucky to miss out there.
Still some very competitive times. All these girls who have gone through to the final, all able to run sub 58 seconds and almost sub 57.5. So the standards that we have got in Australian athletics at the moment is ridiculously insane. Can't wait for this final. If we've seen some competitive results in the heat, imagine what we are going to see in the final. Right now, we are going to be having the first of 3 heats for the under 15 men's 400 metres. Definitely an athlete to watch out for is Luke Webber, who goes in as the national champion from last year and the All Schools champion. He has been able to go sub 50 seconds before. In fact, he's actually gone sub 49 seconds. That is how strong he is. So he's going to be in lane number 3. Keep an eye out on him. Also, watch out for in lane number 7, the Queenslander in Sorpassa. It's definitely going to be a very exciting race to watch. So Webber, keep an eye on him. Top 2 will go through to the final automatically. A great start from Webber, likewise with Joyce out wide. So too Chapman, and Webber has been able to catch up to Steele on his outside. Still doing pretty well with Millie just on his outside, and he's holding on to that stagger nicely. But Webber flying up the back straight. Joyce doing well in second. Then behind him it is Crittenden, so too Sorpassa. Moving through 200, it's Webber who's in control of the race. From New South Wales, Crittenden moving past Sorpassa, and also Joyce on the outside. Sorpassa coming through, challenging Crittenden. Only 2 go into the final. Webber's in control of the race, has a look over the shoulder, sees he's about 10 metres up. It's a fight for second. Crittenden and Sorpassa having a great duel between them, and the Victorian and Millie's trying to come at them. Crittenden doing well. Webber can ease up. He's through to the final, and Crittenden lunges to the line. He's also through. 52.33, the unofficial winning time for Webber, but he and Crittenden are into the under 15 400 final.
Be interested to understand what him and his coach discussed coming into this race. He obviously had a faster seed time by quite a significant amount. He seemingly went out really hard through to 200, but then just kind of rolled through and went through the motions in that final 200. He almost got to 50 to go, Ethan, and wouldn't you say that he looked like he actually had to put the pedal back on because those athletes were coming at him late? And I think it's such an interesting one where you see them go from quite hard through to a little bit soft, and then having to realise that they can't just roll through, and those athletes are fighting for those final spots.
Here's a look at our javelin competition for the under 18s that we are seeing. We have been able to see a championship record, would you believe, from Joseph-Riogi, who has been able to throw 57 metres 10, which is incredible. She threw that in round 2. She was the athlete who was leading from round 1, but she's been able to add on almost 6 metres to her total. South from Queensland is in second, throwing 49 metres 47, and then Gill from New South Wales, 43 metres, 76. That's a look at how our javelin competition is going. There is a great view of it, and there's the confirmed results from Heat 1 with Luke Webber going through with a big Q, and also Crittenden, big Q as well. 52.42 for him, Webber 52.34.
So our first 4 athletes within a second, so that sets them up really well for that final, particularly given we'd say Webber was the fastest athlete in this field. I'm just having a look at this second heat here. I mean, there are athletes capable of running similar times to that, so I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in this second one. I'd say the big ones to watch is who you see on screen at the moment. That's Alex Fitzpatrick. He's got the fastest C, or the second fastest C time in there at the moment, 53.76. Couple of lanes in is our New South Wales athlete. You'll see that on the start list, Skinner. So Skinner's run a 53.08. So I think these athletes will be going out thinking, okay, I don't necessarily want to have to run a PB or have to run at my absolute best to make this final, but in the quality of fields that we do have, and only the top 2 are going through automatically, they might not get that choice.
Correct. And we saw with Webber, he did have what we believe was a plan, but he just had to adjust it. So I wonder how many times these athletes will be having to readjust what their plan is in this race. Here's a look at Levick from New South Wales, 56.81, and he's going to be in lane number 7, second from the outside. Buzea in lane number 8 from Western Australia.
So it is a field of 7 in this second heat of the men's under 15 400 metre. If you've just tuned in with us, just a reminder, it is top 2 fastest will get those automatic qualifier and next 3. So obviously only having 1 heat, those first 3-time qualifiers are currently sitting in heat 1, but we'll have to see what happens here.
Look at the grandstand, it's starting to really fill up. It's set to be an exciting couple of days at Cusack. And if you're looking for something to do tomorrow, why don't you come down, or even today? We're on all the way through until Monday, but right now on the track, Heat 2 under 15 men's.
So it's our athletes in lane 4 and lane 6 that we want to watch. We'll just have to come back there. That's potential break, or we'll have to see what the officials say.
See what our world-class start team does say. These boys just have to walk back to their blocks, a couple of deep breaths, just try to compose themselves. To my naked eye, I didn't see anything that really makes me concerned, but we will see what the start team do determine, because they are a lot closer to it than we are. And green card has been given, so all clear.
That's likely just tends to mean there was a little bit of noise, or it was a little bit unsteady. We can see here, again, nothing that we could really see to the blind eye. So good to see all our athletes still remain in this field. So we are away, second time of asking as these athletes begin this journey around the full lap of this track, and it is the Western Australia leading us out high. Boonzano wants this race, and he wants that one of those qualifiers. As I say, that the middle of the field starts to make their move, so it is the Queenslander Skinner and the Queenslander Fitzpatrick starting to make the stagger there. It's all pretty even as we come into this final 200 metres. But Skinner and Fitzpatrick really starting to push through this 150. So it's Queensland, New South Wales fighting for 2 spots. So if we come into this bend, the runners on the inside here, our Queenslander in lane 5. Mitchell actually looks like he'll get the best of that bend. So Mitchell, Skinner, Fitzpatrick, 3 athletes, 2 spots. Mitchell's really, really holding his form now and allowing him to drag Fitzpatrick through. So it looks like it will be the 2 hometown heroes that'll take these big cues. And Mitchell, he looks pretty proud of that. That'll be a massive PB for him. I mean, 55.2 he comes in with that, and the clock looks like it stopped at 51.4. 52.55 unofficially. So we'll have to wait to see there, but just looking down on that screen, he looks pretty happy with himself, and I mean, I would be as well.
He looked very relieved and filled with joy as soon as he crossed the finish line. He burst the arms up into the air, extremely happy with how it went, and as he should be. There was so much going on around him. Buzea at the start went out really aggressively, and he had Skinner and Fitzpatrick either side of him putting pressure onto him. Only two was going to go through. He knew that, and coming into the home straight, he held his form impeccably well and just able to hold on and secure a big Q with a time of 51.56 for him, and Fitzpatrick 51.86. And at the moment, Skinner has a little Q, 52.11.
So that'll be the fastest qualifiers come from this heat so far. I wouldn't say that's what we were expecting, but we often see our more seasoned athletes, those athletes with those fastest time, really have that confidence to back themselves in and know that they don't have to come out and run super fast. It's a little bit of, I don't want to say arrogance, maybe that's not the right term, but it's knowing and feeling confident in your race plan and going, okay, I only have to execute to 200, 300 or whatever that discussion might be with your coach. So, and knowing that, okay, it doesn't matter if my time on the board isn't just fast, I'm just going to come through and win my heat.
That's exactly right. Just sometimes all you have to do is what you need to do, and there are some athletes who like to make a statement in the heats, or sometimes when the conditions are good they just decide to go for it. But we have got Heat 3 preparing themselves. They would have seen what probably the favourite of this age group, Webber, has been able to do, and just see the fast times which Heat 2 was able to produce, and maybe they'll test their abilities in this race. Only two will go through. We're stretching from lanes 2 to 7. They're not quite as filled as some of the others. Moran is going to be from South Australia, who is in lane 2. He is going to have Monson on his outside, and Palmer from Tasmania in 4, Doyle from New South Wales 5, then Green Halk from ACT in lane 6, and then Duddy from Victoria. He's going to be in lane 7. So that's how they all spread across the track.
Ethan, you'd say Monson probably looking the best here out of this one. He goes 2 from the inside, so in lane 3 there in the light blue.
Well, for Monson, he is the All Schools bronze medalist. Watch for him in 3 with Moran in 2.
So he's done it before, is what you're trying to tell me.
He knows how to make final and get on podiums. Greenhaug as well. He'll be in lane 6 from the ACT. There's Duddy from Victoria.
A little bit of nerves there. It's the slight rotation or change of weight from side to side. You can just tell the athletes. We talked about it a couple of times. It's that adrenaline just starting to build up as well.
Greenhaug from the ACT.
He looks calm and collected.
He does. And you could just tell Duddy towards the end of that, he'd started to regain some calmness into him. Just a few deep breaths, and we've just seen Doyle be able to do that. So they're all calm, they're all ready to go. All nervous, I'm sure, but anyone would be in this situation. Top 2 go through. Moran, Monson, Palmer, Doyle, Greenhaug and Duddy from inside to out. Fast start from Monson from New South Wales, so too Duddy from Victoria, moves away from Greenhaug. Greenhaug has been pressured by Doyle on his inside, who flies past him. Monson from New South Wales works into the back straight beautifully. He's in front with, on his outside, Doyle charging towards Duddy. Behind those from the ACT is Greenhaug, then Moran from the South Australia, and then Palmer from Tasmania come behind those with 150 to go. It's Monson from New South Wales who's able to put pressure on Doyle and go past him. Moran might be able to play a few tricks on Duddy as they come into the home straight. Only 2 will go through, and it's the 2 New South Wales athletes who are up by almost 15 metres. Monson checks over the shoulder, can see Doyle's alongside him, and Monson stretches clear. So too has Doyle from the field. Moran will wait on times, but the 2 New South Wales athletes are through to the final in Monson and Doyle. Then Moran finishes not far behind those, and then Duddy was next through. 52.88 is the unofficial winning time.
Might not be the fastest of the qualifiers, but certainly looked almost the easiest, I'd say, of those 3 heats. Really interesting. As I was kind of watching that
that race, you saw Monson go out really, really hard, and his leg speed was really, really quick. And then as he kind of transitioned into that back straight, he almost took the pedal off the metal and then transitioned back in. So I'd say in that final, he's probably looking for that to be smooth, but I guess we'll see those results come through after a short break.
Plus for the 2026 Australian Junior Championships. Here's a results summary from the under 15 400 metres. The Little Qs went to Skinner, who ran 52.11, the third fastest qualifier. Millie from Victoria, 52.73. And Sorpassa from Queensland, he also got a Little Q running 52.75 as we start to prepare for Heat 1 of the under 16 400 metres. So it's only the fastest in each heat will progress through to the final.
Such a brutal progression. I mean, that really leaves nothing to chance. You just need to 100% execute that race the whole way through and make sure you are that first athlete over the line. You can see the start list come out now. I'd say we're looking for second on the inside, the WA athlete, the black and yellow. He's probably the fastest seed time Cuttress, so we'll wait to see what he's got, but I mean, it's anyone's race.
4 heats and only the fastest go through.
So we are away, first heat of 4, top 1, next 5 fastest, and Cuttress is making the moves very, very early. He's up on the shoulder of the Victorian Singh. So as he comes into this straight, he looks like he wants to relax a little bit. He's up on the shoulder of the Queensland athlete, Audrey. So it is the New South Wales athlete, Bailey, also leading them out really well. It can be really difficult to gauge kind of where that staggers at this early in the race. As they come in, it looks like to be the New South Wales athlete, Bailey, really putting his mark on. He's a 50-point runner as well, so it looks like that the WA athlete Cuttress is going to have to get moving as they come into this straight. So as they come into the straight, the athlete on the outside, the New South Waleser, Bailey, looking like the most comfortable, but he will not have it his own way. Cuttress wants this spot. He knows it's top 1 fastest, and he's absolutely pushing through the line. To finish off, it looks like it'll be Bailey who takes this race. He looked really relaxed in that last 50 metres where Cuttress was really having to push through. We had very even race towards the end there, but you'd think that those two boys, 50.44, I think, unofficially for that one. Cuttress, I think, will manage to sneak under that 51 mark, and he'll be, I think, unlucky to miss out there with a under. I think I can see those results come up 50.79 with that Little Q at the moment. That's not a bad place to be.
No, certainly not a bad place to be, and are willing to have a guess that 50.7 probably be good enough to make the finals, but he is in that zone of uncertainty where we're not too sure which way it is going to go. But Bailey, he has got the big Q, so he can just go to the warm-up track and not have to worry about what these next 3 heats are able to do. But Cuttress in a good position, 50.79, and just impressed how Bailey was able to handle the race from the outside lanes, and Cuttress was able just to pick off those on his outside pretty early in the race, but just not Bailey in the end. But 50.79, we'll see how competitive that will be as we get a look at the under 17 high jump competition that is going on just next to the start finish line.
It's quite a competitive competition. The bar's currently at 191. Just saw one of our Queenslanders jump then. We've got another Queenslander here.
We've got the two.
Just clips that with the back of his legs.
Got the 2 Queenslanders who have been able to go over 191 on their first attempt in Munro and Hambrook Smith. And then for the others, we are still in the first attempt for 191. There's about 7 athletes who are attempting to go over 191. So in the final stage of the competition, they're not really being able to shave them down a lot, even as the bar continues to go higher and higher. So Bailey on top from the last race, 50.43, and then Cuttress 50.79.
So looking forward to this second heat of 4 today.
Alfred in the inside in lane number 2, Barry from Victoria 3. Then in lane 4 from Victoria, it is Sire Yasina. Then from Queensland, Pete Treese, New South Wales Hill, Faye from Queensland 7, And then Joe from Western Australia is in lane number 8, who is actually the defending age group champion. But at the last time these athletes met at a national championships, it was the all schools, and he did walk away with the bronze medal.
I've seen Bless Joe run a few times now. Also, I love his name. I think it's fabulous.
It's a good one, isn't it?
He is so light on the ground and just looks like such a smooth mover here. I mean, he's also out in lane 8 or in the outside lane, just as Bailey's were. I think people sometimes think, oh, that's no good. He's going to have to run scared. It's a bit of a worry. But, I mean, the world record, Van Niekerk, the South African, that came from out in lane 8. So I think that sets them up really well. Sometimes it's really good knowing that you're in the outside lane. You haven't got anyone to chase. There's no one that you can see. So you are fully focused on your race plan. And in a heat like this where it's top 1 and next 5 fastest, that's exactly where you want to be.
There's Joe just on the right of the screen. You can see Tallara Joseph-Riogi from Victoria. Then Peters from Queensland, just on the outside of Sarah Sina, who's in lane 4. Joe in lane 8. Peters from Queensland. He is the silver medalist from last year's championships behind Joe. Peters in 4. Joe in 8. Really good start from Peters in lane 5 from Queensland. Joe goes out hard. Faith from Queensland going with him. Peters moves past Hill from New South Wales. CEO Senior from Victoria going with him. Barry just behind those, and Alford next through. Joe going out the hardest in the first 200 metres. He's got a gap of almost 10 metres on the field. Barry coming through from Victoria, moves past CEO, and then also Peters from Queensland moves up to Hill and Fave and challenges them as they make the way around the bend. It's only the fastest in this heat who progresses through to the final, and Joe through the first 300 metres has been able to stick his hand up and say I'm the fastest, but he's got 80 metres to hold on, because coming through is Barry from Victoria. He moves into another gear. He's only 5 away from Joe, but Joe does survive and holds on, goes through to the final comfortably. Barry will wait on times, but 50.37 unofficially for Bless Joe.
Well, and I think that'll end up being a PB for Barry as well. I mean, he's got a seed time on here of 53.47. I'd say that's going to sneak him under the 51 mark as well. Just look at how relaxed Bless Joe is. He's not tense at all. He had a check over his shoulder a couple of times to make sure he's in the right position. I'd say he's blessed this track. We're going to see him do that in the final as well.
Boom, Tish, you can cross that one out now. You've said that, Ella, but very well done, and a great insert there from you. But he's done well, Bless Joe. Just to highlight your point, he did look extremely relaxed, probably the most relaxed we've seen of the day so far. He knew his plan, he executed it really well, and because of that, he just was able to cruise through the final 50 or so metres. There was a challenge from Barry, but in the end, Joe was able to
We'll start to see this crowd growing as well. I mean, Gout to run very soon. The heats have just started to come out for that one. So he is in heat 5 later today. It's the last of our 5 heats. He's actually going out of lane 7, and thanks to Mitch has given us a little bit of insight. This is the same lane where he ran his 10.04 in the heats at all schools at 2024. So I'm a big fan of lane 7. Mitch knows this. I call it lucky lane 7. I think he's in the right spot. Good things happen in lane 7.
Here's a result from the last race. Bless Joe 50.40 confirmed. Barry at the moment does have a little queue, so too Fave and Peters, who've gone 50.99 and 51.55. Every time I go on social media, whether it's on X, Facebook, Instagram, I always see that All Schools race pop up from 2024, where he did go 10.04. Unfortunately, the win that day wasn't on his side, but maybe we'll see a new race that will go into circulation right around the world for Gout. Is heat 3 ready to go?
Yeah, we do have the start list up there. So Crichton, Moore, Bradshaw, Madsen, Ainsworth, James and Smith, the Victorian, rounding out this field. It is a strong field here of 7 athletes. Again, they'll be looking for that top spot. They've just seen Bless Joe do it. Bailey in the first heat. They know that heat's probably having to sit round about 50 or 51 for that individual qualifier. In fact, I'd say sub 50.5. But I'd say at the moment, just having a look at the current summary of the results, that 51
sub 51, well, it's 52.3 is the slowest, but I'd say you could comfortably say that sub 51 will get you a spot in that final. So it's kind of where you've got to be.
We saw the silver and the gold medalist from last year's Nationals in the race just gone. Well, we've got the bronze medalist in Moore, who starts in lane number 3. So he would have seen what his fellow medalist from last year were able to do in Joe. And what can Moore do? He probably has a bit of a lighter heat compared to what Joe and Peters did just gone. What happens here? It's a pretty good day in Brisbane if you are located right around Australia, not here, or right around the world. A bit of overcast conditions. It is going to get up to a total of 32 degrees today, but mainly sunny through the rest of the day. At the moment, it's a very good, comfortable 29 degrees. So conditions for sprinters, you couldn't really ask for a lot better.
Smith on the screen there. I know that face all too well. It's the anticipation of, oh my God, I have to run a 400. I've got to go the whole way round. This is a sprint, and I continue to forget that. Why do I do that event? But he's starting to pull himself together now. I mean, I think those little bit of extra nerves coming into those 400s, it's the added pressure that it actually is a 400 metres. So all these boys will be feeling it, knowing that they've got to come the whole way round.
You start to question a lot of things on the start line before a 400, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. It's the most vulnerable part of someone's life, I'd say. So we are away with our third heat of 5. It's actually a fairly even start. It is the Victorian Smith leading them out well. And as I say that, James starts to put a little bit of pressure on him. So James from New South Wales has absolutely steamed past. In fact, it's the sea of blue. All of our New South Wales athletes moving really smoothly up through this bend. Moore starting to make those moves. He's on the shoulder of his compatriot Bradshaw. So as they come into this bend, it is Moore that looks like the best here. He's cruising through. He's almost at the stagger with 150 metres to go of the athlete on the outside, James. So Moore, James, I think Moore will come through in this final 100 metres here, and he looks strong. He looks incredibly relaxed, but those 3 athletes chasing the Queenslander, Moore, Bradshaw and our James chasing for those spots. So it's Moore that looks like he'll comfortably come through for this first spot, but they'll other New South Wales athlete Bradshaw and James will fight for that. So 50.46, as we said, that 50-point-something mark is going to get you that first spot. I think those New South Wales athletes, James and Ainsworth, James and Bradshaw might come through for those those timed qualifiers, and it might just sneak them under. Oh, I'm not right there. 51.9.
51.9 is what he has got for the moment, because he's got a little Q. Barry's the other one with a 50.65 little Q. And then Cuttress 50.79, Fave 50.99, Heaters 51.55, and 51.90 is back to high jump we go.
Now this is our leader at the moment, Yap from New South Wales. He's cleared 194 first time of asking, and he's pretty happy about it, that's for sure. Ooh, a little bit of a backflip there. I mean, he's taking inspiration from many of our senior athletes there.
Don't mind the backflips as well. We see Mondo Duplantis, whenever he breaks a world record, which is becoming pretty routine for him, he then just launches into a backflip.
It's Victorian there, Queensland athlete, over clear as well.
I'm just looking at the competition so far in that high jump. We will come back to it, but at the last look, there was still so many athletes who were in there contending at the height of the bar, which was at 191 at the time. And as you said, Ella, it's gone to 194, and there's 4 athletes who are still there. So higher it goes, we're still not able to work out who the medalists are going to be and where they're coming from. We're down to 4, but
I mean, the crazy part for me is that they're jumping over me. they're jumping over me, which is just insane.
So next time there's a lack of bars, do we just put you out onto high jump?
Look, at this point, I'd be confident with the boys knowing that they're going to be able to clear my height. I mean, that whole field has managed to clear my height. So, yep, put me in there.
And next time there's a lack of resources with the bars, Ella's going to volunteer herself, and we're going to have a really accurate demonstration of just how high it is, because it can be a bit deceiving when you're on TV and it gets relayed to you that it's a height of 2 metres whatever, and you go, how high is that really? But when you see just how high it is compared to a human, or compared to any person, it just goes to show how high these kids are able to jump
Oh,
at
I want
such
to
a young
preface,
age.
I'm not short, so they're
No,
just jumping really, really
they're
tall.
jumping extremely well, approaching all sorts of records when you'll be out there as a human bar.
Now this field here, we've got quite a few South Australian athletes ending up in this field. 3,000 South Australian athletes. You can see them in the bright red. They're on the outside lane, so that there is lane 8, lane 6 and lane 5. Or sorry, 8, 6 and 7.
So it'll be Kilgallen from Western Australia in 2, Thomas from Queensland in 3, Ailey from Tassie in 4, Carlson from New South Wales, who then starts in lane number 5. Then Chematov from South Australia 6, Tonga from South Australia 7, Jeffrey from Victoria 8, and McRae from South Australia 9.
Fairly even heat here, Ethan. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out.
At the moment, the slowest time with the little queue is 51.90. Really good start from Thomas from Queensland. Likewise with McRae and Jeffrey on the outside. Tonga puts pressure onto Jeffrey through the first 80 metres. Jeffrey responding, but Tonga is able to draw level with him. Behind them, Carlson from New South Wales does the same thing to Chematov on his outside and flies past him. That's exactly what Tonga has done with Jeffrey, who comes behind. McRae's in their sights next. Kilgallen, Thomas and Ali are the ones behind with 150 to go. There's about 5 in contention and only the fastest go to the final. It's Carlson from New South Wales who just pokes ahead of Chematov and Tonga on his outside. Tonga sits in second. Jeffrey's in third. He's been pursued by Chematov and McRae come behind, but Carlson used the bend beautifully, finds himself in front. 30 to go. He can just start to wind back because he's going to go through to the final comfortably with an unofficial time of 52.25. Then Tonga was next through and Ali did really well to work up to find himself in third. So we will come back. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on 7+. We'll be able to have the results summary for you right after the break. Perfect timing as the sun is just starting to shine on this famous stadium at Cusack. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far on 7+. Ethan Quillivan and Ella Tobin alongside you as we prepare for the next final, which we're going to see, which is the under 17 800 metres. It'll be Tompkins from Queensland in 1. Then in 2 is Sekias from Victoria. Then Hooton from New South Wales. Then it is Bannett. Lang, who is in lane number 6, has got off to a really good start. And then ranking number 7 is Oakenburn from Queensland. Then McHenry after, and then Jerd from New South Wales next through. And just taking it out so hard is Bennett from New South Wales. We were expecting this would be the case from her. She is the defending age group champion from when they were under 16s last year, and going through the first 200 metres, she's got a great start. Hooton just after her, and then it is Galang who follows onto the shoulder of her with the first 200 metres down. It is Bennett who is still in control of the race, but coming through hard is Hooton, and really starting to lift is Galang. Behind them is Sekias from Victoria, and she's been pressured by McHenry for that 4th spot as they make their way into the home straight for the first time. They're running into lane 2. There's 3 of them who's well in contention, and that chasing pack has been able to go up and rejoin them. So with only about 450 metres to go, well in front still is Bennett. Is she going to be able to hold on, because Hooton is closing in on her, likewise with Galang from New South Wales. It's New South Wales 1, 2 and 3.
These women have gone through in 64, which is quite quick, so it'll be interesting to see who can hold on here. I mean, Ben is the one with the 2:10 seed time. She's done it before. She knows how to do it, but that pack is actually really with her. Now it's McHenry from WA making the moves on this back straight. She's coming right up to the shoulder of Bennett now, but she looks to relax. That was a really smart move as she came off that bend into this back straight here. She looks in it. I'd say it's almost like the zone where you can start to attack that bend and just come out when you need to. So coming into this final bend here, this final 200 metres, I'd say it's a race in 2. Bennett, McHenry look fantastic, but you can't count out the other New South Waleser sitting behind her. That is Galang. So it's Galang, Bennett and McHenry. I think it'll be a race in 2, but as I say that, Galang starts to come up onto the shoulder of McHenry. It's going to be a race in 3. They're almost 3 abreast in this final 80 metres here. Galang, McHenry, it is Bennett, Galang, and I think it'll be McHenry, the WA athlete, that just starts to pull away a little bit. She's pulling Galang with her, so this will be your medalists here. McHenry does a fabulous job to take the win there, 2:11. I think that'll be a slight PB. So McHenry, Galang, Bennett, that'll be your podium for the women's under 17 800 metres. Unofficially 2:11.00 PB for McHenry. So what more can you want? PB and a national title to your name.
What a race from her. She really bided her time and just waited to make a move until she hit the back straight of the second lap, and that's when she started to make moves around. She was in fourth at the bell, and then she suddenly came into second, and she was starting to think, do I go now? Do I hold on? And she decided to hold on really until she got to the home straight. As you said, Ella, it was a race in 3 by then, but she was just able to charge through the middle of those 3 athletes and shoot through on top, and goes away with the national title around her neck. And having a look at the results confirmed, so she goes sub 2:11. She goes 2:10.97 for her. Galang 2:11.19, and then Bennett 2:11.99.
I just thought she showed such maturity, like the patience she had to know she didn't have to come till that last 120, 100 metres, and the move she made on that back straight really set her race up.
I really did completely agree with you. As we start to take a look at heat number, or final, I should say, for the under 18s. Starting to get into the busy part of the program.
Well,
we've dispelled with a lot of the heats, and now we are just through to a lot of the finals.
So our under 18 women will have seen what these under 17 women have done. They know it'll have to be a nice speedy one to take away. We've got a number of athletes here that are more than capable of running similar to what we just saw. I mean, Pippa Squat's out in lane 7. She's a 2:08 athlete. That's almost a World Junior qualifier. She sits just 0.5 off the World Junior qualifier. You can see the nerves there from St. John. Williams looks posed, calm, collected. She looks happy to be there. And Schwartz looks like she's ready as well. So it'll be a really, really interesting. We've got 2 Williams in this race, both the Victorian and the Queensland. Not going to make our job any easier. No. But I'll read through that start list as it comes up on the board for you now. So in lane 1, visiting us from New Zealand, wanting to take away that championship from our Australian athletes, Paige Dobson. In lane 2 from Queensland, Ruby Campbell. 3 from Queensland, Abby Hegarty. In lane 4 from South Australian, India Goodall. In lane 5 from Queensland, Sierra Williams. Sub 2:10 to her name, so she's certainly one to look for. In 6 from Queensland, Zoe St. John. In 7 from New South Wales, Pippa Schwartz. Another one with a sub 2:10, and that we'll want to keep a close eye on. In lane 8 from Victoria, Lacey Williams. And rounding out our field in lane 9 from Victoria is Chelsea Tickle.
Should be exciting. The World Junior qualifying time, by the way, 2:09 flat. So we'll see if any of these girls are able to scrape underneath it.
Starter holding them there. So it's a fairly even start. I look to see these girls. Lacey Williams looks like she's gone out a little bit hard up on the shoulder of Chelsea Tickle. And the middle lanes start to poke through now. It is the Queenslander, Sierra Williams, that'll come through first as they start to merge. I think she'll want a spot on the rail, and she'll lead them out nicely into this first 150 metres. In fact, she's not even leading them out nicely. She's gone, you know what, see you guys, I want to win this field. So it's her and a chasing pack behind her. I think Abby Hegarty leading that chasing pack. She sits on the rail there. But Sierra Williams is trying to put some distance between her and the field. She wants to guarantee herself a medal in this situation. I mean, she has the fastest seed time coming into this. She'd probably be thinking, you know what, it's under 18s. I've seen the under 20 girls. I saw them inspired. I want to see if I can put a World Junior qualifier on the board as well. So she's sitting about 2 or 3 steps in front of her other Queensland athletes, Abby Hegarty and St. John, chasing behind her. So as they come through this bell in about 1:02, which is absolutely moving for our under 18s, it'll be Sierra Williams that leads this.
A very fast time that we've seen with 350 metres to go. It's St. John who is in control of the race, but she has got some company because coming up behind her is Hegarty from Queensland. The margin is only 2 or 3 metres. Going with her is Williams from Queensland. Then back behind those is Schwartz from New South South Wales. Then the South Australian in Goodall is holding on to 5th place. 200 metres just over to go. Can St John hold on from Queensland? She's wearing hip number 6. And then just behind her, the challenger from from Queensland is Hegarty. What's Hegarty got in the final 150? We've seen 2 packs start to form. From New South Wales starting to lift is Schwarz. She's gone into the bronze medal position. She's moved past the Queenslander in Williams into the home straight. It's St John who's leading. Starting to lift is Schwarz. Is she going to challenge for a silver medal? Hegarty just starting to fade. St John looking strong. She's broken clear of the field. She's going to hold on. Who gets the minor medals? Schwarz giving herself every opportunity to get silver. St John on top. And in the end, Schwarz does get a medal. It is bronze. And Hegarty holds on for silver. 2:08.24. So they get under unofficially at the moment the World Junior qualifying time. We'll wait for it all to be confirmed. But a brilliant race for St John. And she has run an absolutely incredible race to hold on for the gold when there was a lot going on behind her. And the time may just be world class.
Well, St John with the hand over the mouth surprise. I mean, apologies to her. I didn't call her out early in that first 400 metres, but she did. She was so aggressive and led that race from gun to tape. It was an incredible run.
It really was. And there was just a lot going on behind her. Schwarz was able to really launch around the bend and come through for a bronze medal. The time's confirmed, so we do get St John under the World Junior qualifying time of 2:08.23, Hegarty 2:09.14, and Schwarz 2:09.34. So we had a lot of athletes, 4 in fact, go sub 2:10. And there's a look on your screen. St John 2:08.23, almost a second ahead of Hegarty, who was just only 0.2 of a second ahead of Schwarz. Schwarz really was closing late. She was in no man's land at one point of the race.
That's a 2-second PB for Zoe St John. So that's an incredible run for her. To do that at a national championship as well and lock in that gold is just sensational. So we're going to head to a short ad break, and we've got lots of exciting events coming up just shortly after this.
What else would you rather be doing than watching athletics? We've got more exciting 800 metre finals on as we welcome you back on 7 Plus to sunny Brisbane at Cusack, as we've got the under 17 800 metre final. Ethan Quinlivan alongside Ella Tobin, and we are ready to go in the 800. Longster, who wears hip number 1, Grimshuey's 2, Wood 3, Flanagan 4, Mayer 5, Turner 6, Ackfield Kennard 7, Curtin 8, and Davey, who wears hip number 9, and it's on the inside. But Grimshuey's has got a lead already, only by about 2 or 3 metres, and charging through is Turner. He was in the middle of the pack, and he finds himself just sitting in second behind Grimshuey. So the 2 Queenslanders, 1 and 2, and it's New South Wales 3, 4 and 5. At the moment, Longster just leading the battle. Going with him is Wood. He's just trying to jostle and move his way through the field. Then it's the next New South Wales in Curtin, who comes behind him in out 5th place, but springing through on the outside. Ackfield Kennard also charging hard, but Grimshuey's is leading. He's got about 450 metres to go, but Turner is really making his presence felt, and we may have a new leader with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, they've come through in 57.13. Turner's really set this race up well for himself. He has one of the fastest seat time. He is at home. He knows this track, and he'll want to bring home a gold medal. So he's starting to gap the field a little bit now, but he won't be able to do it in his own term. It is William Wood, who also has a fast seed time there. So they've got a little bit of a chasing pack. There's Queenslanders making the move. That is Kennard from Queensland also making the move there, and he's coming up to the shoulder of Wood, but we cannot look at Turner out in that front there. He is absolutely streaming away from the rest of the field, and he continues to get faster. His leg cadence is absolutely moving as he comes into this final 150. So at the moment, it is Turner leading this field in with 100 metres to go. I don't think he's going to be taken off him. I think it'll be his gold at home, and it's going to be a battle for that 2nd and 3rd place. So it is Turner. He'll come through for a super strong run. He's shown his dominance. I think it'll be a PB if he can slightly clock under that 154 mark. And this medal here it'll be a dip on the line. Oh, and we've had 3 athletes hit the ground in that just as they cross that line. We'll have to wait there on results. It was so close for that silver, bronze and 4th place. I hope those boys are all okay. Just shows the effort and the want and the grit to get to that line. I mean, all of them, just what a spectacular race, and diving for those medals, and that's how much it means for our junior athletes.
Just having a wonderful officials going over just to make sure the boys are okay. But what an incredible race. We'll let photo finish determine who got the minor medals, but Turner 153.02 for him, and really he used that bend extremely well coming into the home straight for the final time. He was just accelerating onto it, and when he was able to come into the home straight, he looked well and truly clear of the rest of the field, and no one was going to catch him, and he ended up winning it by almost 2.5 seconds. Wood does get silver, 155.63, and Ackfield Kennard 155.66 for the bronze medal. So 3 athletes being able to go 155 and lower, and Curtin 155.80 for him for 4th place. So incredibly close between Wood and Curtin, only about 0.17 of a second does separate them. We start to get ready now for the under 18 800 final.
What a perfect leeway into that. Just shows the grit and determination of our junior athletes to want to be on the podium. I mean, it's for many of them, it's not enough to get here. They want that medal, and they want the weight and the baggage on the way home.
They do. Want to be able to weigh their bags in, and the airline staff, so excuse me sir, just a little bit heavier, and then they can open it up and proudly display as to why it's a bit heavier.
So this field here equally is stacked, equally is competitive. We've got a couple of New Zealanders in here trying to take that Australian title. I mean, obviously if they win, we still do crown our Australian champion, but...
And the Kiwis do get an honorary medal as well.
Absolutely. So we see them lining up here. It is a full field of 9, which for 800 metre running, that's quite a heavy field. That start list will come up now. So in lane 1, representing Queensland, is Thomas Nealon. In lane 2 from New South Wales is Nicholas McNally. In lane 3 from Victoria is Harry Maddox. In lane 4, one of our New Zealanders, Ryan Kingston. In lane 5 from New South Wales, Lachlan Feen. In lane 6, another New Zealander, Alex Macbeth. In lane 7 from Victoria, Oscar Wright. In lane 8 from Victoria, Lachlan Thomas. And rounding out our field in lane 9 is Wilton Townsend from New South Wales.
Townsend is the All Schools bronze medalist, and Wright and Thomas, they are the All Schools gold and silver medalist. Wright got the gold at the All Schools Championships and at the National Championships last year, and Thomas got the silver at both the All Schools and the National Championships last year. They are going to be going in lanes 7, 8 and 9. So Wright from Victoria in lane 7, Thomas lane 8. There's Wright. So he's the defending age group champion.
So they'll be looking to add medals to their medal tally. And I can see he's quite calm and collected here. He knows what he needs to do. A little bit of bling on the ears there as well.
Not a bad thing. Hopefully for him, he'll be able to walk home with a bit more bling, but ready to go.
So it is a fairly even start here. These boys will look to get out reasonably quickly because they want to hit the rail as they come in. So the outside, that's where the moves are being made. Thompson and Townsend, the Victorian and the New South Wales, are going out nice and hard, and they'll lead the field into the rail here on the back straight. So it is the Victorian, Lachlan Thomas at the moment. He wants to be in the lead, and the rest of the pack will settle in behind him. But he's currently got about 3, maybe even 5 metres on the rest of them. He's going out for an all-out time trial here. He said, you know what, boys, I don't want to mess around. I don't want the opportunity to fall over. I want to win this race, and he's really starting to string out this field. It is the New Zealander hot on his heels. That's who's going to be the first of that leading pack. So it is the Victorian at the moment. He's looking really good coming into this field, but that gap is starting to close as we see that New Zealander. That is, I think, Alex Macbeth there pulling through as they come through to this first 400 metres. So it is the Victorian leading through in a time of 53.39, so not too shabby at all as they come into this final 350 metres.
An incredibly fast time as we see Thomas still in control of the race from Victoria, and then just behind him, starting to wind up really nicely, is Macbeth, who's wearing hip number 6. So it's the New Zealander and the Australian who are charging through with 230 metres to go. Then sitting in second for the Australians is Wright, but taking the lead is Macbeth. Are we going to be able to snatch it off the Kiwi? What's going to happen here in the final 150 metres? Macbeth is running away with this. He's got a very good time that he's looking to impress onto the rest of the field. And what can he do as he turns into the home straight? Then just behind him is Wright from Victoria. He's storming up to him. Thomas sitting well. He's in a medal position. So too is Nealon. But with only 30 metres to go, it's the New Zealander in Macbeth who's going to hold on and spoil the party. But he'll host his own because it's a 1:50.51. An awesome time for him right after he is the Australian champion, second across the line. But a brilliant race from Macbeth, who just waited and waited and waited. And then with 350 odd metres to go, he was able to shoot and get the reward.
Oscar Wright did a fabulous job there to come up and try and challenge the New Zealander Macbeth in that kind of stage there from 100 to 50 metres to go there, but he was just too strong. He just stayed relaxed and managed to really push through. I mean, you could see the celebration there. You'll watch this now as he comes through. So he's looking to go up to challenge it. Oscar Wright's doing his best, but it is Macbeth. He just stays so calm and relaxed and is able to just pull away ever so slightly in that final 50 metres there. He just did such a spectacular job, and you can see that celebration. He knows what that means. He's the Australian champion. I'd love to see the New Zealand results to understand now if he's walked away with a New Zealand championship and an Australian championship, but an Australian championship win there, and he comes away with a PB. I mean, you can't ask for much more, can you?
Awesome. You could just tell he was winding up and ready to go, and that was an awesome time for him. 1:50.50 is what he was able to achieve. Then right, 1:51.09, and Nealon 1:52.54. And then the bronze medalist from an Australian perspective is going to be Lachlan Thomas, so he will go on to the podium.
So I think this is the time that we've all been waiting for. We start to see the first of those heats come up just after a short ad break. So stick in. You want to stick around. You know, you're going to want to see Gout Gout over the 100 metres in this final heat of the men's 100 metres, but we'll have all of them yet to come. So stick around with us, and we'll see you very shortly after this ad break.
Stop it. Pay full attention to this, because these next few heats of the under 20 100 metres are going to be electric and possibly history making, and we are strapped in and ready to go. Ethan Quillivan alongside Ella Tobin, and Mitch Dyer has stepped in. He just could not contain his excitement. He's been running backwards and forwards from where we are. Mitch, on a scale of 1 to 100, where's the excitement levels?
Oh, they sit pretty high, Ethan. I think they're probably at about 98, I would say. There's always room for improvement. There's always more excitement that can be had, but all 5 of these men's 100-metre heats are going to be show-stopping. There's talent across the board. We'll wait for heat number 5 until we see the home product of Gout Gout. But all of these guys would love an opportunity to advance to the next round. 4 of them will do it automatically, and then we're looking for 7 times to join that semi-final. World Juniors on the mind, a final on the mind. Speed always there. First of 5 heats, men's under 20, 100. So away cleanly, we set the tempo well here. You can see the Victorian Cabangelli's out quickly. The youngster Peacock, though, picks him up on the inside. He knows they're good conditions. Where will he stop? 10.43. Ooh, he's quick. He's set the tempo well. It should be a lifetime best. 0.4, the tailwind, significant. We want to keep that tailwind, but as far away from 2.0 as we can. The New South Welshman, though, wins it here in Heat 1.
I don't know if they'd say this far away from 2.0. I think it's close as 2.0,
exactly
but without
right.
being further than 2.0. So we'll see this replay here. He just accelerates so well in that final 30, 40 metres there just to take that. And he looks like he even eases off in that last 5. So he stayed relaxed up really up tall, which allowed him to kind of accelerate through in that last part of his race. But Hugh as well, what a fabulous race from him. I mean, it's top 4 and next 7 fastest, so he'll be comfortably in that final. These boys will be thinking they just want a really good hit out. So 10.42 for the winner, 10.58 for Hugh for second place. I mean, that's not too shabby at all. I mean, all those boys have gone sub 10, so sub 11 and around that 10.8 mark.
Yeah, it's quick, isn't it? It's a World Junior qualifier as well in the heats. For Xavier Peacock, he already had it officially in the 200 metres, so he adds another one. A quiver in his bow, so they say, Ethan, and that was impressive.
It was really impressive, and the start wasn't the greatest probably for him, but just the acceleration from him, and then when he got up to top speed, he just launched away from the rest of the field, and that was impressive, and that could be a warning sign to a lot of the field, because these minor medals are really up for grabs, and there's about 8 athletes who can definitely be on the podium. If I went to sleep and you gave me 8 different scenarios of how the podium is going to be looking at the end of the day, I would probably believe all of them.
I mean, the other thing, Xavier, he's 17.
Well, I mean, these boys probably aren't going and thinking, yeah, Gout's incredible, which don't get me wrong, we're excited to see Gout run, but these boys would be going in thinking, you know what, stuff happens in 100. I want to see him give Gout a run for his money, and why not?
Well, that's just it. When you get conditions like this, it's 29 degrees, a slight tailwind, in fact, picking up. If you look at the sock, there's a sock we're looking at in the middle of the home straight. It's just beyond the Brisbane sign. It's a good indicator of where we're at. But Heat 1, run and done. They know they'll be into the semis. Heat 2.
Going back to their blocks. Here's a look at the start list. There'll be Hall in lane 2, Drummond Templeton 3, Mbomo Zalang 4, Borgestall 5, Gale 6, Peacock 7, Hill in 8, and Ingleton 9. Just looking at the PBs, they're all roughly the same, other than Hall and Drummond Templeton, who are towards the inside. There they are, Hall on the right, Drummond Templeton wearing the blue of the ACT. They're 10-4 and 10-5 runners.
So different to those 400-metre races. They look, rather than nervous, it's not even calm. It's not calm and collected. They look like they're about to run someone over.
It's a look to kill, isn't it? They need to be steely in determination and focus, and they all have their own methods. There's none of them talking to each other, I can say that. You only find that on the start line of a middle distance race. But Dylan Hall, he's got that World Junior 200 qualifier as well. So many of these guys, the 200 metres is becoming, well, a sexy event in Australia at the moment at the rate it's being run. And now the blue ribbon, the 100, continues to improve. Plenty to watch here in 2.
Tobias Drummond Templeton, by the way, came 6th in this race last year. And if he can run a 10-5, then he's definitely in the calculations to receive a medal. So he's in lane 2, Dylan Hall in 3. Gale from Western Australia. Traditionally at these meets, we see him with a fast start. He's in lane 6. A bit twitchy, so I'll just come up. Hopefully green card. But a wonderful start team. We'll deliver the results and the news. So a warning has been given to Mbomo Zalang from South Australia, so no DQs, just a warning.
So that sometimes happens when it's not a break and they're a little bit unsteady. But what that means, though, is he's not able to get another yellow card throughout the entirety of the competition, whether that be from a call room or another unsteady. Any form of yellow card will end up being a DQ.
Hall in 2, Drummond Templeton 3, Mbomo Zalang 4, Borgestall 5. Gale 6, Peacock, then Ingleton. Hall did get a quick start, likewise in Mbomo Zalang. Gale out hard, hits 41st. Hall goes with him, moves past him. Gale gone to 3rd. Drummond Templeton's running hard, but Hall's into the final. It's a photo from 2nd all the way through to the end, but 10.54 with a plus 1.6. Dylan Hall into the final.
Well, semi-final, you mean? We've got 4 that go in here, so those that'll be a bit interesting to see what happens with those 3, 4, that 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place there, because that second half of that field was really backed up.
Yeah, he was so strong. Look at the replay here. So Dylan Moore, he was behind them, wasn't he? The Western Australian, you nailed it first to 40, but then Dylan Moore gets into his work. He takes a cheeky little look on his right shoulder and knew that he was clear. The track's quick, plus 1.6 behind him. Hall does enough. He had quite a few more gears to shift through, if I do say so myself. So we've started them well here down the home straight. Heat 3 getting themselves ready.
And just a reminder on those semi-finals progressions, very good pickup from you, Ella. We just get into the habit. That's how good the athletics is at the moment. We've got semi-finals in many junior races and sometimes can catch us off guard, but top 4 will go through to the semi-finals and then the next 7 will progress based on times. They're ready to go, or just about to be ready to go in the heats.
So it's a good point, Ethan. I mean, we've got 4 guys going through each of these automatically to those semi-finals. These 3 rounds, it simulates championship running so well.
Yep.
Obviously, you're always going to have to go through 3. Sometimes the Olympics 4 if you're going into the preliminaries first.
It's a good point because Gout, his intentions are clear. He wants to go to the World Under-20 Championships. this may be the only time from now until then where he gets the opportunity to run 3 races.
Exactly right. Now he gets on the circuit, he goes over to Europe, the US, where it's just one race and there's only one objective, to run fast. It almost, on those levels, doesn't matter as much about winning. You run to win, and if you don't, you're going to run quick. So it's a very different psyche. It's a very different mindset to what you find at a national championships, where I've said this once, I'll say it a million times, the first round is often one of the most nerve-wracking because the expectation is so high. So these guys will need to bring their best here.
Now, this is a very exciting field. I mean, the name that peeks out at me is Lubenda. He's actually underage as well. I think he sits in the under 18. He's born there in 2009. So that actually, he's under 18, but he's running up in the under 20s because he wants a spot on that team. So that's super exciting and an incredible achievement to kind of put himself in that position as an under 18 to potentially make this final. So they're standing behind their blocks there. He's definitely the one to watch, but I mean, this whole field is super, super exciting.
You've got to remember, Lubenda broke Gout's record for the under 16s just last year up in North Queensland in Townsville. He's been somebody that a lot of people have been watching. He was good at the All Schools last year. He won the Nationals down there in Melbourne. And to your point, if it's not going to be an individual for 100-metre spot, he'd love to be a part of that relay.
Well, remember, there are 2 spots, so it could even be an individual spot. And I thought I saw him in a little bit of a different uniform. He's normally in that green, but he's in the maroon today, and hopefully that'll help him run super, super fast. Ooh, so it is Lubenda. Oh, I did think it was going to be a little bit of movement there. I think that is going to be Whistle. The New South Wales are in 4. We'll have to wait for the starters and the team because they're certainly better than I am. But watch this replay here. Just a little bit of movement, a little bit rock forward ever so slightly from the New South Wales athlete. Again, we'll have to wait to see what our incredible starting team says there, Mitch, but I think he could end up with a red card there.
I think he could be in a little bit of trouble. It also probably pushed Lubenda to get out of his blocks too, didn't it? At first glance, I thought maybe it was the Queenslander. He was upright so quickly, but any movement, any slight movement, any jolting, anything can really throw off the rhythm of the athletes around you. So let's see what our crew does. I think, unfortunately, he's going to get a red, but I've actually been wrong every single time these championships.
But they're going back behind their blocks, so we must have just missed that. Someone must have been given a yellow or given an all clear because they're heading back under their blocks and we haven't lost anyone in this field.
And now you see, that's why I don't comment on these things, because I am 0 for about 10.
So we're away. Second time asking, and it is all Lubenda. He comes out fantastically through his box and powers away from this field. Those second spots are going to be really hard to come by, but Lubenda just absolutely motors through. This is a quick time as well. 10.36 is going to get him under that World Junior Qualifier, and not just under that World Junior Qualifier, a fair bit under that World Junior Qualifier.
Absolutely smashed it. He got an insane start, and his acceleration was unbelievable, and he just hit the front, and with about 70 metres to go, you could tell that he was just ticking the legs over, putting the work in. He got a really good start. He was first to 30 metres by almost a metre or two, which is so impressive. Then Nazira Masanga was charging through, and he will take the second automatic spot through to those semi-finals. But Lubenda into the semi-finals, unofficially 10.3 for him.
You couldn't ask for a better start than that, could you? I mean, he felt like he beat the gun there. Look at that. That is 10.38, season's best, another qualifier. He's a rising talent.
I know I often comment about, I don't like it when athletes pull up pre-race. I think he's going to have a little bit more to give there. I mean, it's not only pulling up. Often they come and glide through and up, putting in extra effort there. But you could see Lubenda, his hips slightly tilted back. He was almost putting the brakes on in that final 20 metres. So that, to me, means he's got a fair bit to give. I mean, I guess it's only a heat. He'd probably be thinking top 4, lock me in. I don't have to worry about this, but it's nice to see him do such a heavy hit out in that first round.
Yeah, he'll take so much from that, and to the point, he's so young. You know, he's in that bracket now where he's 16, 17 years of age. He's going to be able to contend again for another World Juniors, but we saw how significant that development was for so many of our other bottom ages. at the last World Juniors, Mason McGroder, Izzy Lewis and Rowe, Gout Gout, every single one of them has taken a step from there. So if he can find himself on that team, he has to make the final first, of course, but it'll do wonders for his development.
Well, that puts him as the fastest qualifier so far.
now,
So
yep.
I'd be surprised if he doesn't make that final. But as you said, anything can happen. And in 100, I think maybe the throws in the field events are going to hate me for saying this, but I think 100 is such a technical event. I mean, the ability to kind of maintain your top speed and through that whole section of that race without tensing up is actually really quite difficult.
So here's heat 4, as we've only got one more to go in the under-20s 100 metres, then the semi-finals. So Simba is in lane 2, Schneider 3, Jaeger 4, Vass from New South Wales 5, O'Brien, Josiah John from Western Australia 7, Griffiths in 8, and Jensen from Queensland is in lane 9. There's a Simba on your screen from Queensland on the right. Just tying up his shoes is Jaeger, making sure they're ready to go. They don't like a lot of wriggling around in the feet, the sprinters. They want them to be super tight, but you only need them that tight for about 10.5 odd seconds, for some of them hopefully a bit less. So that's why they can withstand
I ask
the
you,
discomfort. Yes.
I love Josiah John.
Yes.
He's one of my favourite sprinters. He's been silver so many times. His sort of following in Western Australia, how much have people tapped into this young guy?
People love him. The great Lee Derby, who unfortunately passed away last year, she has been around the sport forever and a day. She coached Olympians and she would always stop whatever she was doing just to watch him. And this is someone who's seen everything in the sport, and for her to stop whatever she was doing to watch him was incredible. Let's see how they go. Top 4 through to the semi-finals. John third from left. O'Brien next to him with Vass in 5. And a quick start from John, so too Schneider. As Simba got out hard, Jansen away quickly. John in control at halfway. Going with him is Vass. John still in control. He can ease up, and he and Jansen are through to the semi-finals. It's a 10.56 with a plus 1.8. They're both through to the semi-finals of the under-20 100 metres.
He just had such beautiful ground contact. In that race, he just comes off the ground so well, and well, all those boys ran spectacularly. Watch this replay here. He gets out really, really well, but it's the ground contact for me that helps. He just pushes off the ground so well and is able to stay so relaxed and just backs off a little bit in that final 20 metres. He's not looking for bragging rights. He doesn't need to build the ego. He knows who he is, and he's going to show them what they need to in that semi-final. Now, Mitch, I just noticed there, that win gauge, 1.8, it's getting really, really close.
We're in a great spot here. It was 1.4, 1.8. It's slowly living around that below 2.0 is the most significant thing that we can speak on here. Josiah John, oh so impressive. He always is the Western Australian. Finds himself in another semi-final with a strong chance of another finals appearance. But here we are now in heat number 5 of 5. This men's under 20 100-metre heats. It's a strong field. It's a good group. Ekwamadu out of 3, another one to watch. You can see it here on screen in a moment's time. Hayes, McDonald, Hewitt, Watson, Knight, Hiscock, Solchik, Heilmarcher. But in lane number 7, it's the man that has the attention of the world, not just the athletic world, the globe as we know it. Our very own sensation, Gout Gout. He's excited, he's ready. He has so many happy memories on this Brisbane track. And this lane in particular, a year and a half ago, was when he set the world alight with his 10.04 in the heats. Caught everybody off guard, except for those in the Gout camp. He goes again from lane number 7. He's a special talent.
Well, Mitch, you know my thoughts on lane 7. He's in lucky lane 7.
Lucky lane number 7. It is the fastest. Just a week ago, the 18-year-old sets a 19.67 at the Open Championships. Followed closely, of course, by Aidan Murphy. But the whole world got talking. They wanted to see something from Gout Gout. They wanted to know what he had in him. And he delivered a 19.67. It's his first year out of school. It's the first time he can stand on a start line, not having to wonder what exams he has coming up, all the things that he has to take on his shoulders as a school student. And
now,
history awaits maybe one more time.
in order to kind of, I guess, do what he wants to do in this heat, he'll need to get a good start. We know that's not always his strength, though we've seen races in the past where he's really nailed it. So that first 20, 30 metres, that drive phase before he hits his upright running, that's going to be really key here, particularly if we want to see that clock show us something good.
So look at the crowd here in Queensland. Everybody upright, everybody at attention. And that's what he does. He loves the moment. He loves these opportunities. He's starting to come into his own now as a young athlete. And that's the most important thing to note. He's a young athlete. He's just 18 years of age. No moment too big. No opportunity too small. For Gout Gout, he goes in 7. Helmika, Hayes, Ekwamadu, McDonald, Hewitt, Watson, Knight, Hiscock, Solchik, and of course, our very own Gout Gout in happy hunting grounds of lane 7. What history could he rewrite here? We'll wait and see. The start's so crucial for Gout, and it's one of his best yet. So the Queenslanders away from this field. History may beckon for the young star. 20 metres to go for the line, and he'll be just over 10, I would think. I would think the clock fails to stop. He might have moved that quickly, but it looked to me like he saved a little bit for the final tomorrow. Gout Gout from 7 through to the semis.
Well, remember, Mitch, he's still got a semi as well. So he's got to do 3 rounds here. He's coming off the senior championships where he's had to run the 200 a couple of times. We'll wait for this time to come up, but I don't think he'll be worried about that. He'll kind of run through the motions. He knows what he needs to do. He's on a track that he feels very, very comfortable in. So what a spectacular run. We'll re-watch this here. So just gets out so well. He takes this field really, really early, and once he's in his upright running, just super strong as he comes into that line. He almost looks like as well, just backs off ever so slightly in that last kind of 10 minutes. So there it is again. Watch the replay. He just gets out so well there, and just motors away from this field.
So it's a good run, isn't it? It's 10.19 in the end, Ethan. So it's fast. It's faster than we've seen across all the heats, but that sub 10 will have to wait another day.
Well, you could just tell with about 30 metres to go, there was a moment where he thought, do I go all the way, or maybe do I just turn off the jets a little bit? And he still went very fast to the line, but maybe just with about 30 metres to go, he thought, hang on, I've still got 2 more rounds to come. As Ella said, I've just run a 19.6. Maybe just turning off the jets to run a mere 10.1 isn't going to be the worst thing. But he's through to the semi-finals. That's all that matters. Ekwamadu, a good time for him, 10.57. But Gout, who has just taken the athletics world by storm, is now in a storm of his own, but this time with the media, which these images are going to just be beamed across the nation, and I'm sure across the world, because not only has this nation got all of its attention on Gout Gout, but the entire world now is starting to prick up and realise that something's brewing down under.
I mean, I've been down there with him before. For an 18-year-old, he is so controlled. The media doesn't faze him at all. He is so mature in his answers. He's willing to give so much of his time. I mean, so many athletes. You've got to understand, he's run a 100-metre heat. He's got things to go. He's got a semi and a final later this weekend. This will slightly interfere with his preparation, but to give his time post-races, that's just so big of him. And I think how he understands how important it is, because you can see this crowd here. There are so many people coming out to watch Gout run.
And I think it's important as well, media-wise, public-wise. Everybody's a sports fan here in Australia, and of course this amazing push we have going towards the Commonwealth Games, so significant. But he is an 18-year-old, and he is such a unique talent, and hopefully we can all come together and unite and appreciate what we have in front of us. We always want everything, but somehow want more, and he's giving us everything regularly, week in, week out. Look at this. He's right around our officials. He's down there with Luke, the media man of Australian athletics. He's got a great head on his shoulders, this young kid. And if we nurture him the right way and we show him the love and admiration he deserves, he'll go on to bigger and better things on his own time.
I can hear the screaming, Gout, Gout, I can imagine this. Gout, can I have your shoes? Gout, can I have your bib? Guys, Gout needs his bib and he needs his shoes. He's got 2 runs to go.
Well, he's straight down there with Lutzy, the man of Brisbane radio here in Queensland. Nova morning host and close to the Gout camp as well. So I can only imagine what type of conversation is going on down there. I don't think one that's all too serious just yet. He wants a photo, Lutsy. He said, no, actually, I'd love to get a picture with the kid. It's not like he works with him or anything, but he'd love to picture with the kid. So, and here's the one he shot, isn't it? All the kids waiting on Gout Gout. Fantastic for the sport, isn't he? Supreme talent.
Now, we've seen him, but the women's event as well, the women's 100 is equally as competitive. It's super exciting. I mean, we saw Zara Hagen, who made an open national final in the 100 just last week. You got the likes of his first heater setting up their blocks now. Amaya Mearns, she's another really, really big one to look out for. So women in this, female sprinting in this country is equally as good, equally as exciting, and we're going to see these young female athletes have a crack on this track very shortly.
Yeah, and Zara Hagen, she's the fastest athlete this year in the Opens as well. She set that early in the year in January in the ACT. Probably would have loved a little bit more from those senior championships going into it as one of the favourites, but it's a great learning curve, isn't it? Right ahead of trying to make your first Australian team. Amaya Mearns, so many battles with Tubel Philp, the two Queenslanders. One of the great finishers, Amaya Mearns. You'll see it here possibly in the heats depending on how fast it needs to be, but her final 20 metres is as good as anybody's.
And when she just gets that start right, she's definitely going to be someone who is not just competitive but also dangerous on the world stage. So in the 200 metres, that's probably the event better suited to her. But in the 100 metres, she can be just as deadly when it comes, particularly when she gets a really good for her start. If she's with them within 30 metres to go, sometimes even 20 metres to go, she is someone you can never write off.
Now, this one is heat semis final, so it'll be top 4, next 7 fastest. So it'll be interesting to see what the girls do here. I mean, our big hitters in the men's, they put a run on the board. They wanted to show that they were ready to go, similar to what Lockie Kennedy did in the seniors. He ran that 9.96 in the seniors in the heats. So will they be doing the same, or are they thinking, you know what, top 4, all I've got to do is get through? So you see that start list up for heat 1 there. We've got a New Zealander in there as well, a big mix. Northern Territory, we see the orange go through Jade Carr. So it is Seymour, Krebs, Carr, Hazleton, Flick, Mearns, Berry and Krause, and this is a super competitive race.
For Leah Berry as well, the 16-year-old Victorian, she'll go out of lane number 8. She's run 11.7 at her fastest this year. So you can give this crew a shake, and has opted to run up in this under-20 age group for a clear reason.
And Hagen, for those wondering, she's going to be in heat 5 of these heats. Top 4 will go through, just like the men's, through to the semi-finals. Then it'll be the next 7 fastest on time. Amelia Reid, she's going to be racing in heat 4.
So this one is stacked. And they'll see what Maya Tabor did earlier in the week. I mean, she 11.34, so that'll be in the back of the minds. I think that'll play a little bit. Can we beat that? We want to run faster than that. Berry getting the best of the start there. Mearns is going to have to work a little bit, but she is in that lucky lane 7. She'll come through nicely here. It is Krause also giving her a little bit for a run for her money, but it is Mearns. Mearns just cruises really nicely through to that line. She really holds her form in that last 20 metres there. Super easy. It looked easy.
She didn't go out of second gear at all, did she? She just got out of her drive phase and just held on to that speed, and it was enough to see her go through to the semi-finals. And as we said, if she's within striking distance with 30 metres to go, she's running you down.
She showed that there, didn't she? She had the youngster, the Victorian, was quick out of those blocks to 30, so gave Mearns plenty to watch, but clearly knows what she's capable of. She knows where her strengths lie, right? That final 30 metres, used it to her advantage. On to the next one.
Well, we're saying not out of second gear, but unofficially on the clock, 11.57.
That's frightening. That's the frightening part.
That's insane.
11.57 in first gear. That'll send a warning shot to the entire field.
So watch this one again. It is Berry, the Victorian, that just gets out really well. And the New South Wales are on an outside Krause, but Mearns just really moves through this field on the back end of this race. She's so relaxed. That frequency and turnover of her legs is so good. But Berry, the junior, does such a fantastic job at not tensing up, not getting too worried as she comes through.
What's she run there? So 11.63.
For Berry,
Berry.
And then for Mearns was confirmed 11.57.
And Grace Krause also gets a World Junior qualifier in that heat. So
So
We're making
3.
it feel like World Junior qualifiers aren't hard to get. They are. We're just at that level of sprinting now in the country. It's honestly incredible what we have in front of us here. And heat number 2 as well, loaded with some good talent. A Victorian in lane number 2 catches your eye immediately, Grace Crowe.
Yeah, she's done a lot of pros racing, stall gift. She won the Victorian 60-metre championships at Zatopek earlier in the year. She just blitzes out of that start. She's so electric. If I talk about looking at someone who reacts well to the gun, is patient though in those steps and is able to build into her drive phase, that would be the example that I use.
She was in the final of that stall gift as well. I think had to go back a metre.
Yes, a little
Towards
bit of a
Sha'Carri
break.
Richardson. So always a daunting task, isn't it? You want as much room on Sha'Carri as you can get. And unfortunately for Grace Crowe, went backwards, which wouldn't have been the ideal situation for her. The Canadian here as well, Tallara Joseph-Riogi, is an 11.72 runner at her fastest. So you can look in the middle of the track. You can look on the inside. I think they'll be the first 2.
Heat 2 just preparing to go. So there's the full start list. Crowe, Uri, Cheap, Kane, Rays, Itsosi, McCluskey and Lamprette. Who all go. So the sub 12 seconds sprinters come from Rays and from Crowe, who are towards the inside, in Crowe, who's in lane number 2, and Rays, who's in lane 6, the Canadian. Here's a good sweep shot of them as they come to their blocks. Top 4, then the next 7 through to the semi-finals. Yes, you heard that right. There are semi-finals in the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Crowe got a great start, so too did Cheap. LeCane out hard towards the outside. Lamprey was away nicely. It's Crowe leading the field, going with her LeCane, and Crowe is going to stop the clock first. She's through to the semi-finals, 11.84 unofficially with a minus 0.6. Grace Crowe from Victoria into these under-20 semi-finals.
What a sensational reaction time. I mean, that's the reaction time I want to see in 100-metre sprinting. She went as the gun went, and she's so electric. She gets to her top speed so early, but manages to hold it so well. Like, I don't see her. We'll just watch it now. Watch as she gets out of her blocks. She just drives so nicely through the ground. They're not short, sharp steps. It's long steps, powerful steps, and just powers through.
That's why she's so good over 60. That's why she's probably the champion there, because that beginning phase of her sprinting, if you miss it by even a millisecond there as her competitor, you can kiss that front end of her goodbye, because she's so fast over it now, just learning as well to be able to hold and maintain and get to that 100-metre marker so much better. So Grace Crowe take a lot of confidence from that into the semis.
It's a little bit of a slower run, but if you watched in that last kind of 10, 15 metres, those hips slightly tilted back and she almost looked like she was putting the brakes on. So there is that 2 different types of switching off. You can switch off and glide through and kind of maintain that running, and then you can switch off and really put the brakes on and lean back. And in that last kind of 10 to 15 metres, that's exactly what it looked like she did.
Yeah, so really comfortable there. We can see that pretty consistently across these heats. There haven't been too many that have pushed themselves all the way through the line just yet. So Crowe 11.83, Lamprey will have to wait 12.01, Tallara Joseph-Riogi 12.02, 12.11 for LeCane, and then we'll wait for those small cues. It looks like they're coming from this heat, but I also think that they may be a little bit different. So the top 4 go through automatically, but for Lamprey, Joseph and LeCane, we'll have to wait to see if they can get under 12 seconds tomorrow in those semi-finals. Heat number 3, getting ready behind the blocks. The New Zealander, Kendra Scully-Tuui, in lane 3 is a big watch, but Mackenzie Eslick, the Victorian, in lane number 8, 11.59 at her best this year. Ran that in Melbourne earlier this year. There's so many of these women who are around a similar time in that 11.5 sort of marker. So the importance of getting through to this final, oh so significant. But Mackenzie Eslick, definitely a watch. Second to the left of screen for all of you at home. So Hollyoak, Kendra Scully-Tuui, Hazel Golding, Caitlin Tattersall, Bella Dew, Jocelyn Blair, Mackenzie Eslick, and Armani Anderson. 3 have run under 12 seconds before. One of those will be closest to you at home, Armani Anderson. Mackenzie Eslick next to her. And then our New Zealand visitor, Scally Ta'ui, second from the right.
I mean, Anderson's trains with Grace Crowe, so she'll just have seen what her training partner's done in that last heat, and she'll be looking to replicate.
She'll want to be there with her. She'll want to rub shoulders in that semi-final if she can. Heat number 3, top 4. Book a spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. Great start there outside. It was Blair. Eslick got some work to do. Scally Ta'ui, the New Zealander, is away from this field, but now Eslick starts to get into the running, and that is a powerful final 30 metres. Never in doubt. 11.61, 0.5 behind her. Had to get to work after the first 30 because Anderson and Scally Ta'ui were pushing on to the finish line, but the Victorian wins it here in Heat 3.
Well, Scally Ta'ui got a really good start, but how's it from Eslick? She didn't beat them out at all, and by the 30-metre mark, she was just towards the middle of the pack, and then just to storm over the top. She had Anderson as a good guide. She just knew and sensed her presence nearby, went with Anderson, and then she just felt that she could surge over and defeat Scally Ta'ui, and that's exactly what happened in this race. Top 4 in that went through to the semi-finals, and then it'll be the next 7 fastest. But through to 10 metres, she's probably, if she's not last, she's probably second last. That just makes it even more impressive what Eslick was able to do. Motored past Anderson, and then in doing so, turned over Scally Ta'ui and to go through to the semi-final.
So it's just off a PB, I believe. They'll wait for the official results to come through her. She's qualified on our list by 11.59, so 0.02, and I'd say not to put that run down, but she'll need to do a fair bit and tidy that up in the final. I mean, she does so well in her back end there, but imagine what she could do if she got the first 30 metres of that race right.
You can't leave that much room, can you? Particularly when you get to the final. Between her and Amaya Mearns, you wouldn't want to call a winner with 40 metres to go because they could come motoring over the top. So 11.61, 11.81, 11.83 for the top 3. Do gets through on that 4th automatic qualifier. Tattersall, Blair, Golding, Hollyoak will wait. Those small cues next to their names, I'm unsure if they're factual or not. But up next, Ethan, I think you might be one of the most qualified to speak on our next athlete here. The pride of Western Australia, Amelia Reid in lane 2.
11.45 is not just her state record, but also the national record. So she's going to be in lane number 2. So she's a younger athlete, so she's putting herself in a very good opportunity to try to go through to the World Junior Qualifiers. I think she should be, it's either under 17s or 18s. I can't quite exactly remember the age group, but we saw her do similar at the state championships in Western Australia. She bypassed all of her age groups and went straight to opens, and she came second only to Olivia Dodds in that age group. So it just shows how strong she is at not just a national level, but also when it comes to competing not just against the best in the age group, but the best in a whole state. And I reckon she's on for a good race in the under 2000.
So Amelia Reid's in 2, Holly Ray, Michaela Rebb, the Pride of Mackay is in 4, Virginia Cole, Neve Jenkins, Josie Holmes, Ava Ross, another to keep a close eye on, as well as Ray, and Ella Clogg. This is a really good heat here. And Amelia Reid, she's the clear favourite, but she'll have some challenges on her outside.
I can see the fire and or a sparkle in her eyes, and I remember standing almost at the finish line watching her in Melbourne for the All Schools Championships, and you could see she was going to win it.
So she's the under 16 champion, from last year. And she holds that under 16 record, 11.45 in lane 2. Reid got a good start. Ray out hard, so too Ross on the outside. Reid leads at 40. She's stretching away. Ross goes with her from New South Wales, likewise with Ray. But Reid through comfortably to the semi-finals. 11.54, one of her fastest times ever. And she switched it off with 10 metres to go. Made it look easy, plus 1.8.
Well, that was a spectacle from Amelia Reid. That was simply amazing. The ease in which, look, the start wasn't fantastic. It certainly isn't her strongest suit. We could see second closest you at home, Ava Ross, so I said keep an eye on. She was away, wasn't she, with the gun. Amelia Reid had to work and work and work, but with 20 metres to go, she could switch off. And I thought for a second there, is she going to run 11.3? What's going on here on the inside of the track? Able to switch off and run at 11.54. That is a scary sight come finals time.
Well, she's been around at the track classics, and so she knows what it is like to go up against some of the senior athletes. And when you have, as you said, Mitch, not the greatest start in the field, it can throw you off a little bit, particularly when Ray was right with her in the early stages, and on the outside, Ross as well. Ross was probably able to use the advantage of the fact that what was going on the inside was metres away from her. She was about 6 lanes clear of it, so she didn't have to feel the presence of Reed and Ray around her, which helped her go through to the semi-finals. And she was able, Ross, to go into it with a time of 11.92. Reed confirmed 11.56 and Ray 11.81. Holmes, the other big Q, 12.11.
So what a run there from the young Western Australians. So much young sprinting talent on display, isn't there? That's why the juniors are so incredible to tap into. You are seeing the next generation of Australian greats possibly right before your eyes here in Brisbane. Incredible. Heat 5. Well, that's got plenty of incredible headlines as well, because the fastest woman in the country this year, not juniors, in the country this year, goes out of lane number 4, Zara Hagen.
So 11.16, and just to put into context, Leah O'Brien at last year's national championships ran 11.14 to become the equal 4th fastest Australian ever. And for Zara Hagen to be so close to her, she's, I think from memory, Mitch, the 6th fastest Australian ever, Zara Hagen, over the 100 metres. So that just puts into context. She's not the 6th fastest under 20 Australian ever. She's the 6th fastest Australian ever over the 100.
She's a super talent, Zara Hagen. As we said, she was in that open final just last week in Sydney. Would have loved a little bit more, but maybe with a week turnaround on a home track at a fast meet, she could get what she just couldn't quite at the seniors, and that's a gold here in the women's under 20.
This one has just that little bit of added pressure, which I think she's going to hopefully use to her advantage. She's got that. It's not only that gold medal, Mitch, it's that spot on that under 20 team.
Well, you win and you're in. You win and you are in. It's the American system of qualifications. You win it, you're in it. She'd love a trip to Eugene. You think these tracks are fast. Wait till you get to Oregon. That's a spectacle. Final of the heats. Taylor, Walters, Little, Hagen, Maisie, Sullivan, Cohen, Wing, and Charlotte Nielsen. But you know what? Will be entertaining to watch, closest to you here at home. The favourite goes in 4. The yellow shoes you can't miss. Heat 5. Great start there from Hagen. The fastest woman in Australia this year is away in Brisbane, so 50 metres to go from Hagen. Wynn will try and push, but she's a class above here, the Queenslander. This will be quick. 11.48, the fastest out of the heats. 1.5 behind her. The field is on notice. Those semi-finals tomorrow are going to be cinema.
How was the start from her? It wasn't just a step out of the blocks, it was a lunge. She really dove out of the blocks, didn't she? She was flying. And then, as you said, Mitch, at halfway, she was well and truly clear. And then just in those final stages, she could switch it off, almost basically walked it over the line. She did what she had to do, but an amazing start from her. And when she got into her running, she looked relaxed, she looked calm, she looked very composed, technique very good. And in the end, all makes for a good race, a good result, and she's into the semi-final.
So Wing as well, the heptathlete, fairly certain she was a silver medalist in the heptathlon last week in Sydney, just gets run over the top. Told you the Victorian would be entertaining to watch closer to you at home, but Zara Hagen, well, she saw what Amelia Reid did the heat before and said, you know what? I reckon I can run one better than that. I reckon I've got a little bit more in the tank. Don't you forget that I'm the fastest woman this year, ladies and gentlemen. Showed it there, those semis. I can't wait to see how they're seeded. I can't wait to see who goes against who, because our best are going to go against our best to make it to the final.
Yep.
That's what we're seeing here in Australia at the moment.
Well, there are only so many lanes, right?
Exactly right. And only so many can get lucky lane 7. We'll all be fighting for it.
Oh, so we take a breath after what was some exhilarating 100-metre heats. It was just incredible. I mean, where do we go from that? We've got the semi-finals tomorrow, and then we've got the finals as well that go through on tomorrow. Here's a look at the heat results. Hagen goes through as the fastest qualifier, then Reid, and then Mearns after. So fairly close between 1, 2 and 3. 11.49 for Hagen, 11.56 for Reid, and then Mearns 11.57 Eslick after.
That time would have won Zara Hagen the open final.
Whoa.
11.49. That would have won her the final. She ran 11.7 in the final. 11.49 would have won it.
So we'll take a break. Mitch is going to go have a lie down after that. I think we all need
I'm
to.
going to lie down.
We need to just be able to relax because that was electric. Don't go anywhere. If you thought that was great, the best is yet to come. Back after what was some very exciting 100 metres, and in return we get some very exciting 1500 metres. Ethan Quinlivan alongside Ella Tobin. Mitch Dyer, don't worry, he's going to come back in a little bit later on. He's just gone to do some recovery. He's hopped in the spa. He just is ready to relax for the next 2 hours before he comes on for the afternoon session. Ella, she's got an almighty stint. She's going to be with you all the way through. It's great to have your company on 7+, and hope you have enjoyed it. If you're not watching athletics today or tomorrow, then don't know what else you could possibly be doing or why you wouldn't want to do it. But the 1500 metres about to start. There are 2 timed finals for these, so it's sort of similar to how we've seen the Paras conduct theirs for the under-17s and under-20s. But if you did miss it, what does happen is one race gets done, and then the other one, once that is concluded, we combine the results and we work out the medals from there. So we may see medals split through both the timed finals, timed final 1 and timed final 2, as we get underway with this 1500 metres for the under-14s. It's final A. Dent is wearing hip 1. Gibb from New South Wales, who you see already in control of the race for the first 100 metres, she's wearing hip 2. Rudino 3, Harper 4, Mathers 5, McGowan 6, Hasabrowick 7, then Hunter 8, Baker 9, McConchie 10, Williams Cox after wearing hip number 11, then Baker and then Clark. So they are the 13 competitors that we are seeing in this initial final A for the under-14 1500 metres, and it's the New South Wales athletes plus the athlete from the ACT in Dent, who are already taking us through the first 250 of their race, with Dent just moving past the shoulder of Mathers, and Gibb from New South Wales, she's tucked into third through the first 300 metres for them.
So still reasonably bunched up. This is a massive field to have on the track. I mean, 13 athletes. I think these junior athletes are starting to take inspiration from the likes of Hull and Hall and Cordwell and Hollingsworth, such awesome middle distance runners. It looks like, as we said, that Layla Dent has just started to make a little bit of a move. She's starting to gap the field a little bit by maybe about 5 metres or so. So she's doing a fabulous job at the moment. She looks really comfortable and relaxed. It's the athletes with hip number 5 and hip number 2. So that is Gibb and Mathers that'll be chasing on behind you. And I think they're starting to work together as well and slightly pull away. And the Queenslander is not going to let that happen with ease. So it'll be, I think, Rudando that'll follow them there. It's a chasing pack of 5 currently. They've bridged that gap nicely, but they're going to have to do a lot here, Ethan, to be able to chase down Dent.
This will be really fascinating to see if Dent can hold on. Don't forget 2 timed finals for these under-14s. So we'll see how the next group goes and compare them to these athletes. We'll jot down the top 3 times just to see what Group B will need to run to try to get a medal. But Dent is making it a very hard task for them to be able to do so. She's got 800 metres to go, and the clock through 700 is about 2:08. Then behind her is Gibb from New South Wales, and Gibb is on the outside shoulder of Mathers, and there's a few in that chasing pack that follow behind her. There's 3 of them. Just at the back of it is where we see McConchie from Victoria, and then just between her and Gibb, as they start to stretch out, wearing hip 6 is McGowan. She's sitting in about 3rd place because she's gone onto the shoulder of Mathers and really issued her with a bit of a challenge with 2:50 to go in this lap, but Mathers has responded well, and the Queenslander who is in amongst all of them is Hunter. 200 just remain in this lap, and it is still our leader in Dent, who has got a commanding lead. Look at this lead. It's almost 20 or so metres as she's about to round the first half of the bend and go into the second half, and she is sitting with a lead of 30 metres as she comes in with 500 to go.
So Gibb here is the one making the move. She starts to edge forward a little bit, but as she does that, that entire pack responds. But we cannot take our eyes off Dent, the woman from the Australian Capital Territory, looking really strong coming into this final bell lap. And then starting that chasing pack is starting to break off a little bit. So we do have a Queenslander in there. The Queenslander, I think it is Baker. Baker really wanting to make a move. She wants to put herself on that podium, but the bell there is ringing for all those athletes, and Layla Dent hears that and goes, you know what? I'm going to try and gap them even further. So coming into this final 300 metres, it looks like Layla is just extending her lead further and further. And as we say that, it is the athlete, the Queenslander, Baker, who is starting to break away from this chasing pack of three. She'll have to move a little bit further forward in order to maintain this. So it is Baker, the Queenslander, with her chasing pack of three. It'll be Gibb, McConchy, and I can't quite see our other athlete there, but it's another Victorian. So with 180 metres to go, it is all Dent. It is an absolute masterclass of this field. She is Jessica Hulling this race. She looks fantastic and she is accelerating coming into this final bend. So if you didn't think Layla Dent had more in there, she is proving you wrong here. Dent with 100 metres to go, 90 metres to go, 80 metres to go, just looks fantastic and continues to break away and put more space on this field. She just looks so relaxed. She sees the line and that is the only thing she wants to get to, and she continues to accelerate in it. So with 20 metres to go, this is all Lara Dent. She'll cross the line in 4:40, and it is a bit of a chasing. McConchy coming through now here. She wants that spot. The two Victorians want to be on that podium. So a dip there. It'll be really, really, really close. I think we'll end out with two Victorians on that podium, just out dipping the likes of Baker. So yet we do have two races, but that podium, the temporary podium, yeah, that's the way, or even like the zone of uncertainty podium. So it will be the likes of Dent and two Victorians that end up on that one currently.
So Dent has got a time of 4:40.24, so we will write that down because these times are going to be so important in these under 14 races. We'll see the confirmed times for those who come after. So we've still got time final B that is going to be next up. We'll see where 4:40 compares.
So we have our final athlete coming through here. That is the South Australian Charlotte William Cox. What a fantastic run. To even be up here in a national championships is just exceptional. It is. Not everyone can just come up to a national championships. For those watching at home, we do have qualifying standards. So just to even compete at this national championships is a huge deal. You can see our under 14 juniors there. Big hugs for everyone. Everyone's celebrating their runs because for many of them, this will be the first time they've come up to a junior championships even.
So looking at the results, McConchy 4:46.43 and then McGowan 4:46.54. So they are the times at the moment who are just holding on to gold, silver and bronze. We'll see what the next group is able to do.
And look at that, third to fourth, 0.01 of a second potentially means you miss out on a medal. That's the second half of those results there. Remember, really big field. But what a fantastic run from all our athletes there.
Incredible, just incredible what they were able to do. As we prepare for the next race,
now,
which is Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like there are some fairly speedy times in this one. Now, it is often that in these championships, particularly with the able-bodied events, what they do is they separate them based on time. So that first heat that we normally see tends to be the slower race. So we are looking to potentially see athletes in this field beat them. But at the 4:40 there, that is an absolutely smashing time. I'm having a look through the PBs and the seed times on this second list. I mean, that puts her well up there. That absolutely puts her well up there.
It really does. And as you said, Elia, usually it is the first heat, or the second heat, I should say, where we see a lot of the contenders, but it doesn't mean that it is set in stone that all the medals are going to come from that race. That's the beauty of these time finals.
So they are away this second heat here, and they're going to want to put something on the board. So I'll give you the hip numbers as they start. So with hip number 1, it is Hayden, 2, McWilliams, 3, Disbringsy, 4, Barrett, 5, Marcello, 6, Godfrey, 7, Bujamo, 8, Tititley, 9, the New Zealander Thompson, 10, Patout, 11, Emmanuel, 12, Trebello, and rounding out our field with hip number 13 is Dagher. So we take this one out. It is a New South Waleser in the lead there. She's looking really strong, and she strung out this field early. She saw the 4:40 that was put on that list, and she said, you know what, guys, I'm going to show you how that's run. So it is McWilliams taking the lead there. That's a name we've heard a few times now this weekend. I believe we saw her over the 800 just earlier today, and she ran fantastically, just missing out on that podium. So McWilliams will come into this first 400 metres here with her compatriot Annie following closely on behind her. So it is a sea of blue at the beginning. New South Wales leading these three out, and they're certainly putting on the pace early there, Ethan.
So 4:40.24 was the winning time from Dent in the last race, and if you want to get on the podium, it's a time quicker than 4:46.54, which is required as they track down the back straight. It is the New South Wales athletes in control. McWilliams having a great start to her race. Then just behind her, it is Bensinki, who is just in second place as they roll through the 200-metre mark of this lap. What is McWilliams going to be able to do to continue to hold on? Because those times from the first race, and Dubinzinski is also after those first times the race before. What can they do? 4:40.24. Zinke sitting in second from McWilliams, who is leading. Then back behind in third place, it is Hayden, wearing hip number 1 from New South Wales. Then the chasing pack, it is led by the West Australian in Marcello. She's about 2 or 3 strides up from her competitor in Trebilova. But they go through 800 metres to go, and it is all in control from McWilliams. Can she hold on? Because Dubinzinski sitting well in second I should say, from Hayden, who is in that third spot. But the gap that Hayden needs to be able to bridge is almost 15 metres.
Well, McWilliams, I think, will really, really want this. I mean, there's nothing like just missing out on a podium there. To end up like, well, actually, sorry, I take that back. I think she won the 800, so I think she'll be wanting to add two to her two golds. So I think she ran the 800 earlier today as well. We saw that. So she's running exceptionally, having run an 800 earlier today, 2 800s in her legs and a 1,500 metre final now. She's wanting to take home double gold. So that's a massive achievement in itself. But she is not going to have it her own way. She is starting to string out the field a little bit now. Dzinki's in a little bit of trouble. The 2 athletes trailing her at the moment are slightly closing that gap. But we'll see these athletes come into this straight here to get the bell lap, and I wonder whether or not that'll help lift them. We can see the Western Australians starting to make a move and go round Annie Dzinski at the moment, but it is McWilliams currently all her race. And as I say that, though, the Western Australian with hip number 5, she is pushing out really, really well here. So it is Ella Mazzello. She really wants this podium, and she's actually setting up our other New South Wales athlete really well here. So in this last final lap, McWilliams will really have to work hard because these 2 girls are chasing, and they're chasing hard behind her.
3:50 to go to get on the podium. It's 4:46.54. That was the third place time from the last race. And to get on top of the podium, it's 4:40.24, and having a really good attempt at it. It is McWilliams who charges into the back straight. Going with her, it is Trebilova, who is wearing hip number 12, and Marcello. What is she going to be able to achieve in the final 250 metres? Can we see all 3 of these athletes get onto the podium? Because they've only got 200 metres to go, and the clock sits at about a 4:05. 4:40.24 is the time that they need. So at the moment they are on record pace to be able to get on top of this podium. But how does it all shape and look? Trebilova is coming at her hard. McWilliams still holding on. Trebilova launches into the home straight. Marcello just sits behind her. McWilliams holding on. Trebilova now pushes the button and turns the jets on, and she goes flying past McWilliams. She's eyeing down the finish line. 4:40.24 is what she needs to stop the clock before at, and I think she's going to do it. We'll wait for it all to be confirmed, but it looks like she has found her way onto the top of the podium. McWilliams after her, and Marcello. We'll wait to see how the times all stack up, and for Trebilova it is a 4:37.30, so she does find herself at the top of the podium. Then for McWilliams it's a 4:38.05, so she will go to second, and for Marcello I'll wait for it all to be confirmed. May have just missed it. 4:40.45 and 4:40.24 was the time I had for Dent. We'll wait for it all to be confirmed by a wonderful photo finish team. But Trebilova on top, 4:37.30.
What a close race, potentially for our athlete there in third, Marcello, to miss out on a podium by less than, well, it's about 0.2 of a second in a race that happened before you. Oh, it's just so challenging. We can see those final athletes coming through now. That is Hayden from New South Wales. She's absolutely motoring through for this final 100 metres. She looks a little bit tired, but that's okay. 1,500 metres is a long way. We're up in Queensland. These conditions aren't easy for these middle distance runners. I know we talked about we want it to be nice and hot. That 32 degrees is our top temperature for today. Super fast for sprinting, but good sprinting conditions and not good middle distance conditions.
No. Sort of, as soon as one group is happy, the other group starts to get a little bit frustrated. So the results have come through. Trebelova on top, 4:37.30 from McWilliams, 4:38.05, and then Dent does get the bronze for 4:40.24. These are the results from the second time final. Trebelova 4:37.30, McWilliams 4:38.05, Marcelo just misses out 4:40.45 for her.
So disappointing for her because she did so much of that work in that middle stage of the race, which I think really set that race up for Trebelova. I mean, without Marcelo pushing that pace in that middle section of that race, they wouldn't have been able to close that gap on McWilliams in that final 200 metres.
So here is the summary. You can see Dent from the ACT confirmed for her 4:40.24, McWilliams 4:38.05, Trebelova 4:37.30. So they are the medalists from the under 14 1500 metres. Well, we've just seen the girls do it, and the guys are not too far away from a start. We will take a break from Cusack, and we will be back with more in just a moment. Welcome back to sunny Brisbane for the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. We have had a wonderful start to these championships, and it will continue to get better and better. We've got the under 17 women's high jump going on right now. Ella, what's the height of the bar?
It is 163, and you'll see Alicia Gear there clear that bar. She'll be super happy with that. That means it's PB as well and keeps her in the race there. So here we'll see another Victorian, Ilara Cole. She just clears that bar as well. I think that'll be her clearance there at 160. And another Victorian there, downward. She'll go to clear this bar as well. We'll see how she goes and beautifully clears it. That nice flick of the legs. Phillips, the Queenslander, she's currently sitting in third position. She also clears that one. Touches it a little bit, but manages to stay on. So I would say she's pretty lucky there. Another Queenslander, Scott there. Madeline. She's currently sitting in second position, so we'll see her hopefully clear this one. And she had height there. The space between the bar, you could fit. I mean, the bar could have gone up there, and she still would have cleared it.
Love to have just had a laser beam just break through to the other uprights just to see how high she would have actually jumped.
I always wonder in the high jump, imagine how high the world record would be if you were measuring the height, not trying to get over the bar.
Well, I want to see Mondo do something like that. Just have a laser beam there and just see how high he's able to break it.
But why would he do that when every time he breaks the world record, I think it's something
coin.
like $100,000 or from his sponsors.
Yep, he gets some eye-watering coin, certainly. There's Mondo Duplantis, so at the moment just 1 centimetre increments for him, but these 1500 metre runners, they won't want to leave it down to just 1 centimetre at the end. It'll be Togel who wears hip number 1, Gregory 2, Bishop 3, Turner from Western Australia 4, from Victoria, Charles 5. As they get underway in this 1500 metres, so Togel 1, Gregory 2, Bishop 3, Turner 4, Charles 5, Hall is in 6, Baker 7, Miller 8, Webster 9, French wearing hip 10, Hymas 11, Finch 12, Galvin 13, McManus 14, Middleton 15, Johnson 16, Sideries 17, and Buzzer, who is wearing hip number 18 as they present themselves in front of the home straight for the first time. And it is the Victorian who wears hip number 6 in Hall, who has taken it out the hardest in this 1500. He is the champion from last year's National Under 13 Championship, and also he competed in the age group above for the Under 14s at the All Schools Championships and was able to walk away the victor there. So racing athletes 1 year his senior, and he has got some incredible experience, and that is on display right now as he moves into the back straight through the first lap. It's going to be about a 101 split through the first 400 metres, so he is in control. And then behind him, it's Baker from New South Wales who sits in second, and between second and third, it's a margin almost of 30 metres, and holding on to third place is Buzzer from Victoria.
Now, Hall, you said he is a very experienced athlete, and that he certainly is. He's coming off a gold medal as well in that 800 metres earlier today. Now, or earlier yesterday and this weekend. Now, he's doing the same thing as McWilliams. He wants to put it out hard. He wants this medal. He wants to come home with double Hall. He's a double gold. He is a very, very experienced athlete in his own right. He's been competing in the Melbourne school system for many years now. He's competed with athletes many, many, many years his senior. That whole family is a very, very successful athletics family. And you can see that here as he starts to break away from Baker. He just looks so relaxed, so calm. That leg speed, the cadence stays the same consistently throughout this race. Now, obviously, these runners 1 and 2 are doing spectacular, Hall, Baker. But what is really exciting is this pack behind them. We've got the entire field bidding for that bronze medal here. So you can see them kind of pass around the high jump now. That's led by a Queenslander, but he's not going to have it all his own way. You've got a Queenslander there, an ACT athlete. You can see the yellow band there of a New South Wales athlete. But as I say, that Hall just continues to extend the gap. Every step he takes, he seems to put 2 steps on the entire field. So here we've got 2 laps to go. And I don't know, Hall at this point could be winning the race by nearly 200 metres if he continues in the fashion that he is. So Hall extending his lead. Looks like every step he takes, he gets just that little bit faster. He is pedal to the metal. He's only got one thought in mind, and that is, I want to bring home double gold. I want to be the under 14 men's 1500 metre champion, and I also want to bring it home with my 800. So Hill here also will have good speed, so he's set this race up fantastically. He's got great speed. He'll come into this bell lap now, which is super exciting. So with 1 lap to go, can that bell encourage him just a little bit extra to go forward? So it's him, Baker in second, and this race starts to heat up for this bronze medal, but this is all Hall. This is an absolute masterclass of 1500 metre racing. Put him in the open final. I want to see what he can do against some of our senior athletes. I just love how aggressively he's taking out this race, and he's making our cameramen work hard for it too. This race is spread all over this track currently. So it is Hall continuing to put on this field, and we have a little bit of a chasing pack over that is starting to catch the likes of Baker. So Baker will need to really run strong here in this final 250 metres if he wants to hold on. His New South Wales compatriot with the yellow headband starting to come home hard. So with 150 metres to go as we pass the steeplechase and head into that final straight, Hall is giving it everything he's got. He's absolutely motoring through here. So James Hall, this is your race. You've done an exceptional job. He's pulling through to this finish line. How fast can it be? 4:11 is his PB. Is he going to get there for another one? So 4:07, 4:08, 4:09, 4:10. He might just dip under. 4:10.95 unofficially on the clock. That's an exceptional run from James Hall. Looks like it'll be a PB. And Mick Baker here will have to really hold on if he wants to keep this silver medal, and I think he will just do that. The Victorian coming through for a late charge. I believe that is the likes of Frankie Webster. They will have to wait there. It's a little bit challenging to see them from all the way up here. So I think that will be number 11 on the hips there. Frankie Webster will come through for a bronze medal. So what an incredible achievement from there. But 4:10.95 unofficially for James Hall. Well, that's just a spectacular race, isn't it?
Oh, unbelievable. And he won it by almost 14 seconds. So it's just been rounded up fractionally to 4:10.96, but still a incredible result from him. He set it up early, didn't he? And it was with about 800 metres to go where he already had an almighty lead. He just thought, I'm going to blow this race out of the water, and that's exactly what he did to win it in 4:10.96. Baker, he got second in the end, running 4:24.77, and Siddery's 4:25.21. So they are your 1, 2 and 3. But Hall, a star in the making. He defends his gold medal from last year for this age group, and he did it in absolute style.
Now, if you look at this, the results popping up at roster currently, I think the whole field needs to thank Hall for the gutsy runs that he's done, because so far our first 5 athletes are coming through with PBs. So what an exceptional race, and such a gutsy run from such a junior, knowing his strength, knowing that he has the capacity to take it out hard and still manage to kick. So you'll see these results pop up momentarily. Nearly, and I'm looking at it at the moment, we nearly have the whole field with a PB, which is absolutely outstanding, and we don't see that very often.
No, we certainly do not. And when you see class like Hall, as Mitch likes to say, when iron sharpens iron, great things tend to happen, and that's exactly what we saw with Hall. So 4:10.96 was his winning time. What a glorious day at the moment it is at QSAC, and we're just seeing great results. And there is the results from the under 14 1500 metres. Baker 4:24.77, and then Siddery's 4:25.21. Galvin 4:25.47, and in the end we had about 6 athletes go under 4:30, which is incredible. and we had 15 athletes go sub 4 minutes 50, 4 minutes 45 even. What a race that was. We are going to take a break. They're starting to unload the hurdles at Cusack, which means it's time to see one of the exciting events of track and field. The hurdles are not too far away. Thank you so much for your company. It's been a wonderful day so far at Cusack, and the day has really only just begun. Back soon.
Welcome back to our Australian Junior National Championships. We are super excited to have you back. We've just finished up with some of our under 14 1500 metre finals, some incredible finals there for the likes of James Hall. He just ran there, and what a sensational race we were here to witness. Now I'm going to hand over to Ethan. We've got some of the sticks, the women's 80 metre hurdles.
So we're ready to go for these hurdles, which can always be filled with just a little bit of drama and chaos, but when they are done right, it is one of the great spectacles in track and field to watch. When you just look at the sum of the outstanding hurdlers this nation has seen, and the first one that pops up into the mind is Sally Pearson, then there is no question when you see her in full flight wide, this is one of the great events of track and field. So Parks out of lane number 1, then Sheriff 2, Madigan Wong 3, Van Udden 4, Rollo 5, Burbage in 6, Bosnick 7, Duddy 8, and Hassa Nagiak is in 9 from Victoria. So just over the 80 metre hurdles, as we can see that the shade is just stretching across the track. The wind we saw in the 100 metre heats, it's not the strongest tailwind. It is a bit of a tailwind, which is certainly going to come in handy for some of these hurlers, but we know they don't want a huge tailwind going behind them, because it means that it can push them closer to the hurdle than they are comfortable with. So we can just have it at a good wind, even sometimes a little slight headwind. It's not the most annoying thing for the hurdlers, because they're just being presented to the crowd. So there's Rollo. Then just next to Rollo is Burbage, Bosnick, Duddy, and then towards the outside, Hassan Nanagic from Victoria. This should be a very exciting race for these athletes.
So many New South Wales athletes in this field.
Madigan Wong, one of the New South Wales athletes, she's the defending age group champion. Van Udden, she got the bronze medal, and those two athletes are next to each other. Madigan Wong in lane 3 and Van Udden is in lane 4. And they are the only returning medalists from last year's national championships. So watch out for lanes 3 and 4. As you said, Ella, a lot of New South Wales athletes, but also the rest of the lanes are filled with the Victorians. So it's a unique state of origin battle we've almost got.
Well,
going
isn't
on
it
here.
like you either like Sydney or you like Melbourne? You can never like both. So we'll see who comes out on top here.
Very good way of putting this race. Madigan Wong 3, Van Udden 4. Van Udden bronze last year as an under 13. Madigan Wong gold medalist. She's in 3. Good start from Rollo, so too Van Udden. Madigan Wong out hard first, a touchdown over the first 4. Van Udden goes level with her. Van Udden moves past, going with them. Bosnick on their outside, so too Burbage, but the winner. Very good performance from Madigan Wong.
Be
Van
really
Udden
interesting.
also did really well.
I wonder what they're going to do there, because that was really close. I'd love to see the photo finish there. That second and third, there were 3 of them vying for those 2 spots. So what a great run from Madigan Wong. I mean, she's ended up with PB, I believe.
So wait and see how it does come out. Van Udden, the victor from Madigan Wong. 12:38 for Van Udden. Madigan Wong was leading for most of the race, but Van Udden was just able to go over the top of her and take the win in lane 4. Then Madigan Wong after her. The barge was next with 12:51. Outstanding stuff from Madigan Wong. An excellent time as well. 12:38 with a plus 0.4.
I mean, we could end up with another race of PBs all round.
Definitely does look likely. So there's a look at the photo finish, and those minor medals were extraordinarily tight. Van Udden, the clear leader, and the winner with a time of 12.38.
You would have seen your fair share of close finishes. What do you think the closest is that you've seen separate either a medal situation or a gold medal. I mean, I know competing myself, I think I've won a bronze medal at a national championship by about 0.001 of a second, so it can really come down to that.
Well, probably the closest, I think, from memory last year was the National 100 final where Tori Lewis just got it over Leah O'Brien, and then Brie Rizzo was in third. But I think between Tori and Leah, I have to get the official results, it was about 0.01, but then between Leah and Brie, that was where it was really close, and it went down definitely the thousandths of a second. And they've even been, in fact, I think I've got them confused. I think it was between Tori and Leah that it was between the thousandths of a second. So I'll get the results up just so I don't feel like I'm going insane. But those results from last year from memory were insanely close to crown the Open National 100 champion.
I mean, I remember watching that race. It was just sensational.
We know Leah O'Brien, she is going over to spend some time in the NCAA system.
As many of our athletes actually are at the moment. We've got both sprinters, throwers, jumpers and distance runners heading over there at the moment.
She's going over to the University of Georgia, which is one of the prestigious schools.
Have you seen their new track and field facilities? It is insane.
Worth almost 60 million, I think, or maybe even a little bit north than that. It wouldn't surprise me.
So we see the start list come up. We're going to see the second final of these hurdles. It'll be the men's under 14 90-metre hurdles. That distance goes out by about 10 metres. So I will read you our field. The hometown hero in lane 1 from Queensland, Jack Krajcka. In lane 2 from New South Wales, Max Williamson. In lane 3 from New South Wales, Chase Mazzario. In lane 4 from Victoria, Kobe Hall. In lane 5 from New South Wales, Benjamin Spadaro, a name that I've seen a fair bit round this championships. In lane 6 from Western Australia, Gerald Minter. In lane 7 from Queensland, Jack Kane. In lane 8 from South Australia, Joshua Day. And in lane 9 from New South Wales, rounding out our field, Anson Vella. Now it's nice to see this field here has a bit more variety in terms of states. We've got a South Australian and a Queensland in this one, at least, so it's not going to be a sea of blue.
And I've been able to pull the results from the race we were speaking about before, the 100 final from last year. Tori Lewis, 11.236. And then Leah O'Brien, 11.240, so 4 1,000ths of a second separating them. When it comes to crunch finals, that's probably the closest I've seen in the big final. In heats, I've seen it a little bit smaller, but when it comes to determining national champions and medals, that's the closest I've seen.
It's such an impressive set of athletes. And I mean, our junior sprinters that we just saw recently with Zara Hagan, Amelia Reid, Amaya Mearns, I mean, those women as well, we could end up with quite a close finishing 100-metre final. I mean, all of them are just capable of such fantastic runs, and it'll be really interesting to see where that comes from.
This should be a fascinating race, as you mentioned, Ella. There's Minter from Western Australia, Kane just next to him, and then Day, and then Vella. Some of these runners have been able to delve into the 12 seconds, but a lot of them are around that 13 mid-mark.
So it is Spadaro, the New South Wales athlete, who will go in the middle out of 5. You can see him there in the light blue. He is our favourite. He's run 12.66, the only athlete to go sub 13, and on top of that, the only athlete 12.77 to go sub yesterday in the heat. So he is probably the one to watch. It's the nervous little kicks at the moment that you can see at the moment, the adrenaline pumping, ready to execute this hurdle race fantastically.
So we'll just take a few deep breaths. They're just about to be presented to the stadium. As Ella said, just looking back on the qualifying rounds from yesterday, Spadaro clearly on top, and then after him, there's a bit of a gap because 13.3 was the next best by Kane and Williamson. Kane got 13.37 and then Williamson 13.38. But then just seen Hall, who also got around the 13.3 mark, he got 13.29. So those minor medals, if it does go according to script, which is Spadaro, who is the favourite, if it does go his way, those minor medals are fascinating to see how they are going to play out.
super exciting for our juniors to be announced to a big stadium like that and make a national final. I mean, there's nothing more exciting than hearing your name over the big loudspeakers. So hopefully that won't make them too nervous coming into this race, but they'll hop into their blocks now and we'll leave them in the starters' hands. So they're away first timer asking it. It is Spadaro in the middle there that peeps out and is the ones clearing the hurdles that chase for those minor medals. They're coming through for all of them coming through for those minor medals, but it is Spadaro who will cleanly clear all hurdles and absolutely motor through for it looks like I think it's going to be a PB as well unofficially, 12.62. We'll have to wait there on the results for second and third because I almost had a wall following behind him.
I think it was Minter who did get the silver medal, but Spadaro, all eyes were on him, and so they should be. Brilliant time for him. He came out like a rocket and was just so clean and being able to snap the lead leg down over the hurdles and really bounce off the track and continue to go. He was just incredible, Spadaro. Wait to see it officially.
12.61 PB for him. You'll watch it here. He just cleans them so nicely. He snaps through, which allows him to get his middle steps in so well in between those hurdles. So you can see that wall of athletes coming through and ever so slightly Minter dips to take that out from Kobe Hall with the bronze medal, the Victorian. So Spadaro, Minter, Hall, your under 14 medalists for the 90-metre hurdles.
13.16 for Minter and then Hall 13.19 with a plus 1.4. Just look at that photo finish. And he had to die for it, didn't he, Minter? And looking at all the results from him, they all went sub 14. In fact, they all went sub 13.75.
Oh, and PBs all round.
PBs. So there's Spadaro, 12.61, Minter 13.16, and Hall 13.19 to claim the medals for the under 14 national 90-metre hurdles final. We move to the 100-metre hurdles right now. They're just starting to set them up. This should be a very fascinating race, but just before we do that, here's the under 17s high jump.
So Scott at the moment currently in the lead of this competition. We'll see here go to clear that bar. I believe it sits at 175 and she's pretty happy with that. That is Alicia Gear from Victoria who sits in fourth at the moment. She'll go to take this one and she'll clear that. That's a clear PB at 166. I believe at the moment she sits out of that competition. So Scott we see again go over the bar. Another really clean clear. I believe that would have been at 175. The Victorian again, very happy with that one.
As she should be. There's Phillips just coming off the mat. Her best in the end was 169, so she walked away with the bronze medal. And then here comes Scott. So her best was 175. And that looked to be the jump. She couldn't believe it. 175. She cleared 172 on her first attempt. Took her 2 attempts to get to 175. And 3 attempts, I should say, to get over it. And in the end, she was able to do it. And she was in disbelief with how good she was able to perform. Downward for the silver medal, 1 metre 69. She did attempt 172, but couldn't get over it. And then in the end, we're just on how Madeline Scott would go. And she did attempt 1 metre 77. But it wasn't meant to be for her on this occasion. There was 3 fouls for her, but still walks away with gold. What more could you want for the under 17 women's high jump?
Well, I mean, they have an incredible amount of role models at the moment coming through. The moment, I mean, Izzy Lewison-Rowe, she is a role model, but junior. I mean, she's an under 20 athlete who is starting to become incredibly competitive against the 2 greats in our country, Patterson and McDermott. I mean, she's doing or Slager. Sorry, I forget she changed names there. What a fabulous competition. I mean, I think I saw Izzy Lewison-Rowe down here in the stands doing some coaching recently earlier in the week. So incredible role models and people to look up to in high jumping at the moment. You can see the shot put competition underway in the middle of the stadium at the moment. That event there, I believe, is our...
So that'd be for the under 18s by the looks of it.
So
there's Sophie Williams, who is actually going to be doing the shot put, and then she'll be wandering over to do hurdles.
She a multi-eventer?
Multi-eventer, yes. She picked up bronze at the National Championships in Sydney for the under-20s. Not doing the heptathlon at these championships, but doing pretty much every event that is in the heptathlon.
I think it's so impressive to see some of our junior heptathletes be so competitive in the individual events, which is just crazy.
Yeah, she's definitely a young star in the making, Sophie Williams, as these next group of hurdlers prepare to start. They'll be stretched from lanes 1 to 10, so we're using all the lanes. Definitely, when you look at the qualifying times, a few athletes that do stick out are going to be in lane 3, Tilly McBain, who did run 14:39. Also, Liam Bergen, who is the Queenslander, she ran 14:11 to have the fastest qualifying time coming into this final. And
Now
she's going to be starting in lane 5.
I watched these races yesterday and I just thought McBain looked spectacular. I mean, to run what she ran, 14:39, was just exceptional, and she looked so relaxed doing it. So I think she is going to be a real threat. I know Lynn Bergen, the Queenslander, hometown, families in the crowd, friends in the crowd, potentially here to push her along. 14:11, so she has actually qualified faster, but for me, it was McBain that just stood out. She was able to switch off in her race. She cleared those hurdles so well.
So McBruggan, she's in lane 5 from Queensland. Keep an eye on her. McBain, who certainly one who caught a lot of people's attention. She's in lane 4. And then just looking at the medalists from last year, Gracie Lee Briggs, she does return. She won the bronze when they were under 16s. She's going to be in lane 3, so she's right next to McBain and just 2 away from Liam Bruggan, who did qualify the fastest with that 14:11. Gracie Lee Briggs will be in lane 3. Also, just looking at some of the other fast qualifying times we did have. Saw a Joseph-Riogi from New South Wales, 14:40 is what she was able to do. She is actually the silver medalist from last year. There's a full look at our start list. And the athlete we are speaking about, Sora Jevic, is in lane number 6. White is in 7. Tatarasul in lane 8. Brayshaw lane 9. Liam Bruggan is in 5. McBain 4. Briggs 3. Sosi is in lane 10. And then going back to the inside, it's Cox and Howlett. Liam Bruggan one to watch.
This
Sora
whole field
Jevic as
could
well.
take it, though. I mean, look at
Yes.
the qualifiers. Like, it's hurdles. Anything can happen. You've got to clear them. So that's the key part here. Can you successfully get through all the hurdles without hitting anything, without clipping anyone? Can you successfully clear the sticks?
There's McBain, Liam Bruggan, Sora Jevic, White from Victoria, qualified 14:84. Tatarasul from New South Wales. There's Molly Brayshaw and Bit Osi from Queensland. So the athletes definitely watch stretch from 3 through to 6. Briggs, McBain, Liam Bruggan and Sora Jevic. Under 17 women's 100 hurdle final set to go. Good start from Briggs, so too Howlett. Over the first 2s, McBain, who's in control. Cox goes with her. From New South Wales, Sora Jevic moving hard. It's McBain who's in complete control of this race. Over the last one she goes and flies to the finish line to get the national gold. Awesome stuff from her. Not far behind her was Liam Bruggan, but 13:96 the winning time for Tilly McBain, who is the under 17 national champion.
What a fabulous run. I feel like she got really up into her running. It looked like it took her maybe 2 flights of hurdles to kind of find the rhythm that she wanted into those hurdles. But once she got into that rhythm from hurdle 2 onwards through to that finish, she just controlled that race fabulously. You'll see this here. So she does get a reasonably good start. She's out with the rest of them. But I find these ones a little bit sloppy, and then she comes in and she knows what she's doing. Her steps are almost exactly the same. It's copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, and then finish line.
She really attacked the hurdle, didn't she? And that can be something which athletes struggle to do, but she had no fear at all regarding those hurdles. And when we confirm the results, it is still a sub-14 race. It has been rounded up a fraction, 13.98 for Liam Bruggen. It is 14.12, and for Gracie Lee Briggs, she returns to the podium running 14.35.
So what an exciting race for our under 17 women there. I mean, we've got our under 18 men's final to come, I believe, is the next one on the track.
We'll go under 18 women's first, just so that we can stick with the 100 hurdles, just so we're not shuffling backwards and forwards. So that is, whenever some people look at the hurdles and they wonder why we have a continuous stream of women and then we go into men, it's just because the hurdles are a bit different. So the under 18s, they go with the 100 hurdles, and then for the boys, they move to the under 17s after, then the under 18s, and that's when we'll go to the 110 metre hurdles. Here's a look at shot put, which is currently being done towards the start line end of the venue. And there is the under 14s that we are seeing right now. Just some warm-up throws for the under 14s, and for the under 18s, which we are seeing, also being done at the same time. They are going to get underway shortly. There's Bahungu for the under 14s. So far, look very good, have all these shot putters with their technique. Here's Bahungu, just able to launch it fast. She'll be happy with how her warm-ups are proceeding.
So we can see this race here now lining up behind their blocks. I mean, this is an equally exciting one to what we saw just recently. So it is the under 18 girls final. I mean, there's a number of names that stick out to me, but probably the two that excite me the most, I'd have to say Jemima Hood, the Victorian, and Aisha Shave, the ACT athlete. Those two athletes come in again with times that put them into this final that are sub-14. So it'll be really interesting to see what they do. They're having them right next to each other is going to put the pressure on early. Who gets the better start? Who clears the first hurdle better? Who gets a little bit more stressed and uncomfortable when you have your competitor up on your shoulder? So I don't want to take anyone else out. I don't want to take anyone else out of this race. I mean, you've got Gayastos, the New South Waleser, who also ran 14.1, so that time's not too shabby, just on their shoulder. And then Amani Mahuhu, also another fantastic athlete in her own right.
So just for those wondering regarding World Junior qualifiers, because we have spoken about how it's not mandatory for the athletes to be an under 20 competing in the under 20s, but the heights are different for the under 18s to the under 20s. So the time to get for the 100 hurdles is 14.10, but that is with the height of 84 centimetres. So these girls are going to be racing over 76. So you may see times quicker than that 14.10. The thing is, that a World Junior qualifier, it won't be just because of the way where the heights are different for the under 18s through to the under 20s. We will see the under 20s contest in these championships a little bit later on, as our shot put athletes are starting to be prepared and to get ready. Maybe the first throw that we've seen for the under 14s as the competition have just started. Alexis Farrell is sitting on top right now. We've only seen 4 throwers. 10 metres 80s what she's thrown. Aaliyah Winter 9 metres 93. Jasmine Trotter 9 metres 43. And Forta Sky 9 metres 16. Here's Gillen. Now, these under 14s are throwing towards the finish line end. Gillen just able to glide back, and good throw from her. So we'll come back to that in just a while. So we have got the under 18s ready to go.
So there is your start lists on the screens right now. So it is a big heat of 10 in lane 1. You're from New South Wales, Emily Benfield. In lane 2, also from New South Wales, is Violet Langley. Flying across from New Zealand to contest our Australian titles is Jamie Fell. In lane 4 from New South Wales is Georgina Giastos. In lane 5 from Victoria with the signature pink ribbon is Jemima Hood. In lane 6 from ACT, the Australian Capital Territory, Aisha Shave. In lane 7 from Victoria, Amani Maria Huhu. In lane 8 from Western Australia, Tiana Lays. In lane 9 from Western Australia, Sophie Williams, rounding out our field. So super competitive group of young ladies here, and we look to see what they can do in this 110 hurdles. So they're just being introduced here. You can see that signature pink ribbon. Mitch and I talked about it yesterday. Goes beautifully with the royal blue from Victoria. Aisha Shave from the Australian Capital Territory, and Maria Huhu just being introduced now. The Western Australian Lays on your screen, getting ready to go, and standing next to her it is Sophie Williams, her compatriot also from Western Australia.
And Sophie has got the bronze medal from last year's Nationals and also the All Schools National Championships. And definitely an athlete to watch is Hood, because she has been in remarkable form. Taya Lays as well, who is in lane 8. And Aisha Shave, who's in lane number 6. Now she has got the silver from last year's National Championships.
So we are away first time of asking, and fairly even start. We'll see what they can make their moves, but it is Shave that gets out early. She looks like she's absolutely powering through these hurdles. Jemima Hood will need to hold her own now if she wants to beat Maria Huhu, but it is all Aisha Shave. She will take this one. You'll have Jemima Hood that comes through for a silver medal, and Maria Huhu hopped on the train and went choo-choo for a bronze medal.
Brilliant stuff from Shave. 13:61 is what the unofficial time is. It's with a plus 1.2. So she got the silver medal last year, and this time she's able to walk away with the gold. She had an excellent start, and her technique was just textbook material, perfect from her. And she's able to walk away from this stadium as the national champion after what was a great race last year up against some tough opponents, and this year just as tough, and she can go home the national champion. The start was pretty good. She was definitely the first to go over the first 2 hurdles, and then from hurdles 3 to 5, that's when she stretched clear, and then just on her inside, Hood was able to go with her for a bit, and so too on the inside of her in Fell, who had a really good race, but just complete happiness as what it should be for Aisha Shave. And looking at the confirmed time, 13.60, so gets rounded down, plus 1.2, and Hood, brilliant race.
So all our medalists there go sub 14, so what a spectacular run there. I mean, those times are very, very, very quick. So we see the final results there for our women's under 18 100-metre final. Aisha Shave, Jemima Hood, Amani, Maria Huhu. Incredible racing from those 4 women. In fact, the whole final, incredible racing. We will throw to a break now and be back with you very, very shortly.
Have your company at QSAC for the 2026 Australian Athletics Championships, and the fun, fantastic events just continue to keep rolling. We've got hurdles up shortly, but as you can see on screen right now, this is our under 14 shot put final. There's Gillen from Queensland to get it out there nicely and just exits the back of the circle.
Now, Ethan, do you think having the under 14s paired with the under 18s in this competition, I mean, they're almost throwing at similar times, do you think that would calm the under 14s? I guess seeing older girls, role models, girls who have been in this sport for a while kind of throw, or does it add a little bit of extra pressure where you're almost like, oh my gosh, those girls are throwing so far?
Yeah, well, it could make you stand a little bit taller as well, because you've got a lot of these girls, they're 4 years, they're junior, and they would be familiar with each other on the state scene, and they might be just in awe of what some of them are able to do. So may just make them stand a little bit taller and just say, hey, you know, you're 4 years my senior, I know that, but have a look at me and see what I can do, and maybe just try to show off ever so slightly. Not too much, but maybe just ever so slightly. So Corrigan, who is the Queenslander who is on top, has been able to throw 12 metres 06. Jones from Queensland, 11 metres 87. And Potter Abada from Victoria has thrown 11 metres 51.
What we can see on our screen now is the Victorian Geneva Moon. She's thrown 10.76 in her first round. And currently sitting in 6th place. So we'll watch this throw now. She looks extremely composed, setting up nicely. I love the shoes. I have a pair in similar colour, obviously not discus shoes, in the sunset yellow. So she'll go to throw this now. What a beautiful throw. That'll hopefully edge her out forward. She'll have to throw at least a fair few centimetres. I'm trying to do the math in my head quickly. Not today. She'll have to throw at least another half a metre or so to crack into those medals. So in the meantime, we will switch over to the men's hurdles. We see the under-17 final. Now, this one goes up in height in comparison to the women's and further in distance. It's the 110.
So you whack them back 10 metres and then you add it up by almost 15 centimetres. So they go to 110 metres and they have to hurdle over 91 centimetre hurdles. So going through the field, you'll be Czech from New South Wales, then Onaga from Queensland in lane 2. Have O'Dear from Victoria in lane 3, Gillett from New South Wales in 4, Osborne from Queensland in lane 5, then Miller from Queensland also, he's in lane 6, Faruga from New South Wales in lane 7, Phillips from Queensland lane 8, and Birchall from Queensland is in lane number 9. We're just having a look at the athletes definitely to keep an eye out for. Faruga, always an athlete to watch. He's the silver medalist from last year. And Faruga will go in lane number 7. We also won the all-school silver medal as well. Now
Big
the defending
deep breath there from Osborne, the Queenslander. Mitch saw him yesterday. He seemed very composed and took a number of big deep breaths coming into his heat. So a bit of breath work to calm the nerves and hopefully get him in the right headspace for that one, Ethan.
He definitely is a contender. He won the bronze medal last year. But without our defending champion, Intravan Ackerman. Faruja 7, Osborne 5. Osborne got a quick start, likewise with Faruja. Brickell on the outside, out hard, towards the inside. Onga away quickly. Osborne coming through, dragging with him is Faruga. Faruga draws level with Osborne, moves past him, and Faruga moves into the gold medal. 14.09 for him, a plus 1.4, moves up the podium. Silver last year, and Max Faruga, the national champion now for the under-17s.
Just by looking at the hurdles in front of us, I think the difference there is that 5th hurdle ended up on the ground. So that was Harry Osborne in lane 5, and it just shows what happens when you clip those hurdles there. Just that tiny little bit of unsteadiness or break in your stride or your racing allows you not to run as well as you would have hoped, and that's where Faruga really came through.
Unbelievable for him. 14.08 is the time with a plus 1.4. Have a look at the replay. There was about 8 athletes who were definitely in it. It was Osborne who got a really good start. Faruga at halfway, he was probably in 3rd. And then over those hurdles, he was just able to extend himself away from some of his competitors, draw level with Osborne. And then it was only over the final one did he really have complete control of the race. Gillett, by the way, from New South Wales, 2nd. 14.26 in Osborne. 14.28. Awesome race from them. Plus 1.4. Should be so happy with that. Faruja had to really work for it, didn't he? Did not have it all of his own way. Here's a look at the results. So Faruga confirmed time 14.08. Gillett 14.26 and Osborne 14.28. Onaga from Queensland 14.42 for 4th place. So we still have got one more hurdles race to come, which is going to be the under-18s. Before that, back to shot put we go. Here's the under-14s.
I think that is Parisha Thorabada. She's sitting in 3rd place at the moment with a throw of 11.51. So we'll see her 2nd throw here, I believe. She absolutely motors that out. I think that'll be over 12 metres from where we're looking. So I think that potentially could end up putting her into 1st place there. I mean, we're looking at a little bit of a different angle. We're waiting for that flag to come up. We want to see it white. That'll mean she'll, I think it's already been up then, white flag. So we'll want to see what that pops up to be. But that is a massive throw, yeah, 11.65, so just off that mark there. So we'll see the ACT athlete there. She's going to come in for her throw, so super exciting. That is Forsyth. She's currently sitting in 13th spot at the moment, Matilda there. So she's thrown at her best 19.16 at this competition, 8.82 in the 2nd. So this will be her 3rd and final throw. Just ends up looking like it'll be a foul, heads out of that little V section.
And just looking at the under-18 shot put, which you can see just next to where our hurdles are starting from. So these shot puts are at either end of the field. Sewer has been able to throw 16 metres 07 from New Zealand, and Fletcher, also from New Zealand, occupies second place with 14.92. So the top three for the Aussies, I hear you ask. So Wong is on top with 14.41. Len Latanis is in second for the Aussies, fourth overall, 13.81. And then Tarabe in fifth place with a throw of 13 metres 79. I'm just preparing with the javelin right now. That's our under 18 boys jav. And we are up to round one, or it's round two, excuse me, of the competition. Andrews, he does have the lead. The Tasmanian in Hundinge is sitting in second with a throw of 58 metres 90. And then Thomas Blackman from New South Wales, 58 metres 28. Here's Aaliyah Winter from Western Australia for the under 14 shot put, down towards the finish line end. Looks a little frustrated with it, but still be a valid attempt. So Balak from New South Wales, this is who is throwing right now. He has thrown 52 metres 59, and he's in sixth at the moment. He didn't just get the release he wanted, but still goes out fairly far, goes over the 40 metre mark, approaching 50, but not quite 50 metres. Back to shot put we go. And it's the South Australian in Trotter, who has thrown 9 metres 51. She's in 12th place. Looked to be a better throw. Campbell right now, about to throw. Campbell looking on the sheet, hasn't been able to record a distance from round one. Did have a foul, but how does he go round number two? And this one just goes over the 40 metre mark, so probably be around the mid-40s. And by the way, if you do want to check out all the start lists, all of the results, everything you could want, just go to the Roster Athletics website or the app that has all the start lists and all the results live. So if you do miss anything, or if you do want to see how the next few races are going to line up in terms of start list, just go over to our Roster Athletics app or website. Just type in the Australian Athletics Championships. If it's not already on the homepage, then that's what you'll need to do to find it. As the under 18 110 metre hurdles next up.
Yeah, we've transitioned from those under 17 through to those under 18. Similar to what you said with the women's ones, these won't be World Junior qualifiers because the height just ever so slightly differs there. This is a big field of 9 athletes. You'll see them come up on the screen now. From Queensland is Frederick Van Gaal. From Victoria, Hayden Edwards. In lane 3 from Queensland, Samuel Gastash Malahagas. In lane 4, I'd probably say the favourite for this one, Cameron Badger. He looked fantastic this morning. In lane 5 from Queensland, Thomas Purcell. In lane 6, the South Australian, Ken Ferrante Tananakwa. He's also a fabulous athlete in his own right. We see Alex Sparado from New South Wales go from lane 7. Joshua White from South Australia in lane 8. And rounding out our field closest to you, ladies and gentlemen, it is Matthew Reid from Queensland. Get around him, friends and families. He will absolutely want that coming into his final. So a little bit of nervous energy running through at the moment, and we will leave you with the starters' hands as they prepare into this final here. So the athletes to watch 3, 4, 5, 6 in the middle lanes are starting to do that. Getting out hard is Samuel Gastes Malahawes, but it is the likes of Purcell that'll start to push through now. Ken now a little bit unsteady and he pulls through in these last hurdles, but it will be the Queenslanders, the hometown ones. I think it'll be Samuel Gastes Malahawes that will get the best there, followed in by lane 5, Thomas Purcell, who will come through for silver. It was a dip there, dip at the line. Really disappointing there for Ken from South Australia. He did a fabulous job early, but just managed to hit hurdle 5 and 6, which just unsteadied him a little bit coming into those final hurdles. And Badger as well, the New South Wales athlete, also dipping for the line. So you can see that on the screen now. It was really close for that third place. Let's watch this replay here. Just fabulous clearance from the first three. Ken really does his work in these middle section of hurdles, but just clips this next one here, which makes him a little bit unsteady coming into these final few hurdles. So I'd say he probably didn't get the start that he wanted in that race and therefore attempted to make it up. So I'm just having our results come through here. It will be the Queenslander Samuel Gastas Malahawes that'll get that result. We talked about close results earlier today. What decides championships? 13-3-5, 3-3-4-5 for gold.
Whoa. And
Thomas Purcell, our other Queenslander, 13-3-5, 3-5-0. So such a close margin there, Ethan.
So 5 1,000ths of a second to end up separating it from our two Queenslanders. Here's a look at the complete results. And in the end, it was Badger who got the bronze. 13.51 for him. Spadaro as well. Well done for 13.55. Well, that's the hurdles done. We've still got plenty more track and field action coming up next. We've got some para 200 metre finals, and then we move into the under 17 200 metre heats. So don't go anywhere. Heaps of exciting track and field action is just around the corner.
We are back at the Australian Junior National Championships up here in Brisbane. It's a beautiful looking afternoon, blue sky, sun shining down on half of our track. We've had a fabulous morning of competition so far and so much good stuff to come. You can see javelin going on in that room, shot put, high jump, and we're going to head over late in a little bit to the opposite side of the track for our para 200 metres.
And they should be really exciting. We saw how good those 400 metres were before, and now we get some 200 metre action just happening very shortly. Then we move into the heats of the under 17s and the under 18s 200s, and they should be just as exciting. Here's a look at our javelin competition, which is underway, the under 18 javelin. The leading throw, by the way, from Caden Andrews, 68 metres 74, an unbelievably good throw. And there's Edmund Stone from Western Australia, 185.
Very busy down that end of the track right now. You can see the high jump competition starting to warm up. You've got the under 14, under 18 shot put. As you said just before, the javelin is going on in the background. Now they're throwing our under 18s a 700-gram javelin. I'm not a thrower. I don't understand particularly how the javelining works. Ethan, you'll be able to shed some light on that for us?
So it's all just about the distribution of the weight in the javelin. So some of the time, and we saw back in the very olden days where they were throwing 100 odd metres, they had to redistribute where the weight is. I can't exactly remember where the weight is distributed for these javelins, but yeah, for the open women's and the under 20 women's, they throw with 600 grams, and then for the under 20s and open men, they throw with the 800-gram javelins.
I mean, thinking of javelins, I don't know why this is what comes to mind when I think of the javelin, but it's an Olympic javelin event. Oh, that would have been at least maybe 20 years ago, where the javelin went through, or managed to, everyone was okay, but actually ended up going through one of the officials. So when I think of javelin, for some reason, that's what comes to mind.
Yeah, there's been a few frightening incidences I've seen as well on the local scene in Western Australia. There's been a few occasions, but thankfully...
We just saw Ken on the track in the hurdles, and he's over to the javelin. That's less than 10 minutes recovery. Let's see what he can do here over their throws.
So unleashes the spear brilliantly and goes over 50 metres, approaches 60, 52, 55 was Tanakawa's best coming into this round. Where is that going to place him now? So it will be a best throw for him. He was in 8th. I'm just measuring it right now, and he's going to leapfrog Ballack and go into 7th, having thrown 54 metres 09.
So what an impressive athlete to be able to switch from hurdle brain to javelin brain in such a short period of time. I mean, that's his second throw, right? So he pretty much would have run off the hurdles, went in nicely, almost like run off to slow down into the hurdles, grab the javelin and all the way through. Maybe he needs to start a new event, hurdles through to javelin.
Would definitely be a way to get a few people's support. A lot of the multi-eventers would love to do it. Here's Edmund Stone. 41 metres 95 is the best for him. She unfortunately pushed it up in the air a bit too much. Does go over 40 metres by the looks of it. 41.95 is his best so far. As we are starting to prepare for these para 200 metre races. Remember, it's all about them racing the clock. So it will be Fallowfield on the inside from New South Wales in 3, Thompson from Queensland in lane 4, Hotties from New South Wales in 5, and then Weddenburn. And a good start from Weddenburn from New South Wales. Likewise with Fallowfield on the inside in lane number 3. Hotties and Thompson come behind from New South Wales and for Queensland. It's all about them racing the clock. And coming into the home straight first on the outside is Weddenburn. A T21 competitor from New South Wales is about 20 metres ahead of Fallowfield, who is a T20 competitor also from New South Wales. But storming in front of the Brisbane sign, they will come down to the finish line with a good time with 31.65 for Weddenburn. We'll wait and see what happens for Fallowfield, but a great race for both of these girls, and it's all about the times. Don't forget, we still got 2 athletes on track. Here comes Thompson from Queensland on her home track. A memorable performance for her. 0.4 is the tailwind for this race, by the way. And let's bring home our next competitor from New South Wales, T37. Hotties from New South Wales comes to the finish line. Great time from her. We'll wait to see it all officially be checked, but the under 15 para 200 metre race has concluded, and the winning time, or the time for Weddenburn to cross her first across the line, I should say, 31.63 is what it's been confirmed to. For Fallowfield, 31.51. Thompson, 48.69, and Hotties, 60.60. They are the times, and we'll see what points that gives them.
What a fantastic race. So competitive, and it's so nice to see so many of our para athletes compete. Now you can see they've been really quick there organising that through. So it is Indiana Wedderburn that comes through. She took line honours, and she will also take the gold medal in this women's under 15 para 200 metre event.
Awesome for her. Points of about 101. Some very good results for her. If you want to see all the results, just go to the roster athletics website as the best way for you to be able to do it. The under 17 200 metre para
now this
final,
one looks fantastic as well. We've got 7 athletes, lining up to contend this under 17 200 metre para event. You can see the start list there. In lane 2 from New South Wales, a T44 athlete, Lucy Gilmore. Another athlete representing New South Wales in lane 3, Lexi Brown, our T47 athlete. From Victoria, Lara Pearson, a T20 athlete. In lane 5 from Queensland. She's at home. She's got the family and the crowd around her. It is Katara Clark-Small, a T20 athlete. In lane 6 from New South Wales, our T38 athlete, Alaya Kolowaski. In lane 7 from Victoria, Zoe Schultz, our T38 athlete, and flying across all the way from New Zealand, T37 athlete, Charlotte Eloise Walker.
It should be a good race. Just on paper, Brown and Pearson could be the ones who cross the line first, and as you and I have spoken about before, Elo, it doesn't tend to deviate all that much from who crosses the line first, second and third as to where the medals do eventually land up. It's not set in stone that whoever crosses the line first will automatically receive a medal, but usually it's how the race does fold out, and you don't see too many changes from the top 3.
No, and I mean, it does set the race up really well. It is all each to their own. Everyone, they're really racing the clock. I mean, for some of our athletes here, you can see Lara Pearson and Clark Small in lanes 4 and 5. They're both T20 athletes, so they'll know they'll need to beat each other if they want to guarantee whatever spot that may be. And the same situation happens, as you can see, our athletes in lane 6 and 7, our New South Wales, Kolowaski, and our Victorian Schultz. They're both T38 athletes. So sometimes within these races, you can almost see little races playing out.
Yes.
You need to know kind of where your competitors sit. You are racing the clock, but you have to beat the athletes with the same category to guarantee that being in front of them. And I think these athletes, they'd be well enough experienced now to have a fairly good understanding of what the other classifications might be and where that kind of sits them and how much they might have to beat other athletes by.
Yeah, very, very good observation, Ella. They're very familiar with each other's performances and what they need to get.
So we're going to look to the inside here in lane 3 and 4 as they're in the starters' hands now. So as expected, it is our Victorian Pearson that gets out really well, and she hops up onto the stagger of the athletes on the outer side of the lane and leads them into the bend. But behind her, Lexi Brown won't be too far behind and will look to kind of close in these final 80 metres. But Pearson is having an absolutely fantastic run here. She is chasing down the clock. She wants to put a PB on the board and she wants to guarantee potential medals. So she will take line honours in a time of 26.74 with a plus 2.9. So won't be an official PB. That one's not legal with a 2.9, but that's a pretty big run to be proud of. And absolutely, I said to Mitch yesterday, I know people get a bit funny about the wind, but my personal belief is, yes, it doesn't count, but you have to run it. So
Correct.
if you've run it windy, you've run it, and it gives you the opportunity to do it non-windy. So you can see that photo finish there. So close with those two New South Wales athletes trailing her in Brown and Kolowaski. So we'll wait now to see how they do the medals.
Just incredible technique that Pearson had. And just on your point, yes, the wind may have been 2.9, but she still had to move her legs. 26.73 is her confirmed time to cross the line first. Then Brown, 27.35 for her. As we get a full look at the results, at 93.56 to Pearson, so it does look like she's going to take home the gold medal. Brown, 89.39. And then Kalawalshich, 29.51 for her, 87.83. So they do look like the medalists. So we will just wait for it all to be officially confirmed, but that's what it does look like to us.
So that'll be an example where they come through as 1, 2, 3 and they stay 1, 2, 3 on the podium. So that does happen. But as you said, we do need to wait for the official results. We've got an incredible group of individuals at Athletics Australia that assist in calculating those classifications and doing those medal calculations. So everyone really plays a role in that. So we come back to the javelin to have a look at what's been going in that competition. It's the New South Wales athlete Campbell who goes for a big throw here. It releases nicely now. He is sitting in about 10th at the moment, so that's a fairly decent throw from him. We see another one of our New South Wales athletes, Elijah Ballock, so he'll throw now, releases that really well. Looks like it's a little bit high, though I'm not the best at javelin, so I don't want to be critiquing them when I might not be the one to. So Blackman from New South Wales, he throws. He's currently sitting in 3rd place at the moment, and I think that throw there put him into that 3rd place with a throw of 60.1. Our Tasmanian athlete, another really decent throw there.
Yeah, so he's in 2nd place, the Tassie, and here's the man we were speaking about before, Tanakawa, who recently came off from the hurdles, but this throw just won't be good enough to see him go higher than 7th place, which is what he is at the moment, 54.09. But we are in round 3, just in the concluding stages of it, and it does look like, should all things stay the same, Tanakawa will receive another throw. It's the top 8 that are able to add an additional throw onto their campaign.
I think that really does help. Like, I think that adds an extra element to our field competitions. Because imagine going out going, all right, I've thrown my best throw early. I think that extra round gives you that little bit of, okay, I got one more opportunity, a little bit of extra adrenaline flowing. What can I do in this final round? And so many times we've seen field competitions really won in that final round.
Yep, hello to you, Kelsey Lee Barber. Also, Brooke Bushkull from just last week in Sydney. Delta Amadzowski was leading that long jump competition by about 5 centimetres. And then we had Brooke Bushkull, a very experienced campaigner and a very good long jumper, the national record holder, of course. She was able just to use that experience she's been able to gain and see her on top.
I mean, one of my favourite field competitions that I've watched, and the field athletes might disagree with me here because I'm not having to compete in it, so I don't know how that plays into their role, but I think it's the the Diamond League final. I think you saw the top 3 athletes would go and then get their third throw, and it wasn't, or the third throw or the third jump, it was that jump that counted for the medal, and I really like that.
You're entering very dangerous territory because that was not well received at all, but I can understand why I liked it. Did add a little bit extra theatre into it.
From a viewing point of view, I just thought that was so exciting. You're coming in thinking, well, you've got 3 exceptional athletes, but athletes or throws athletes don't always perform best in their best every round. I mean, we see no jumps, no throws. So how do you execute that jump or that throw when it counts, and can you execute a big one when that a little bit of extra pressure is on?
You're entering very dangerous territory. I like the way that you've broken it down and explained your beliefs to it, but I just remember just looking at some of the tweets when it first arrived, and to say it wasn't the most warmly received initiative in track and field is probably an understatement, but when you break it down like that, it is hard not to argue.
Well, I mean, Mitch always says you can't be a fit fence sitter, so I've got to sit on some side of the fence, and my personal belief is it makes it a bit exciting for the viewers, so happy to cop it there if I need to.
So here's the under-20 para 200-metre finals. It's Gout, who will be a competitor from lane 3. Then Averti T38 is her classification. She's in lane 4. Pete from New South Wales, T36, she's in lane 5. And Smiley from Tasmania in lane 6, T20 is her classification. So we don't have 2 of the same classifications here, so it's really going to be interesting. Usually, as you've spoken about before, Ella, you can get an understanding of where the medals might fall in regards to when we've got a few of the same athletes sharing the same classification. It can often give a bit of an indication as to which way it might go, but this race is definitely wide open. So there you saw Go from France before. Averti from New South Wales, there she is on your screen. A wonderful camera team and production team able to zoom out. There's Pete, T36, and there's Smiley just after in lane number 6.
I think it's just so fantastic to have. We've seen a number of French athletes, but French para-athletes wanting to come to Australia and compete. I think it just shows what a fabulous competition that Athletics Australia is able to put on for our junior competitors.
Completely agree. Under 20 women's para 200-metre final is not far away at all from a start. Go from France, Averti, New South Wales, Pete, New South Wales, Smiley, 6 from Tasmania. Go, just getting some assistance from one of our fantastic officials, making sure all the block placements are okay and everything that the athletes need. We do have wonderful officials in Australian athletics at the moment, and it really is an exciting time to be an official because we have got the Olympic Games coming up in 2032, and there is still time. If you want to be an official and if you want to have the best seats at the 2032 Olympic Games, to see so many of our Australian track and field stars do what they do best, which is hopefully going to be winning a heap of medals at the track and field at the 2032 Games. If you want to have the best seat that there is, come be an official. Welcome anyone with open arms. You can learn from the best in the world. You see so many times that when it's the Olympics and Com Games, it's just a real Aussie official watch. When you get to be familiar with some of the officials, you understand that there's just so many at those Olympics and World Championships, and you can be one of them at 2032. And these athletes are going to be looking to do the same at the Paralympics in 2032. A fast start from Gout, but they will come back. We'll let our start team work out what is the next course of action. Gout in lane 3, Laverty lane 4, Pete lane 5, and then Smiley in 6. So hopefully it's nothing too major to be concerned with. Hopefully everything will just be A-OK. See the officials come out. Unfortunately for Gout, going to be a red card. So she's taken it well. It's always so heartbreaking when we see an athlete disqualified. But unfortunately, the rules are the rules. So Gout, she looks like she's taken it pretty well. She did get issued the red card. We've just got one of our officials explaining to her what the process is from here. She may just be explaining to the officials that she did hear a second noise, but we'll let our officials work it out. So we hope you're enjoying these championships.
Now, when we talk about DQing, right, they can actually run under protest and I guess sort it out later. We've seen a number of athletes do that in the past. There's actually one that comes to mind where I can't remember who it was, but he broke and he goes, I just want to run. I just want to run. I don't mind if I don't get a time. I just want to run. So I don't think they allowed that happen, but it does happen where they actually are protesting.
And I think for there to be an athlete running under protest, there has to be a bit of doubt, but here we go. A fast start from Smiley on the outside, so too Pete. Laverty out well, look at Go, flying along the bend, moves past Laverty and Pete and challenges Smiley into the straight. It's Go who's untouchable at the moment with 80 metres to sprint. Go stretches from the field, Laverty's in second, and then from Tassie it's Smiley who's after her, but Go powers away to the finish line. Final 5 metres, executes it beautifully. 27.42, her time to take line honours. Smiley was able to outdip Laverty and take second across the line, then Laverty, and then Pete. We'll wait to see what it all gets confirmed to, but a plus 1.1 and 27.42, the unofficial winning time.
She looks very excited with that. We saw a fairly big celebration as she crossed the line there. Nothing like our juniors getting around themselves. It's so exciting. And she looks, even then, just celebrating that win. Coming across from France, taking the big travels and taking that Australian national title. I mean, well, of course, our other 3 competitors will get on the podium, but taking that honorary medal is not a bad thing.
27.40 is what the time has been confirmed to. Smiley 29.56. Let's have a look at how the results stacked up. Go 89.16 for her, Laverty 87.44, and then Pete walks away with bronze at 85.97. Smiley should come across the finish line second, but unfortunately for her, she won't get the silver medal. She will get the bronze because don't forget, Go will be awarded with a honorary medal and it will be a gold. So Laverty's our national champion, then Pete, and then Smiley.
Now, on the opposite end of the track, our under 17s are about to get underway for their 200 metre heats. I mean, these are absolutely stacked. There are 3 heats, which means we will end up here with top 2 and next 3 fastest. And man, is it going to be hard to get into these finals. I mean, we're seeing such an incredible... I'm looking at this first heat here. I mean, you've got Kev De Silva, who was lightning over his 100 earlier in the week. I mean, we saw Matthew Crichton, who's also an incredible, fabulous athlete from Victoria. I believe he's actually coached by a second cousin of mine. Bit of a weird coincidence there.
Okay.
But
so do you get some intel at your family catch-ups?
Do I get some... well, I feel if Anne, you are listening, I'm sure I'll receive a text message to let me know. But he's an incredible athlete, did exceptional. I believe ran PBs up at the Victorian Championships just before the Junior Championships earlier in the year. So he'll be one to watch as well with a PB at 22.35. But I think Kev De Silva's really the one to beat here. He's got 21.45, so we'll see what he can do. This field is really spread, I mean, across all lanes. So in that is Crichton in the blocks there, getting ready to do his final preparations coming into the start. But as a reminder, it's 3 heats, so we're looking for the top 2 and next 3 fastest.
It should be interesting for how the under-17s are able to go. Kevin De Silva, he's just a name that immediately launches off the page, isn't he? He has been able to go fast before going sub-21.50s. PB is 21.45.
Just exceptional for someone his age. And I think I said this in the heats when we were up here a couple of days ago when I watched those 100s. He's just lightning off the ground. Like, the floor is really lava. I mean, I wouldn't want to have to compete against him in the floor is lava or anything like that because he just moves beautifully across the ground.
But they are just assembling and ready to go. There's Kevin De Silva. Brilliant athlete in his own right. We saw what he was able to do in the 100 metres, an extremely close 100 metres as well. Forget, good photo finish between first all the way through to third. And De Silva has got some unfinished business, because in the 200 metres last year, walked away with silver, all schools champion though.
So we see that start list come out for the first of 3 heats. It is from 1 to 9, Crichton, Wynn, Hornsey, De Silva, Keats, Schmidt, French, Lockhart and Heritage. So big field of 9 in this first heat of 3. Reminder to everyone watching, it is top 2, next 3 fastest. They'll want to lock in those spots by coming top 2 and avoid that zone of uncertainty. So they're just being prepared there. That's the New South Wales athlete Hornsey that you can see there in out of lane 3. Sorry, apologies. That is our Hornsey in the outside, and that is Wynn on the inside there. So incredible field here, Boyd. Mix of states. We've got Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland, ACT. They're hopping into their blocks now, and we'll leave you in the starters' hands. It is Lockhart out wide. The Queenslander really taking his time there, making the boys wait, hoping that he can get a little bit of extra nerves and really dominate in this race. We're away for this first heat, and it is a fairly even start. I would say it is Lockhart that now starts to lead them around this bend, but this is where De Silva will do his work. He wants to come off that bend face, and he wants to show a little bit of ego and who he is really to beat. So it is De Silva that comes off in. He looks really relaxed in this last 50 metres. Lockhart won't be too far behind him, but it is all too easy for De Silva. He pops in sub 22, 21.75. Now that is a good statement in the first round of a heat of an under 17. 200 metres.
21.75, unbelievable. His PB is 21.45, so he is a little bit outside of it, but when you look at the context of the race, he came into the home straight and he really switched it off pretty instantly, didn't he? He came in 80 metres to go, just started having a look around. The arm drive wasn't as fast as what it was around the bend, but De Silva, silver last year in the under 16s, and now, after seeing that, the competitors going in the next heat may just be thinking, okay, this may be a little bit more difficult than what we initially thought it would be. There's a look at the photo finish.
So close for that second automatic spot, and it is actually the Victorian Crichton that gets it over the Queenslander Lockhart. So Lockhart did so much early in that first 50 metres. I think his race plan would have been, who can be first to the steeplechase? Can I set this race up well so when I come off this bend, I'm going to be in a really good position? But I think as he starts to come off this bend, he just tenses up a little bit as he feels the pressure of the likes of De Silva and Crichton much further on his inside, and just didn't allow himself to open up in that final part of his race. So it is a season's best for Lockhart. He'll have to wait. He's one of those time qualifiers at the moment. Those three sit at 22.40, 22.64 and 22.88. So you'll have to wait now, sit in the zone of uncertainty, sit in the hot seat, whatever you want to call it. Don't get too nervous and don't count yourself out, because we've still got 2 heats to go.
Tallara goes in this next race. He is the champion from last year. He would have just seen how the silver medalist from those 200 metres last year went, and I wonder if he's going to be thinking, do I just do what I need to do and get into the final, or do I try to make a statement? So he's going to be starting in lane 1. Just on his outside is Madigan from the ACT, Lark from New South Wales 3, Mick Leonard from South Australia 4, Foley from New South Wales 5, Hill from Queensland is going to be in lane 6, Lynch from New South Wales in 7, Cruz from New South Wales in 8, and then Brooklyn Bennett from Western Australia in lane 9. There's a full look at the start list. Brooklyn Bennett, an interesting athlete. He competed in the 100 metres and the 400 metres. So how does he go when he moves into the 200 metres? I heard some interesting mail at the warm-up track yesterday. The only reason why he did the 100 yesterday is because he did it at States, and the only reason he did it at States is because he wanted to have a bit of fun, then ran sub 11 and thought, why not try it at Nationals, and then he made a final from it.
Whoa, I'd love to be able to do that. Hey, I'm just going to have a little bit of fun, make a national final, you know.
Yep.
But I think that's the way our juniors should
Yep.
be competing. I think we forget about this. Yes, it's national titles, but your juniors.
Correct.
Like, at the end of the day, these junior competitions are preparations into our seniors, and if you're not enjoying the sport, then I think you need to have a real hard look at what you're doing.
Yep, bullseye. Exactly right, Ella. Couldn't have said it better myself. So Todorovsky, he is in lane 1. There he is from New South Wales, the defending champion from last year. How quick does he rip around the bend? Also keep an eye on Ashton Foley from New South Wales. He is going to be starting in lane 5, 21.97. So they are the two athletes who have been able to go sub 22 in this race, Foley and Todorovsky. Starter about to call them to on their marks. Heat 2 of 3. It's the top 2, then the next 3 fastest that progress through to the final. It's been a wonderful day at QSAC for the 2026 Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Hope you've enjoyed it on 7+. What else would you rather be doing on a Friday evening than just relaxing and watching athletics? About to start, Heat 2. Todorovsky fast away, likewise with Hill and Foley in the middle. Hill moving well, likewise with Lynch, who flies up to cruise, and then Foley in the middle in lane 5, surges off the bend and passes everybody on his outside. Todorovsky did that better. He's leading with 40 metres to go. He's up by 5. Todorovsky into the final. Joining him from New South Wales is going to be Foley. Bennett will have to wait on times. 21.47, the unofficial winning time, into a minus 0.2, and Todorovsky, like we saw De Silva do in the last heat, makes a statement in these under-17s.
I thought Todorovsky was going to put holes in the track with how much force he was putting through the ground. I mean, I almost felt the stadium shake from up here.
Looked impeccable, did he? We were keeping an eye on how Foley would go around the bend, and he ran it beautifully, but Todorovsky just ran it better, was able to catch everybody by the time he entered into the home straight. There's a look at the photo finish. 21.48 is the confirmed time for him, which may actually be a championship record for him and for this under-17s 200 metres. Ashton Foley, 21.99, and Brooklyn Bennett, incredible for him. So it is a championship record. The old one stood at 21.49, and now he's got it 21.48, so he's put his name out there, definitely. He's performed extremely well.
You said it. Was he going to wait, or was he going to put a statement on the track? And I think he said, De Silva, come and catch me if you can. But that one's going to be hard to beat. Championship record in the heats. Also, he sets that whole race up really well. I'm looking at those results, and only one athlete has not run a PB there. So he's pulled him out hard. You've got 2-time qualifiers coming from there. So at the moment, Brooklyn Bennett and Ethan Hill hits that zone of uncertainty in 22.14 and 22.58. So you can see those results up on the clock there and the little cues.
Little cues to Bennett, 21.14. Only 3 little cues are distributed in these 200 metres, by the way. Hill, 22.58, also gets a little cue. We are preparing for heat number 3.
I'd say this one is equally as competitive. I mean, we have another 2 athletes in this field that have gone sub 22 before. That is Veltman, the Victorian, out of 4, and the New South Waleser, Rory Maldoni, out of 7. So both those athletes have run exceptionally in this competition already and throughout the season to put those kind of times on the boards. So we'll really have to see what they do here.
Here's a look at a high jump competition that is going on, which is taking place closest towards the finish line. Here's Tan. He's able to charge in. It's the under-18s, by the way, and the height of the bar is at 1.80 metre. Owen Veltman in this next 200 metres, definitely an athlete to watch. The bronze medalist from last year. Just seen the champion from last year set a championship record, and what can the bronze medalist produce? He goes in lane 4.
So it is heat 3 there from 2 through to 9. Big field of 8. If I read through the names, it is Garwood, Holloway, Veltman, Ong, Sullivan, Maldoni, Giles and Gartland. What a competitive heat here. We'll look to see lane 4, which is 3 on your inside, and Maldoni 3 on the outside, separated by a couple of athletes there, but they are your 2 athletes who have gone sub 22, and we'll see what they can do in this heat. So we're away in this final heat of 3, and I'd say it's a fairly even start. As I say, that Maldoni starts to get a little bit of the stagger and go up to the boys on his outside. Veltman will have a fair bit of work to do as they come into this straight. So it is Veltman, Maldoni, stride for stride at the moment. Veltman, Maldoni, they know they're next to each other. They're having a look. They're saying hi, Usain Bolt-esque. So they'll go through this line now, ease up. They wanted to show they weren't working that hard. They knew they had those 2 automatic spots. It was a peek to the side. Yep, hi, yep, you're there. We're all good. Let's roll through to this final, and it should be easy for us.
A very good time, given that they essentially walked across the finish line, 21.72 unofficially. And we've seen a few statements being made, but that may be one of the most impressive. Maldoni, 21.72. For him, Veltman 21.88.
Just watch this replay here. I didn't think Veltman had the best of the starts, but he really does his work here from 50 in through to 100 to go. He comes off that bend really nicely. As you can see here, both boys hug the inside of the lane. That's when you know you've run a bend right. When you've come off that bend, you hug the inside of the lane and end up in the middle of your lane and run through nicely. But as you said, Ethan, they basically walked that last 15 metres. You can see here how they're both leaning back in the photo finish. That means they're actually putting on the brakes. So they're not rolling through for a quick time. They're putting on the brakes. They're really trying to show the rest of the field that they didn't have to work that hard.
Great to have access to these photo finishes. And here's a look at the results. Maldoni 21.72, Veltman 21.88. Gills, he gets a little cue in the end with 22.44. And we'll have a look to see how that compares with some of the other little cues. We have got, here's a full summary. Todorovsky goes through the fastest, particularly after he was able to get the championship record. Little cues went to Bennett, then Lockhart, then Gills. Well, we are going to take a break on 7+. Don't go anywhere because plenty more is coming up at Cusack. I'm out of here. We've given Mitch a lie down. He's recovered well. He's been in the spa. He's done everything he possibly could to relax, but he is ramped up to 11 and he is ready to go. Don't go anywhere. Ella's going to stay right where she is. I'm going out. Mitch is coming in. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action after the break.
So welcome back. Have a look at this. This is Casey, one of our great photographers, tucked in behind the Brisbane sign. So I would have expected to see her in front of it, actually, taking some photos, but clearly taking a moment's rest. It's a pleasure to be here alongside you, Ella. Been doing an incredible job this morning. I'll tell you what, between you and Ethan, I thought maybe I could go home. I thought, geez, these guys might just take over here.
Mitch, you couldn't stay away from here if you tried.
I couldn't. I was here very early this morning. I wanted to see all the action with my own eyes. So speaking of action, it is heat number 1 of the men's under 18 200s. So only the top 2 will go through automatically here. I'll give you a quick one to watch. He's widest on the track, Paul Ihoge from Western Australia. So he knows that Paul and I have the same reaction. Hands immediately on the head. That is a real shame. A real shame for this. And that there was no waiting around that time, was there? There was no signs of a yellow card, unfortunately, for Paul.
Well, when it's obvious to the naked eye, you can pretty much 9 times out of 10 I'd back in to say that's a DQ.
That's a real shame for Paul Ihoge, but you know what? It gives me a chance to talk about the other talent in here. Matthew Green from Queensland in the middle of the track. Jacob Bulge from Victoria inside of him in lane number 4. So watch for 4 and 5. And you know what? Jack Proudfoot, he'd love a spot in the final. Heat 1, men's under 18 twos. Away cleanly this time, so the 3 lanes to watch are in the middle of the track. The Victorian got work to do to chase after Green and Proudfoot as they make their way through here now. Proudfoot of New South Wales gets some company from the Western Australians. They're 4 wide here. Only 2 can go through automatically. Bulge the Victorian moves ahead here in heat number 1. He'll go through and he'll be joined by Matthew Green. 21.69, 1.8 the tail. Off to a good start here in the men's under 18s.
I thought Bulge timed that perfectly. Like, he wasn't lightning out of the start, and he really did his work coming off the bend. I mean, I mentioned it before in the heats we saw. If you can come off that bend well, hips nice and tall, it is all about that hip position as you come off the bend. You set yourself up really well to finish off that race.
Yeah, so he had some work to do, didn't he? Because Green, Wendero as well from Western Australia, there was a point there where you thought, it's going to be a dogfight, isn't it? There's only 2 spots that could be automatic. Here's the start. And the New South Welshman, Proudfoot, was quickly away, but he's got that low centre of gravity, doesn't he, the Victorian? He almost sinks into his stride a little bit there, but here's the strength, straight into the home straight, and just gets the best of Matthew Green.
Proudfoot, our New South Wales athlete, just looked like as those 3 other athletes came up to his shoulder, he tensed a little bit. And it's really hard once you've tensed to get back into that upright running, that relaxed form and follow through. So it's really, really hard. So you can see here, he's just a little bit behind. And I say that is what happens when you feel that pressure coming from behind. You think, I've just got to work a little bit harder. But sometimes fast running isn't working harder.
Yeah, you've got to feel the flow, don't you? You want to relax. And they often talk about it where it looks like they've switched off, but switching off means relaxing, so it's not always a bad thing. You can see here, Bulge 21.70, Matthew Green 21.88, and Wendero, Proudfoot and McLean will wait on those times. 21.97, 22.32, 22.69, 21.97. I'm going to think we'll be close to enough, but it'll be interesting to see what the rest of these heats do. We're on to heat number 2 here. Samuel Glacius-Mahalis, he's got to be a bit tired, doesn't he?
Yeah, didn't we just see him in the hurdles between him and Ken over in the javelin? My gosh, I want to know, how much are they sleeping? What are they eating for breakfast? Like, how do you do this?
Well, how is Ken? He's just had to get over the disappointment, of course, of clipping those hurdles. And then, to your point, I was wondering why he was talking to the official. I didn't watch where he got marched off to, but it's good to know to the Jav. He's got to be tired, doesn't he, Ken? I mean, this guy's got to be tired. He was the national champion.
Yeah, well, I think... Does that national championship give you confidence? I feel like when you have a good run on the board, you just kind of build from there. Can he make it 2? Well, he doesn't have to do it in this race, Mitch. All he's got to do is come in the top 2.
Let me tell you, there is a guy who I'm fascinated by. I was talking to Matt Lynch about him this morning. Dylan Rumming, the New South Welshman, one of the smooth-moving 400-metre runners. He caught me by surprise. I said, who is this kid? He tells me he's from Bathurst, and that's it. That's all we know. So watch for him in lane number 2.
This second heat is away here, and it is Gustas Malahajes that gets the best of the start here. If he was tired from his 110 hurdles, he can't tell, so he comes beautifully in this bend, rounds off, but he is taking Rummings with him. Rummings, you're so right, Mitch. He's so strong in his stride, but I think it will be Gustas Malahajes that will come through, switching off in this final 20 metres and really just easing up on the line. Rummings will do the same, though.
I'm sold. I'm sold.
Looks pretty good.
If there is stocks in Dylan Rumming, I'd like to buy them. That was impressive. Glacius-Mahalis as well, we were wondering, is it going to tire you out? You've only just run the 110 hurdles not so long ago, but great call, Ella. If there was any signs of fatigues, he didn't show it.
Well, I mean, just popped up on the clock there, 21.67 unofficially. I mean, you want stocks in Rummings, I want stocks in Gustas Malahajes. Imagine what he can do when he's fresh.
Okay, so you can take Sam, I'll take Dylan. Look at this replay here, you can see, called it perfectly. Dylan was out so quickly, wasn't he? And he already had those 4 on his outside shoulder, and Rumming had to work a little bit here off the 100 metres, but his strength showed from 100 to 80. You can see here that Sam maybe a little bit feeling the hurdles, and then quick look at his left and said, I think we're all right. They both had a conversation similar to what you said with Bolton de Grasse back at the Olympic Games. Had a quick look and said, switch it off.
I just think with that, I wonder what the thought process would be. I mean, it's a 200, so you can't really play around too much in terms of race tactics. But I think Sam would have chatted to his coach, and it would have been, if you can set this race up in the first 50, 60, 70 metres, then it might even allow you to switch off like he did in that final 30.
Yeah, well, you want to save your legs as best you can when you have a busy program. So it's going to be a really good final. Those two will be there. That 21.9 that I mentioned is still inside the small queues. So it is going to be fascinating what that cutoff is going to be, because we've got 3 small queues, 9 in the finals. We've seen that in the 400 metres that will go off later on this evening. And it's great that we're using all the lanes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's a fabulous thing. Now, Mitch, who are the ones to watch in this one?
Middle of the track again, Josh Smith and Jonathan Firth, the Victorian. Also Thomas Carlin, of New South Wales. So they've seeded these heats really well. All spread quite nicely. Of the favourites, you can see Maddox Woolley, Daniel Nwobi, Josh Smith, Jonathan Firth, Thomas Carleen, and Simeon Anstey as well, who's been a national champion in the 400 metres, the Queenslander. His luck wasn't on his side this year, but he is a very, very good 200 metre runner. So I'm sure all those around the track will have a shared interest in Simeon Anstey. They're very, very state proud here, the Queenslanders. Anybody in maroon gets a good cheer and a good bit of love. But I think it's going to come from Smith, Firth and Carlin. Beauty of these heats is, I suppose anything can happen, and it's unfortunate when we lose some of our quick guys like we saw Ahoge in the first heat. Let's hope they all get away after the gun sounds.
I saw Firth in a relay the other day and he just opened up beautifully, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do in this individual 200.
Two will go automatically into that final tomorrow. Can the others get dragged in as well? Final heat. Yeah, it looked like they were in the blocks for a while there. I'm not sure whether there was a little unsteady
Green card.
green card. So
That's
just
what we like to see, Mitch.
looks like they were held a little bit too long. And the anticipation from all of them would have been palpable.
It's hard work, especially because it's the last thing you use. Some athletes are completely clear mind. Others are thinking, for me, it's like react, react, react. But holding that little bit extra can be really challenging.
Well, you've probably got a rhythm as well, don't you? You're trying to beat the gun without beating the gun. So
React to the gun, Mitch.
React.
React to the gun.
nah, beat it. See if you can cheat the system. Smith, Firth and Carleen. Second time away, held their nerve well. The Victorian is the fastest to start here in heat number 3. So Jonathan Firth, work cut out for him on his outside shoulder with Carleen. So they make their way in here. These two at the moment hold on to an automatic spot, but they've got a hold in the final stages as well. Nwobi of the ACT gets up there on the inside, but the Victorian Firth will take it. And then back there to Carleen, 21.85, 1.6 the tail. So got a good wind. And they'll be in that final tomorrow. We're going to wait on these small cues to come.
I thought that was a dominant race. Gun to tape, he led that. He thought, this is my heat to win. There's 3 of us here that can run sub 22. I am not leaving this to chance. And just looking at the screen there, he looks reasonably happy with that. A little bit tight. I mean, he's had a big program already, but I don't think that'll phase him coming into tomorrow.
So Nwobi as well will get there into the final with his 22.21. I knew the 21.9 would be safe as houses. So Firth and Carleen, Nwobi will be in that final as well. What a great final that's going to be, that men's under 18 200 metres. You can see them walking off. They'll go and recover. We'll give all of you at home a moment to recover as well. Don't go anywhere though. 200 metre racing continues after this.
We are back, and if you were excited by the men's 200 heats, you need to get excited for these women's, because we have our under 17 women about to hit the track. There is a big name in this one, Mitch. Rima Adelaja goes out of lane 3, the New South Wales athlete who's competing in the under 17 competition, but actually already has World Junior qualifiers over 1 and 2.
Yeah, she's such a talent, isn't she? I mean, I feel like that phrase is going to be coined for the rest of the weekend, because we are stacked with so much sprinting talent, but this is one to keep an eye on. She's so strong in these sprints, her form and her technique. It's hard not to watch. She's going to be amazing out of lane number 2. So this is the recap of the men's under 18. That's the 3rd heat. Firth, Carleen and Nwobi. And then Anstey, Smith and Woolley will miss. Unfortunately for them, they won't be featuring in this final, but this will be the final for all of you playing along at home. So Galcius Mahales, who Ella's bought stock in, Jacob Bulge, Dylan Rumming, my man, Jonathan Firth, Matty Green. Then Tenendo Huendro will go 6th there. Carleen, Troy Waldrum, and Daniel Nwobi. That's your full final there for this men's under 18 200 metres.
So we pointed her out just before then. Rima has a PB that sits almost a second faster than the rest of the field. So we'll probably expect to see her dominate from gun to tape, to be honest with you. And depending on what she's looking for here, I mean, I don't know whether we should be looking to make a statement or not, but we might see her switch off in that last 40 to 50 metres, depending on how well she executes that first part of her race.
Yeah, she's the 5th fastest in that qualifying window, is Rima Adelaja. But on that, she's only 15, 16 years of age, so she's another one of those that lives in that window of being able to do this again if she doesn't make this one.
We see these heats from 2 through to 8. It is Bryant, Adelaja, Walters, Grieve, Detournia, and Pike and Perry.
So Bryant's not far off that qualifier, and neither's Walters. It's at 24.35 on their best. If they can improve, which we're seeing multiple times here at the championships, they could get under it, but that whole final of the under 18s at least could feature all qualifiers. Even this under 17s, we could see 3 or 4.
I mean, we put such an emphasis on these World Junior qualifiers. I know when I was coming up through, it's these big, bold times under lights that you want to try and hit. So getting them at such an early age just almost takes a little bit of pressure off. You know you've done it before, so you know you can do it later on when it really counts. So we'll see them now getting into their blocks and leave them with the starters. So away cleanly in this first heat. What we are looking for is those first 3. So it's Bryant, Adelaja, Walters, and Adelaja really making a move up onto the shoulders of Walters. She is leaving no stone unturned. She's going to motor her way through these and lead by about 5 metres. So she looks like she hasn't even gotten out of second gear. She's cruising through. Bryant making a little bit of a late run at Walters. She'll want one of those qualifying spots. So it is going to come down to the line. Rima will have that very, very cleanly. Bryant, I think, will slightly pip Walters for that spot. Mitch, fairly decent run there.
Well, walked the last 20, didn't she, Rima Adelaja? I mean, she knew that she was home, and often you see them slow down. It's rare to see them come to somewhat of a complete halt, but just in total control from gun to tape. It's such an impressive run. It's beyond her years at the age of 16, isn't it? She's someone that you have to watch. Her and Amelia Reid have done battle so many times. They're both competing in this upper age group, but just what a performance there from Rima Adelaja.
Walters will have to wait because this is 3 heats, which means we're going top 2 next 3 fastest. So she'll have to wait here to see whether or not she will book her spot in a final. Currently, it was a windy one there, 2.9 I think I saw on the clock, sorry, 2.3 I saw on the clock. Mia Walters with a time of 24.81. So that'll be the first of our time qualifiers. I'd be surprised if that doesn't get you into the final, but I mean, these women continue to surprise me throughout these whole championships.
They certainly do, don't they? So expect the unexpected, I was told this morning, and I think that's a great summation of what these junior championships are. You can see the results here from heat number 1. Rima Adelaja probably doesn't tell the story, does it, of how dominant she was in that heat. It's only 0.4 back there to Taylor Bryant and Marley Walters, 24.81 as well. So good running from heat number 1. Heat number 2 up next. Big watch here is lane 6, Ruth Fjika from New South Wales. Another talented sprinter on the rise, another with that World Junior qualifying marker. And great to see. I mean, they're in their correct age, but of course, the temptation to run up and see what you can do in an under-20 final lives there. But these athletes have chosen to stay here in their age. Now, they're towards the end of the qualifiers. So, big reason why. Jemima Hood, another to watch in here.
McBain and Hood featured in those hurdle races earlier today. So another 2 athletes that have come out and gone, you know what, we run 90, 100 metre hurdles. Who cares? We're also going to run a 200.
And Hood, a silver medalist, wasn't she?
Oh, absolutely. She definitely was.
She's a competitor, so I think she'll want to do one better than that if she can. So Hood, Benson, McBain, and Hood and McBain already run a final today. Green, Ifjika, Trembath, and Bowen. Lane 6, 3 from the outside. Ruth Ifjika. So quick. Great start, up right when the gun went, wasn't she, Ruth Ifjika? So Ifjika leads out from the Queenslander in green. Those 2 are away inside, then Benson as well. So the Queenslanders try and launch an attack there at Ifjika, but she's so strong in front. Pepper Benson, the only one to contend here at the moment. These 2 got a good margin on this field, and they might even switch off. They just need to be in the top 2, and they are with ease. 24.24 for Ruth Ifjika. That's a good time, 0.6 the tail. And Pepper Benson gets up for second.
Certainly was a bit of an exciting race. So I think those two girls worked a fair bit harder in that last 50 metres than we saw in that first heat. I mean, you never know how the athlete's actually feeling, but from up in the box up here, as you watch this one back, she gets such a fabulous start, puts the pressure on Benson in the inside lanes to say, come catch me. But as they come round this bend, it's almost even. They're working pretty hard coming off this bend, and they don't look like they ease up much, Mitch.
Yeah, last year's all-school champion looks sharp, doesn't she? So it's a lifetime best, 24.23, gets rounded down to. And Pepper Benson, she's got a touch of the Amaya Mearns about her, I think, in the way that she runs, in the style and the form. So look at that photo finish. Again, the ends of these races starting to slow down a little bit. Probably don't tell the full story of them. So if you looked at it on paper when you get to the final, you'll think, oof, this is going to be close. This is going to have everybody in the field in it. But there's a few clear-cut favourites thus far. Benson, automatic. Emily Green, 25-1. Jemima Hood, 25-3-1. Trembath, McBain and Bowen. So our finalists from the 90-metre hurdles do a good job to come back. But at least for Jemima Hood, she'll have to wait.
Well, I think our South Australian from the first heat, Walters, she'll end up currently holding on to that little queue. So good run from her, though. She's still got one heat to come, and I think this heat is probably the most open of the three. I mean, looking at the season's best there, they're all sitting with about a second or so of each other. So in a 200-metre race, that is a lot of time, but you never know what happens in a heat.
So Avi Russell, Fairall as well, Princess Fetrier, and Erin Grimshaw, all 24-second runners. So it seems to be somewhat consistent. We get maybe not necessarily the fastest in the field in the third heats, but a spread of really fast athletes in the third heats to potentially get dragged through. You can see here Russell, Lang, Ranson, Kernahan, Fairall, Fetrier, Grimshaw, and Adcock. We've seen a lot of these women compete here already at these championships, but you don't quite get the benefit in sprinting, do you, of knowing what you need for the small queue. You can listen to us maybe over the loudspeaker, but outside of that, not too much of a clue.
This is the last heat of three away. It was our New South Wales athlete, Ruby Keegan, that I actually thought got a fabulous start, but Princess Clara Fiestre pulling her out now as they come into this bend, and she is looking fantastic. She won't have it all her own way. Ava Russell will want one of these spots. So those two, the two New South Wales, Russell, Fiestre, will push through to this line. It'll be a little bit of it'll come out being the lane two, so Russell will take that one. Fiestre will get an opportunity to prove she can be the queen of 200s tomorrow, so fairly decent run there.
24.34 plus 2.4 the tail, so they got some good wind assistance. But you're right, Avi Russell was so strong, wasn't she, off the bend? It was Princess all the way when she came into the home straight, but Russell fought on strongly for a really quick time. She'll be really happy with that at 24.34. Again, if that's the case and it gets rounded down, it's a PB. So to do that in the heat, away to final, you've got to be happy with that. So the first of our 200-metre heats are done here. All three for the under-17s over. Under-18s not far away. If you're watching at home, this is textbook sprinting we've seen all afternoon. And you know what? It's just going to continue. Because as I said, after this, under-18 women will have their chance. Don't go anywhere. So we're back here in Brisbane. Sunny Brisbane at that. I keep saying that, and I'm probably upsetting so many people down south. I apologise, but as two Southerners up here, I can't be disappointed with what we've been pleasured to here in Queensland.
As a Victorian, all I've got to say to everyone down back at home, it's your own fault.
Yeah, it is lovely here.
I mean, you could be up here watching Gout Gout, watching Zara Hagen, hey, we're about to see Maya Tabor.
Is this right? Have we run... How's that for times? 24.23, 24.33, 24.33, 24.34. Look how close these times are. Now, like I said, it doesn't tell the full picture, I don't think, of what these heats will run in. A lot slowed up, a lot came back to the fields, whatever you want to explain. But still, that's great for numerology. If you're watching that and you're going, what is happening in front of me? 2-3-3-3-3-3-3-3-4. Say that 5 times fast.
If that's what the final looks like, that's going to be a nightmare to call.
And I can't wait. And I relish the opportunity to be able to call it. That's what you want. I want him.
How quickly can you say all 4 of those names as they cross the line?
I reckon I could get it out. I think I would have to, tonight I'll have to do my research.
But she sells seashells by the seashore.
Yep. The other thing as well, and I've been saying this to you, is that if that were the case, and we were here and we were having to call that, you have to commit to a winner.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you have to commit to a winner. But if there was 4 of them, I'd probably be a little bit more trepidatious about who I say, but you've got to commit. The great Lee Diffie, I remember in Paris, got it wrong at the final of the Olympics, and he had to issue an apology afterwards, but he committed. He said who he thought had won, and I respect that. One of our great Australian broadcasters over in the US. So if that happens, bear with me.
You'll commit, though.
I'll commit.
You are the...
I don't like fence sitting.
I was about to say, the one advice or the one piece of advice the first time I ever walked into the box is you can't fence sit. You need to have an opinion and have an opinion on something.
Yes, I completely agree. People want to hear what your opinions are, not what you do or don't agree with. Sometimes, maybe, I don't know. You need to be straight to it.
Well, you know what? My opinion here is we're about to potentially see something fast. Maya Tabor, New South Wales, lane 6, coming off a record, was it in the 100, 11:34. She put the mark down for those under 20s and went, you know what? I'm going to run it in my own age group, and you better run faster.
Well, it would have been enough to win the Open Nationals by quite some distance, and it's actually thrown the gauntlet down to our women's under-20 field, because Tabor does have that World Junior qualifier, and she's one of the fastest in the window. In fact, she's second behind Hagen. So depending on that, I mean, if they can't quite get as fast as her, that second automatic spot is up for grabs. You win tomorrow, you're in. But the second individual spot is up to the discretion of the selectors. So she might even mount a case for herself here yet, depending on what happens tomorrow. But I think we'll get lucky. I think it'll be fast. If these conditions are the same, it will be quick. But Maya Tabor.
You see that win where you were looking at the socks in the middle of the field earlier today for Gout Gout's race, but that one that's sitting down at the long jump is actually moving really, really quickly. It's funny, the one in the middle of the field to the one on the outside of the field. We're looking at a couple of different things
cheese,
here.
aren't they?
Absolutely. The one in the middle of the field looks like there's no wind at the moment. So if you're seeing that and thinking, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm looking at the one at the long jump spot, and that one is moving.
Well, and we know the world's obsessed with Australian wind readings over the last week, so we better make sure everybody understands where the wind readings are coming from. So Bronte Gross, Charlie Vincent, Cadence Fleming, Monique Walker, Maya Tabor, the 100-metre champion in 6th, Lily Dean Dixon and Hannah Shortland. 23.17, can you believe that? It's the 3rd fastest time ever by an under 18 athlete. 6th fastest ever by an under 20 athlete. There's not too many better people ahead of her in the under 18s than Raylene Boyle. And you know what? A few years ago, here, Amaya Mearns. So, Maya Tabor, I don't think here in the heats we'll see past 23.17. But as I said, expect the unexpected. Impressive runners there as well. Monique Walker, one to watch. Bronte Gross, Charlie Vincent. Only 2 will go through to this final automatically, same as the men. Expectations are high. Nerves might be higher. Who knows? How do you harness them? This is your opportunity now. Spot in the final, up for grabs, women's under 18, 200. Good start, Tabor, maybe not her quickest inside of her. Walker was quick, so Walker up to Tabor, Tabor away from Walker now. Look at that acceleration into this home straight from Maya Tabor. So the 100-metre champion moves away here in heat number 1. Might like the opportunity to run fast here, and as I say that now, just switches off completely, knows the final is the grand crescendo, and that is the easiest 23.9 you'll ever see.
Mitch, that's insane. She basically walked the last 30 metres for a 23.9. Like, that's competitive at our track classics. You'd win some track classics with a 23.9.
I wonder if Maya Tabor heard me and just went, no, I'm just going to calm this guy down. I'm going to save this for the final, because her 100 was amazing. You can see she's catching her breath here a little bit after that 200 metres. Of course she is. When you run that fast, it's going to take some time, but just such an impressive athlete, isn't she?
I mean, Mitch, you have quite the reputation for being excited in the box. So maybe she did. She thought, Mitch, we just need to calm you down a little bit. I'm not there yet. Leave save the voice because I want you to get excited for what I'm going to do in this final. You can see this replay here. She really did her work. See how she hugs the inside of the bend and comes off in the middle of the lane. I've talked about it a number of times today. She's slowing down and she's cruising through, but she's not pulling up. So that's how we run fast times when we're not necessarily like pulling up. So it's how we run fast times when we're not running to the line is when we stay in that hip position. We're kind of leaning forward. You can see she hasn't put the brakes on, but she is just no longer putting any more force into the ground.
So Maya Tabor's dragged Monique Walker through for 24.26 as well, which is a PB, and you wouldn't believe it, under that Eugene qualifying time. So just add another to the ever-growing list of those qualifiers. Impressive what we're seeing here at the Junior Championships. Vincent was third, Shortland fourth, Fleming fifth. So given it's the first heat, they hold the small Qs right now.
So this next heat also has some quality athletes. We have another athlete that's gone sub 24 in this field, and that is Hayley Fuss from South Australia. You can see her second from the outside. She's in the red, easy to spot on this blue track. The other one in there that's run reasonably quickly here is the New Zealander. She's out in 8, Madison Ely. I think I've seen her over another event this week, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but we'll look to see what she can do. So there's the field there, 2 through to 8, Giltrap, Lewis, Quill, Drome, Carlson, Fuss, and Ely. Have a look for Ely, though, in that red. I think she'll be the one to watch here. So they all get away fairly evenly. It is the New Zealander that's going to lead them out in the bend. But as I say, that Hayley Fuss wants no fuss and wants to get through to this heat. So she is absolutely ripping through and executing this race perfectly. She comes out onto the straight with 80 metres to go, gapping the field by about 3 metres, and looks like she's just done a little bit of a hamstring there. So as she comes through, it will be the New South Wales athlete in Carlson that'll come through for that automatic qualifier. That is just devastating, Mitch. Absolutely devastating because she was running so well.
Your heart breaks for the South Australian. You never want to see that. It's so unfortunate. Yella, you were calling it perfectly, weren't you? She was so good out of the blocks. She's such a talent, Hayley Fuss. We're going to see so much more of her. And this is what athletics is about here now, isn't it? The field coming down. Unfortunately, they can't have to get past the finish line. Officials doing a good job to marshal here, but we'll see plenty more of Hayley Fuss, the South Australian. At the front of the field, though, Carlson and Early, who you pointed out well from New Zealand, gets that next spot, and Quill, the Victorian, has a small Q next to her name here.
Well, Carlson was really nowhere. You watch this race here with about 50 metres to go. She's sitting in there nicely, but a fair bit behind Fuss. I would have said she really does her work there in that last 50 metres and just pulls away ever so slightly. And that's, I would say, just looking at that hamstring there, that's instant, a fairly decent hamstring. Like, you can tell when there's a little one and they tend to just run through to the line, but that one looked like it hurt.
Oh, poor Hayley Fuss. I mean, it was instant, wasn't it? You could see the anguish on the face immediately. You can see she's walking off on her own accord, which is good. I mean, she's tough. It looked like she wanted to try and finish. She went another 10 metres past when that hamstring was popped. So thoughts are with her and her team in South Australia. But the show goes on here for our women's under 18, 200 metres. The obvious watch goes in lane 5 from New South Wales, Matilda Harrison. Such a smooth operator you'll see here.
Another one of those under 18 athletes that sub 24.
So have a look at that. 24.34 as well for Maddie Gifford. And then 25's really across the board for the rest of the field. But in the middle of the track, Matilda Harrison in lane 5. She's dead center. 4 from the inside, 4 from the outside. And Maddie Gifford, her fellow stateswoman, the next to watch here. Final heat, women's under 18, 200 metres. Harrison upright and away, and you can see that Gifford is quick to respond. So Gifford in lane number 2 after Harrison in 5. 2 go through automatically. Queensland Smith trying to roll along with them. But out here in front at the moment, it's all the Matilda Harrison show. So Harrison in front there of Gifford. A fair margin back there to 3rd and 4th. But in this final heat, it'll be the 2 from New South Wales. Harrison, Gifford, 23.84 if you don't mind, with a 1.1 behind them. Oh, this final. There is speed everywhere you look across the track.
This is a super exciting one, Mitch. I mean, what a fabulous job there from all our athletes to put those runs out on the board. I mean, I'm having a look at that summary of results, and we're yet to kind of see that 3rd heat pop up, but lots of PBs across there. You'll see this run here. I really think that lane 2 there in Gifford just did a fabulous job at getting away and running so fantastically around that bend.
So I can tell you 23.83 PB, 24.08 PB. And this final is going to be something to behold, I would think. There's, again, like we saw on the under-17s, a few that you would pick as favourites, but really across the board, it could be anybody's day tomorrow.
I really like the programming that Athletics Australia has given us. These under-17 and 18 200-metre finals sit before these under-20 finals. So these under-17s and 18s can go, this is what we're putting on the board. This is what you're going to have to do to win our events. What are you going to do in yours to show us up?
Exactly right. It's exciting here at the juniors. So Harrison and Gifford, 2 big cues, no small cues from the final. So let's have a look here. This is what your women's final will look like tomorrow. So Harrison, Tabor, Gifford, Walker, Carlson, Vincent, Shortland, Ely and Quill. This is the women's under-18 200-metre final tomorrow. And that is going to be something. So we finish with our heats here for the 200-metre racing. Up next, we've got some para-finals over the 200 metres. And, of course, a few good finals for the under-20s later on this evening. It's been a pleasure to have you here on 7+, and we'll take you right back. Welcome back to the athletics action, and you can see our high jumpers continue here on the bend. This is the men's under-18 high jump. We're nearing 2 metres. Can you believe that? Go outside right now, or you might be in an apartment. I don't really care where you are. If you've got a tape measure or something, measure up the wall 2 metres. See how close you can even get your head to it. These guys are going to put their whole body over that bar if they can. So quite a few over 194 as well. We've still got 9 in this competition. Here's Pittman. The fashion statement of the tee. Not interested in the singlet. I think he's got the tee, the shorts, and the long skins. Here we go. So Pittman up. Oh, he's just clipped it. Just clipped it there on his way up at 98. So maybe the singlet. Maybe the singlet rather than the tee. Yeah, he might have clipped his sleeve. Who knows here? Here's Lewis from New South Wales. Would love to continue his day at 98. And you know what? He got plenty of height over the top of that, but it was the flick kick at the end that just cost him a clearance at 98. So currently only Max Clark and Ethan Gratian are over the top. Legdon's, can he get over? This is his first attempt at it, so it would be significant. On high jump, we rely at times on count back to find a winner. We've seen so many athletes in major championships tie for medals. Here he is, the New South Welshman. And I think he might have clipped it with his head. I mean, he might have falconed himself with the bar there. So straight into it. There, the New South Welshman. Here he is. Here's Heyman. I'm saying here he is like I know John Heyman. I've never met John Heyman. But one thing I do know about John Heyman is he would love to clear 198. So he's staring at that bar like he hates it. And for good reason. He'd hate to miss it. Here he is. Heyman. I reckon he'll have some good support behind him here as well. The 3-step wind up. Here we go. Johnny Heyman. Oh, again, another that was close. It was just the flick kick. There's got to be a technical word for that. If any high jumpers are watching, you know where to find me. Send me a message. There's got to be a technical word for that. Here's Burstow. He looks like he might have... I think he's been playing around the electrical sockets, Burstow. His hair is... He's like a mad scientist here. But we know he can jump. He missed at 198 the first time, Josiah. He was a third-time clearance at 94. This is already a lifetime best, so this would be a 4-centimetre improvement for the Queenslander if he can get there. And join only 2 others in the competition alive at 98. So here he is. Oof, just clips again. He'll have to summon the strength he found on 94 to get over third attempt 98. We've had a long history of high jumping success in the country. Brandon Stark, I still believe, was part of, well, one of the greatest high jump competitions of all time in Tokyo. His marker would have been enough to win so many Olympic golds in years gone by. Wound up 4th in that final. Schubert here from New South Wales. I wonder if he looks up to the likes of Brandon Stark. He probably would. Second attempt here to stay alive in the competition. I feel confident. I felt really confident even on the run in there.
He looked great.
I was feeling something special was on the cards. It was.
Didn't curse him though.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying I'm feeling confident, right? I'm not. I can't.
I like the,
once
the
I deal in
discrete change in
absolutes,
language.
that's when I curse them, as I've learned. Producer Kaz here would tell you the exact same thing. I've unfortunately been cursing athletes all summer long, so I believe Jack Douglas can get over this. The Western Australian, he's capable, isn't he? The arm drive up over the eyeballs and just clips. I don't think that was me. I don't think that was me.
I don't know. I guess we'll be the judge. I feel like, what, best of 3? Next one?
Well, he's got one, and I won't say anything when he jumps next time.
So does that mean if he makes it over, you're officially cursing them?
I might have, you know how Dan Gorringe has the curse for AFL? I might have it for athletics. I don't know.
He's got a beautiful new tattoo on his leg. Just absolutely terrible. Mitch, you wouldn't want to make any bets, would you?
Oh, well, I've actually lost 4 tattoo bets in my time. Have a look at that. Pittman up over the top. I will never knock a man in a T-shirt again. Let me tell you. I gave him a bit of a hard time in the second round.
Well, T-shirt and leggings. But he's a Queenslander.
That's what I said.
It might be a bit chilly out here. Is he Northern Queensland? If it's Northern Queensland, I get it.
That's true. Lewis certainly isn't finding the weather hard to deal with. He's got the singlet on and clips it on the way up. Yes, no, I saw Dan's tattoo this morning. He could have gone without the logo, I think. I don't think he needed the Collingwood logo. He could have just had the autograph and the hot pies. That would have been enough.
I agree. It's not small. There was no...
It's enormous.
It's huge.
It's enormous.
They could have just done a little one.
And he's the Stuart Dew one that he's got on his behind as well is huge. He doesn't deal small. Or at least all the tattoo bets I've lost is small. But I don't think I'd be game enough to take... no, I would. I would take on a tattoo bet like that. But I think it was...
I would certainly not be game enough to do that.
It's only on you forever. What's that, 90 years?
I'd like to think closer to 100.
100 if you're lucky. New South Welshman, can he join the other 3 here at 98? Did he step? Well, he wasn't happy with it, was he? He's checking his shoes. I don't know. Look, I'll be surprised if it was the shoes, but it could be.
Well, I've seen those videos where they talk about the importance of spikes for high jumpers because they basically go in almost their side of their foot is where they kind of land to go up over the bar. So I think the shoes, Mitch, do make a big difference, and those spikes really ground them. But I kind of agree with you there. The shoes aren't going to make the difference if round to round.
So Heyman
here, he goes, starts to go up over the bar. Just a little bit. I think just clipped it with the top of his shoulders or the back of his shoulders. That to me means he probably needs a little bit more lift early, just a little bit flat off that takeoff. This is coming from a non-high jumper, so don't mind me.
You're in the booth, Ella. You are qualified to make assessments.
Well, I think he needs to jump a little bit higher. That would be my assessment.
So are we sure Burstow didn't hear me? He's fixed his hair from the second round. Anyway, he's already jumped a lifetime best, Ella. He jumped 194 to get his lifetime best, the Queenslander.
And he wants the crowd around him. He's got the clap going.
Absolutely he does. It was on the third round last time. Can magic repeat? Just miss. Good competition for him nonetheless at 94. But that 98, it's not far off, is it? So we can see the dap up there with the rest of the competition. They all have a little conversation with one another.
I mean, you'd have to like your competitors if you're going to sit in such small confines in the booth for such a long period of time. I mean, that competition is huge. There's something like 20 athletes in there, so the boys would spend a fair bit of time together.
Yeah, they've got to have some good camaraderie, don't they? So here we go. This is our men's para under 15 200-metre final. Rowan Gillam, Kasperzak in 3, McGrom, Morgan, Kennel, Picton, Kalinjuk, and Xavier Wilson. This is going to be a good final. And of course, if you're just tuning in for para athletics for the first time, these guys, variety of them come from different categories of para events. So it'll be a percentage once they cross the line that will deem who the gold medalist is. It's not always first to the tape. Now, at times it can be. If they're all in the same category, so if all T20 athletes were racing each other, then it would be first to the line. That would be the gold. But here we've got a T11, T37, T38, T43, 2 T20s, a T21, and Xavier Wilson on the outside, a T12 competitor from New South Wales. $200-metre final, men's para under 15s. Some amazing athletes here. Here we go. We'll come back to the starter. So a few of these guys are around pretty similar times here. Gillam on the inside is a 28.8 man. McGrom's a 30.11. Kennel's run 29.91 and Wilson's run 29.96. All different types of para categories as well. We'll wait one more time. Just quietly in the men's high jump, we've got another over at 98.
I actually think that might have been the noise that pulled them up, a bit of celebration and just distracting our para athletes out in the start. We really do want those starts to be nice and silent. As you said, they need to be in their own heads and focused on what they're doing.
Exactly right. And another over at the high jump. This competition is heating up, but here we go. Men's para under 15, 200. For the third time here, these guys will be ready to get their half-lap journey and final underway. Away here now, para under 15, 200-metre final. Gillam on the inside is moving along nicely over the opening 100 metres and now starts to get into his form. McGrom as well of Queensland, but out there and flying is Kennel. So Kennel into this home straight in front. He's run 29.91 before. It's a Queensland parade here at the moment at 1, 2, 3. Wilson from New South Wales will fly. Oh, Kennel, unfortunate trip. We hope he can get up. There's Gillam to finish 28.87. Next through was McGrom, Wilson wide. And here he is. He's getting up now, isn't he? To the line. Well done, young man. Straight to the finish line there for Kennel. He'll be back. And he left it all out there, did all that he could. And significant to get to the finish line as we have our final competitor rounding down in here to finish our men's para under 15, 200 metres. Gabriel Kalinjuk is done. Well done.
So the pressure of a 200 can be really challenging. I mean, not only in the paras, but in my own 200s, I've seen many, many falls as you start to get through that finish line. It's such a challenging event, the 200, because it's not lactic, but you do really start to fatigue and tense up in that last kind of 30, 40 metres. And that's really where the damage is done in these races. So disappointing for him not to make it all the way through the line, but I think he should take confidence from his first 150, 160, 180 metres and know what he needs to do to execute next time. Maybe just stay a little bit more relaxed.
Absolutely. So Rowan Gillam, our T11 athlete, was first to the tape. 28.86, 29.47 for McGrom. Xavier Wilson gets a lifetime best at 29.86. 30.38 for Picton. Kaspark, 32.59. Toby Morgan, 38.74.
So Gillam keeps it.
There you go, Rowan. is the winner. LeGrom and Xavier Wilson. So there you go, the 1-2-3 end up being the 1-2-3 on percentage. And all guts from Kennel to finish things off. Now, men's under 18 high jump, you can see it. We're about to zoom in here on the competition. They're jumping high for fun here at the moment. Here's Lewis. I think this was his attempt a little earlier. And just as easy as you like into the bar. This is on the third attempt for Lexitis to get over the top. Look at this. That was what we think stopped the second start there in
Absolutely.
that para 200.
I think this one as well is he goes to go over here, and I think similar kind of thing. There's a lot of noise going on from the boys at the high jump mats.
So this competition, the Victorian, just clips. It's Gratian over at 202. In fact, he's the only one over at 202 right now. 7 guys were in the competition, though.
Ethan and I chatted about this earlier
Okay.
today. I volunteered myself for some of the men earlier in the competition, even some of the women, being like, I'd stand there as a bar. Are you game enough right now to head down, stand there as the live human bar and watch the boys jump over you?
Oh, to go over the top of me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would let them jump over the top of me. They've all cleared me now. I'm at 190, so they're 10 centimetres above me. 12 centimetres. Yeah, I'd let them jump me, of course. Why not? I trust these guys.
I mean, they're continuing to do it in each round, so why not?
So here we go, Lewis. Can he continue here? This is Kelly Lewis. First crack at 202. If he's phased, you can't tell. He's calm and collected to get over the 2 metre mark. And there must be something about basketball shorts nowadays, because all these guys seem to be rocking them. It's either that or the tights. Here's Lewis at 202. Ooh, he was, you know what? He had great height over the top, maybe just a little too close to the bar.
It just looked like he changed he was unsure of his running almost, and just ever so slightly slowed down as he hit that, I was going to say hit the bar, but as he went to go and jump over the bar.
So, Conor Legsdinas, he missed first time at 85, then went clear over 90 first attempt, 94 first attempt, third attempt at 98. We could see anything here over 202. That's the beauty of the high jump. You might have third attempted the one before. Every opportunity to first attempt the next. Here he goes at 2 metres, 202. New South Welshman. Oh,
So close.
even he knows it. He thought he was over.
Yeah.
With good reason.
It's that momentarily, oh my God, yes, I'm going to celebrate. And no, I can't
You're
celebrate.
just waiting for it to drop, aren't you? So here's John Heyman. Can I just say, he looked angry at the bar earlier. 198. So let's watch John Heyman. What can he do? Third attempt at 98, second attempt at 94. Can he first attempt here? And he'll clip. So he'll have to go to the second at least. He'll have to go to the second at least. He'll stay consistent, Johnny Heyman. That's a good competition. Men's under 18 high jump. We've got more para 200 metre finals to come right after this break. So we're back here. We continue with everybody's favourite field event from day number 3. It is our men's under 18 high jump. This is Buddy Schubert of New South Wales on the second attempt. He wanted some energy, didn't he? He wanted the crowd involved with this one. He knows what's up on offer. It's 2 metres, Buddy. So Schubert at 202. Have a look at him here. Oh, yes, and he loves it, doesn't he? I'm waiting for someone to bring out the double python. That's my favourite celebration of all time. So Schubert got over, so he joined Gratian at 202 in the men's under 18 high jump. And you know what? There's plenty of action still here in this men's under 18 high jump. Look at this, he's got handshakes for everybody. He must be a popular member of this group. It was then the Victorian Clark who liked his chances to get over, just clipped it in the later stages of his jumping. The men's under 18 high jump. Here he is. I've always loved him. I've always been an Emery Pittman man. And he, at 202, knew that it would be a lifetime best. He would have soared to heights he's never seen before. And Pittman, with the long tights, with the tee, at 2:02 said, "I'll see you there, boys." Look at that. He's back. He was miles over with his back, wasn't he? So
Mitch, it was the T-shirt that really gave him the lift there.
well, if he was any closer to it, his sleeves might have knocked it. We saw it a few heights earlier. So I'll tell you what, Emery Pittman has made me look like an idiot. So there you go.
Well, we roll on to the other side of the track for this first of two finals. So these are timed finals, which means we'll compare the results from the A and the B to give you our final medalist. This is the under 17 para 200 metres. We have a start list of 7 in this one. It is, and they'll pop up on the screen now for you. In lane 2 from Victoria, Lucas Crowley, T35. In lane 3 from Victoria, Okitha Bendara, T37. In lane 4 from Queensland, Ty Appleby, T36. In lane 5 from Victoria, Caden Bell, T20. In lane 6 from Queensland, Jaden Graham. Tom Gribble in lane 7 and Daniel Phillips are T20 in lane 8. Little bit unsteady there, so they'll come back for this first final of 2 and we'll see what they can do. So we are away, second time of asking, and it is the athlete in lane 6, the Queenslander, Jaden Graham, that gets the best of the starts, but he is going to take Daniel Phillips with him. So in lane 6, Graham just absolutely motoring off this bend. It is a little bit of a fight for that second place. The Victorian, Alkitha Bendara coming through here. Sorry, Caden Bell. So it is going to be the Queenslander, Gribble, who pops through for this line honours in this one. The Victorian, Caden Bell, and Daniel Phillips on the outside for third. So remember, this is not our medal spots. We not only have to wait for the calculations to go through, but our second final also needs to be run.
Well said there, Ella. That was so good from Graham, wasn't it? He was flying down that home straight, the Queenslander. It shakes the hands of all these competitors, which we absolutely love about this sport, the sportsmanship. Well done, fellas. That's a great way to start the under-20 para 200 finals. So there's 2 of them. We're loaded with para talent here. There's the photo finish. So Graham beats out what looks like the Victorian, then out to the Queenslander.
So his time on the board is what final B will be chasing. So 24:41 is the gold medal mark. So I think that'll make him fairly competitive in this B final. Just having a look at what these athletes have been PBs and season's best. I think, in fact, all 3 times, 24:41, 26:03 and 26:05 are going to be hard to beat for the, I guess, those line honours, because we still do have to obviously wait for those calculations to be done for our para athletes.
Yeah, even that was, what, 0.06% difference between silver and bronze in that graphic. So not much in it at all. These times are so important for these guys. I can see Daniel O'Regan doing his block start testing. Berry there as well. This is a good field. Heath Otto. So quick. So I'm already so excited that I've gone to the under-20s. Ella, I was actually just that ready. Here we go. Here we go. Now we've got the right field. So Kobe Matheson, William King, Matthew Rumsey, Luke Ramsey. I remember these 2 guys racing together in the same heat earlier. Carano and Stenhouse. It's the full field here. The second of 2 finals. So again, I don't know how aware of the times they'll be, but they'll know that a personal best will put them in the best spot for a medal. All on that percentage at the moment, the high 80s, which is a big asking price for a gold. Goes to show how strong our first of these 2 timed finals were. And this is a beautiful time of the day here in Brisbane, isn't it? The twilight still hot, but the sun isn't as glaring. Perfect time to compete. These guys are in the golden hour here. Hear the music playing in the background, giving them the pump up they deserve. But the fastest here on paper is Kobe Matheson, the Victorian, on the inside. William King, Ramsey. Thomas Carano has been a key feature in a few finals. And Coden Stenhouse. So many para-athletes will stay in it from the most junior of ranks all the way through. They all would have raced each other so many times. They keep racing into their seniors as well. Opportunity at a global level is aplenty.
Well, we've talked about this so many times throughout this championship. It's such an incredible community. I mean, from your junior ranks all the way up until your seniors, it's such an inspiration, our senior para-athletes, to those juniors, and the environment that they're able to create and the foot forward that they're able to put up, and even the awareness that they raise for their certain disabilities or para events is really incredible.
Certainly is. Well put, Ella. A beautiful community as part of athletics. Here we go, the second of two, men's under 17. 200-metre final. Well, he was practicing those starts, Kobe Matheson, and for good reason, the Victorian. He got out of those blocks quickly. So did Carano. So Carano wide there from New South Wales. Matheson, the Victorian, the closest to the rail. As they make their way in here with 100 metres to go, you can see the Victorian start to push down there. Thomas Carano will keep on flying. The South Australian Ramsey as well will have a few on the inside, but the Victorian will take line on us here in number 2 of 2. 27.15. Carano not far away. Ramsey, King and Rumsey as well. And then Stenhouse finishes off for our men's under 17 para 200 metres.
Bit windy there, Mitch. 2.7, so just over that legal wind. It's a bit all over the place. I mean, it's so odd looking at those winds. It's dead still in the middle, but the long jump pin, it's absolutely flying.
I know, and that's always the interesting part of the wind reading of the 200 metres, isn't it? Because where it is being read and also the duration in which it's being read, it could be 1.7. If you did it 10 seconds later, it could be 2.4, you know? There's so much ambiguity at times.
Well,
so
and it totally misses that wind on the bend, right? So could be a headwind in the bend and you end up with a tailwind, or a tailwind on the bend and you end up with a little tailwind on the straight. So those results are going to pop up now. You can see them. Calculations haven't been done yet, but they're the results so far for our para-athletes.
Look at Thomas Carano. That 96, I know, will be the number to take gold. So Thomas Carano should be your gold medalist. Fantastic effort. He was so fast.
You are right, Mitch. Look at the calculations. The mathematician in the booth.
The memory bank is open, boys. So Thomas Carano wins it, Jaden Graham, and then Coden Stenhouse. Great racing from our men's under 17 para 200 metres. The under 20s, I jumped the gun. I read heat number 2 or final number 2 from them. I'll call them right when their time comes around in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. So much more left here. So we're back. We're going to take you straight back to this men's under 18 high jump. This is Ethan Gratian, who had not missed and continued not to miss at 2:05. He loves it. That's an equal lifetime best for him. Only one man could go with Ethan Gratian, and it's my man, Emery Pittman, the T-shirt wearing Queenslander, who has caught my heart. Now, I was too harsh on Emery Pittman, but at the opportunity to jump a lifetime best on the third round, T-shirt power up over the top. Emery, I apologise. I am wrong. I am an idiot. And if you can find your way up here to this commentary booth, I want that T-shirt. I want it signed. And we'll take a photo, because that is world-class high jumping Emery. And I'm an idiot and I'm wrong.
Emery as well. I just want to make it heard. Mitch said he'll hang it on his wall. So
I will live in my house forever, Emery. If I can get that T-shirt, it's a constant reminder of not doubting somebody's ability based on what they wear, because he's going to be a national silver medalist at worst, isn't he? Emery Pittman.
But we are going to head over to the other side of the track for this first of under 20 200 metres final. Same thing as the last ones, A and a B. We see our start list up on the screen. There are 9 athletes in this field. So reading from 1 to 9, that is Warzy, Evans, Zulo, Davison, Hutchinson, Cramp, Wong and Stewart. We've got a number of classifications in this field, and we'll look to see what they can do over the half lapper.
So going to be a good one here. And we saw a medal come out of the first of the 2-time finals in our under-17 event. Just
So
goes to show you can see it from anywhere.
100%. This field is dominated by Queensland athletes, and it's the Queensland athletes on the outside that we want to be watching. So 3 from the outside in 7, Crump, 2 from the outside, Wong, and Stewart on the outside are the ones that we want to watch here. So here we go for the first of 2 timed finals. As expected, it is our Queenslanders on the outside that are going to lead through this field. Expect Stewart to come through strong here. He does have the strongest PB, but it's also our Queenslander on the inside, Warzy, that is going to come through strong. So our Queensland athletes are dominating this field. It is Stewart absolutely powering through to this line. He knows those line honours matter. He wants to get to the clock as quickly as possible. He's racing the clock, and he's going to come through nicely here. It'll be a little bit of a dip for second place in these line honours between Cramp and Wong. So it'll be really interesting to see how this competition shapes up as we head into that second of 2 timed finals. Now, it was a 24-1-2 unofficial, which will be a slight PB if that's how it stays, and a plus 1.5.
So well done to the team there. The Queenslanders get the job done. You're right, those line honours always so important, aren't they? So get down there quickly, accumulate as much of a percentage as you can. Look at that, the photo finish. Fantastic. So great work from our men's under 20. I told you I will be all over the second of these 2-time finals because I got so excited earlier. I read them out during the under 17s. And I'm very excited to read it out properly and get it done. So here we go. This is the second of 2-time finals.
Look at this, Mitch, as well. PBs for the first one. PBs all round. That's what we like to see at a national championship.
That's what you want here at the Nationals. You want to do the best you've ever done before. Sometimes that's all you can ask for. Here's the times, 24-1-3. So look at the percentages, 88-8-9, 84-9-1, 84-84. Now that one should be easy to remember. See if you can hold on at home. Ella, I'm expecting you to remember those, okay?
I'm seeing too many 8s, Mitch.
You're
Too
gonna,
many 8s.
this is part of your inauguration in here. You have to try and remember those. I'm going to ask you exactly what they were.
Oh, man.
So the second of 2-time finals here. Men's under 20, 200 metres. Darcy Beckrich is in 1. Daniel O'Regan's in 3. Noah Berry in 4. Kane Kellett is in 5. Heath Otto, 6. Zach Harding in 7. Levi Amiss in 8. And Lachlan Woodfull is in number 9. I've got it right this time. These guys might have heard their names as they were walking around the track. I hope I didn't start any panic thinking that they'd missed the start. But this is going to be good. They're actually really close here on paper, some of these times. Darcy Beckrich is particularly from South Australia, 25.42. Heath Otto's run 25 seconds. And in the 26s is Kane Kellett and Zach Harding. So we saw PBs galore in the first of these. These guys, well, they've seen it happen. Why can't it be them?
Well, I mean, it's a fast track. If we're getting the whole field PBing, I think that's something they can look forward to.
So the second of 2-time finals here for the men's under 20. Para 200 metres. How will they fare here? Percentage is what they're after, and to get the highest percent is to get the fastest time.
88.89 is what they're chasing, Mitch.
And what's third?
84. 85, somewhere around there, Mitch.
I'm expecting it. 84, 84.
Or 84, all right. It's locked in. Locked in.
Doing a great job up here all week long as Ella Tobin. But ahead of us, it is the second of 2-time finals, men's under 20, para 200 metres. Hear their names introduced. to the crowd. And by the way, what a crowd it is. You step foot out there. I've been out there most of the morning trying to enjoy the heat as much as I can. Every seat in this grandstand here where we are at the start-finish line, just about full. And not even just for what we saw earlier in terms of the hundreds, but all day long. Parents, coaches, friends, family, athletic onlookers now with this new source of media attention we're receiving. Be hard-pressed to find a seat. I think tomorrow, if you're sitting at home and you're thinking about coming here tomorrow, first of all, definitely come here. But second of all, get your tickets.
I was about to say, second of all, definitely come there, I guess.
Make sure you get tickets. You rock up here and you wait. You might be waiting some time. Here we go. The second of two-time finals, men's under 20 para 200. Fields away here, Beckrich of South Australia inside, moving along nicely. Also going well there is Harding. So they make their way on through here into the home straight. This men's para under 20, 200-metre final, and it's all up for grabs. So the man from New South Wales, Harding, Otto the Queenslander at home, starts to find some form from Beckrich on the inside. Heath Otto, I think, will get the line honours. Of course he does. He loves running at home here, leaves it all out there, 26.21, 1.1 the tail. Beckrich was strong too. And Harding was quick. At 26.21 for Heath Otto. It won't be a lifetime best, but he was first to the line.
Well, and you're just looking to do that, right? The para-athletes on this track are racing the clock because we'll have to wait to see what happens with our first two finals. Our first two, the first race and this one. So we'll see that come through now. But what fantastic racing from those under 20 boys.
Awesome, wasn't it? You can feel that these guys, once they get pressured and they feel a little somebody left or right, they rise to the occasion. They continuously lift to the moment, don't they? What a finish. We saw Heath Otto left it all out there. 210 metres. He might not have made it to the finish line. He was putting everything he had into that second of two-time finals for the men's under 20 para 200. And Ella, what did they need again?
89 for the win, 84 for the podium.
Here we go. All over it here.
Mitch, you made me nervous. I really had to remember there.
I know. Well, I'll put you on the spot. Here we go. Let's see if you got it. Oh, here we go.
It will. It will.
So he'll get a silver. Zach Harding and Heath Otto
on the podium as well.
Will get the bronze.
Good run from the boys. I just love with the para events that it comes from both. Comes from both heats. I mean, we saw that even with the able bodies for 1500, the women's one.
We did. We see it spread across both. So they do the best job they can. And of course, when you're in the first one and maybe you're not one of the fastest qualifiers, why not run and leave everything you've got out there? Here's Brisbane on display again. That windsock in the middle now starting to get a bit of movement. Ella, it's swapped. The one at the long jump is still, and the one in the middle of the track has plenty of wind in its sails. Now, hold on. Here we go. Sorry. This is Emery Pittman, the greatest T-shirt in Australian athletics. So Ethan Gratian hadn't missed. He missed at 2:08 for his lifetime best. The T-shirt king got over the top. And look at what it means to him. He goes back to his group and he says, I'm never taking this T-shirt off ever again. Who is that idiot in the booth that questioned my T-shirt choice? Because I am the national champion.
Well, he's not taking that T-shirt off until he comes up to the booth to give it to you, Mitch.
Now look at him here, Emery Pittman. He's saying, come on, crowd. Give me a little everything. I love a showman as well. Emery Pittman. He may be the second best Pittman we've ever seen in Australian athletics. The Queenslander, look at this, continues on at 2:08. Now this guy loves the third round, doesn't he? He's got 3 third-round clearances. Could you believe that? He gets past Ethan Gratian, and that is the one that gives him gold. And it cements all across the country. T-shirts in the high jump might be the mood. Oh, we're going to keep going. This wasn't even this is his third attempt, Ella. I'm getting so excited. Here he is for the comp. The T-shirt king, no. 210. I mean, I'm enamored by this guy, aren't I? I have to issue an apology.
Emery, if you can hear us up here
Come on up to the booth. Mitch wants your shirt. He wants it in a memorabilia and he wants it signed.
He might be, and I know Gout Gout ran earlier, and Zara Hagen, everybody. He might be my favourite athlete from day number 3.
We're going to see him in
Pittman.
an Australian uniform sometime, and it's going to, Mitch, you can be an OG fan.
I will, and I will be expecting him to jump in a T-shirt then. It's proven now. You know, your wreath jumps in the sleeves, but they're tight sleeves. So make of that what you will. I don't know.
It's whatever you feel comfortable in, right?
It's whatever you feel comfortable in, and clearly it's enough for a national gold. So well done to Emery Pittman. Ethan Gratian goes second there with 2:05. Equal PB for him. In fact, so many PBs across the board because Buddy Schubert as well in third got a PB at 2:02 for bronze. So well done to our high jumpers. Looking forward to hearing all the thoughts of the high jumping fraternity after my new love for Emery Pittman.
Now, what we're seeing walk out onto this track is the first of our 400-metre finals for tonight. On the track is the under-14 400-metre final. Now, the name that jumps out at me here is Lachlan Chappell. I believe we had a chat about this yesterday, Mitch. He went for 4
I don't
golds.
know what he hasn't won in the under-14
I think he could be contending here for a 5th gold.
Well, I think I've seen him in 2 relays, 100, 200, and long jump. So we might even be going for a 6th gold.
I'm just pulling it up now, and I'm seeing championship record, PB in that 400, championship record. So to his name currently...
He hasn't lost.
No, not in a single race, not even in a heat.
So he's undefeated at the Australian Junior Championships here. This will be a test for him, though. He's run 55.22. Gershant Singh's run 55.7. So who knows? I mean, he's done every event just about at the athletics track. Has young Lockie Chappell.
And holds 3 championship records, 100, 200, and in that relay.
I mean, if he got 4, wouldn't that be something? We wouldn't have seen that for quite some time. He needs to get Luke Webber's.
So he's going to have to absolutely rip through for a PB if he's going to do that. But
51.13.
Yeah, that's a little bit insane.
Luke Webber. He's got some spring in his step, doesn't he, Lockie Chappell? He's dancing to his blocks.
Pink socks.
Always. Pink socks, pink shoes.
Gold chain.
Gold chain. Blue crush. Straight off set. I wonder if he surfs. It would almost be a shame if he doesn't at this point.
I think he does. I just have this feeling.
He would have to, wouldn't he? Really, really, really lovely kid as well. Met him the other night. And part of his family. Very, very lovely young man. So you always want to see people like that succeed. Don't be shocked once this is all said and done, no matter what medal he gets. He'll be shaking every hand. I can almost guarantee it. This is a really good final, though. Like I said, Singh on his outside is a 55.7 man. He ran 56 in qualifying. A lot of these times are coming from qualifying. And Owen Webb from New South Wales, 55.6. So Chappell might have run faster than 55.22 because I think what roster is telling us is those qualifying times from the heats because they all kind of look pretty well married up.
But then again, we have had many PBs run in heats up at this championship. And I mean, when they've been running it, conditions have been pretty good for these 400s. So, Mitch, you could be right, but you also could be wrong.
I could be. I could be very well. I may be wrong. I mean, I was wrong about the men's high jump. I could be wrong about this. There's only one time, Ella, that's different, and that is Gershant Singh's 55.70 compared to his 56 flat that we've seen here in qualifying. So maybe all these guys outside of Singh did PB in the heats. We've got Joshua Lenz in number 1, Riley Jordan's in 2, Marcus Afedzi's in 3, Patrick Miskley is in 4, Owen Webb in 5, Lockie Chappell, here he is on screen, in 6, Gershant Singh is in 7, Jarvis Barton in 8, and Thrat Nell is in lane number 9, also close on time for lifetime best, which means the minors, or every medal, could go a lot of different directions.
So it is Webb there taking the longest to get back to his blocks, making them wait, the nervous wait of a 400. You don't want to sit there for any longer than you have to.
So the expectation is on the shoulders probably of Lachlan Chappell. Have a look at our young fella here from New South Wales and see the Barton or Nell. See Chappell over his shoulder there in the distance. And that's the face of somebody knowing what's to come. That was Nell. There's few certainties in life, but the one certainty in 400 metre running, Ella, I imagine, is that the home straight will be euphoric, but oh so painful.
How I like to think of it is like it's a 400, right? There's no way it's not going to hurt. So you're better out going out and running fast, because you'd rather see the clock at something you want to see and knowing you're hurting than seeing the clock not really where you want it and hurting. And I think that makes it hurt so much more. So these boys will need to set these race up really well. And I think that's where Chappell is going to come into his own here. Having such a fast PB over 200 will allow him to get to 200 faster without burning as many bickies as the other boys have, and hopefully will help him come home.
I like his chances of continuing on his winning ways here in Brisbane. So, one lap of the track is the asking price for a national gold. The time will come. The moment is here. Men's under 14, 400 metres. Lenz, Jordan, Efedzi, Miskley, Webb, Chappell, Singh, Barton, Nell. Undefeated here at these championships is lane number 6, 4 from the outside, Lockie Chappell. So the hunt for gold begins here in the men's under 14 400 metres. Undefeated thus far at these championships is Lockie Chappell, and that is blistering in the opening 150. So Lockie Chappell is going to issue the warning to the rest of this field. Can any of them get up and roll with him? Because at the moment, he looks like he's in a league of his own. I would expect something here from the Western Australian and Gurshant Singh. He's the next fastest in this field, but he has a lot of work to do and go and get after Lockie Chappell. So 120 metres to go here for the New South Welshman. He's a mile ahead of this field. He'll have to try and hold on here in the final 100, because this is where you start to feel it. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been here for 3 days and he has not lost an event, not even a heat. We go to the final and he's going to win again. 50.85. That championship record is gone. Death taxes. And Lockie Chappell championship records here in Brisbane.
So every individual event Chappell has competed at this championship, he's broken a championship record.
He's something to watch, isn't he? I mean, that opening, I would love to know, if there's any coaches in here that can tell me what that opening 200-metre split was, because he ran it like a 200.
I think it was sub 24. I had a quick peek at the clock. It's a bit hard to see from over here, but it looked like it was 23A. And I did say that to you, though. If you have that 200-metre PB that sits about a second slower than whatever you are going through in 200, that's not out of the picture.
Oh, I'd hate to rock up to a school carnival and see Lockie Chappell walking out. Tell him I don't want to run this one. I'm okay. I think I'll pass this one.
Holy moly.
50.85, Ella, officially. What did we say here? We said, look, if he can get Luke Webb, he'll have to improve dramatically.
Well, he comes in here,
51.1.
if this is right, 55.2, so he's run a 5-second PB over 400 metres. That is like 50-metre PB.
That was unbelievable. My only fear, look at this replay. Look at 4 from the outside. Mr. Blue Crush, Lockie Chappell. By, I'm going to say 110 metres, he's got the it's over for the stagger on the outside. His form is so good as well. It's not like he's errant and he's wasting energy, or it's not picture perfect, because that is just pure sprinting technique, isn't it? And this opening 200 metres, you thought, now he's gone out so fast, he's just going to have to hold on. He's going to have to find something. There's 30 metres between him and the rest of this field running into the straight, and this is what I think his strength is, and I would be fascinated as he gets older whether he shows any interest in running an 800 metres. His 1-2 long jump 400 relays, of course, are impressive, but he's able to hold on and maintain here whilst he's lactic. That's hard to do. This can easily fall apart in the final 50, but clearly not for Lockie Chappell.
Well, I'm excited to see what he chooses to do. I mean, obviously he doesn't really have to make any decisions. He's only under 14, so it's all about doing as many events as you can at this age and partaking in and enjoying the competition. But where he puts his focus, I mean, sometimes I feel like if you had you run your championship record, you think, okay, well, I'm a 100-metre runner. But he's run a championship record in the 1, 2, and 4. So it sets him up really well to do whatever event he wants to. I mean, if I'm Lockie Chappell, I'm looking and go, I'm going to work my speed for as long as I can. So then when I want to return back to my 400 metres, I mean, you've seen the likes of Ella Connolly do it. She's worked on her speed. She comes out and runs about a 400 a year, and that 400 is always fast.
So Lockie Chappell last year, also at the All Schools, I should say, broke the 1, 2, and 4 records there. So
are we going to see the entire
it's just going to be
book
Lockie Chappell,
rewritten?
James Hall. It's just names that are just going to stay there for a few years, I would think. There's a couple of good names here on the under-14s as well.
But we're going to head to our women's under-14s, Mitch.
Yeah, and let's go, Ella. Get us excited here.
So there's the big field of 9 in this women's under-14 400-metre final. From WA, Imogen Spooner in lane 1. In lane 2 from New South Wales, Mila Stanforth. In lane 3 from New South Wales, Emma Leon. In lane 4, also from New South Wales, is Lana Boyzik. In lane 5 from Western Australia, Madison Dick. In lane 6 from New South Wales, Evelyn Norris. In lane 7 from Annika Kamar from New South Wales is Annika Kamar. In lane 8 from New South Wales is Sarah Hickey. And in lane 9 from New South Wales is Elsie Keating. Elsie.
You've got it. You've absolutely nailed it. So this is a great field here. Who are we looking for? What are we looking for here in terms of time, and how close are they?
It's actually very close, Mitch. It's very, very close. I think the one to watch is Annika Kamar in lane 7. She's 2 from the outside. So she's the one to watch. She's come in here with a 56 seed time and gone through to the final with a 57.3 seed time. So she's definitely the one to watch here. So there, other than that, it'll be Madison Dick, the Western Australia, in the black, in the middle of the lane. She's got 4 on her inside, 4 on her outside. So we're looking for those two. Western Australia, yellow and black in the middle. 2 lanes out from her, Annika Kamar. Those will be the 2 that we're looking to. Maybe throw in Evelyn Norris in there as well. So it'll be the 3 on the middle to the outside of the lanes there. So we're away first time of asking, and I actually think it is the New South Wales Kamar that gets the best of the starts there, but she's going to be led out by Hickey from New South Wales. Hickey's taking up the stagger to the athlete on her outside in Keating. So Hickey's going to take it up to Keating, but Kamar is going to follow her around. There's moves being made in the middle of the field. Madison Dick and Boyzik from New South Wales is also going to set themselves up really well here. So as we round out into this first 200 metres, I think at the moment the best of the staggers will be Lana Boyzik, and she's setting herself up really well. As I say that, though, it's Norris that's starting to come through. So as they come on to the bend, it is 5 wide at the moment. This is an exciting race, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 100 metres to go, and it's going to get absolutely so close to this line. The Western Australia comes out first. She's going to start to pull away. It is her race. Madison Dick wants this final, and it is Kamar now coming out from in New South Wales, challenging her for that second place. But I think it is going to be all Madison Dick to take away this under 14 400 metre final.
What a call there. You've got a little nervous when there were 4 coming around the bend, weren't you? You said it beautifully that this was so close in terms of time, and the Western Australian Madison Dick, when it really mattered in the final 60 metres, just went strength for strength and became the national champion.
100%. She held her form so well. And I talked about this just before. When you start to get that last 100 metres already hurts. You put someone on his shoulders, you tense up, it's hurting even more. You need to stay relaxed. How relaxed can you stay up tall? It's going to be that arm drive in that last 100 metres that's going to allow you to keep the frequency and the turnover in your legs to get you through to that last 400 metres.
Well, you know better than anybody, Ella, the 400 metre specialist right up here alongside me. So you can see that photo finish there.
PB.
Dick. There you go. 56.62.
Watch this here. She goes out so evenly. So she lets some of the girls get away a little bit on the stagger, but as her inside comes up to her as her inside comes up to her, it puts a little bit of pressure on Madison to work a little bit harder. So Lana really helped Madison to set up her race there. You can see out there the athlete Sarah Hickey. She also sets up that run for Kamar, her partner, her teammate there. So Kamar and Hickey seem to go really well on this back straight, and the moves are made by Eleven Norris. Eleven Norris puts that pressure onto Dick, and Dick then has to respond. And that's what she does really well in that final 120 metres. So you can see here, 90 metres, 80 metres. She really just starts to pull away. It's the arm drive. She's nice and relaxed. The frequency in the legs is kept. She does a fantastic job there.
So impressive for both of these under 14 age groups, isn't it? Over that one-lap journey. I mean, the strength, you can see it. Even front on, you can tell that she's the strongest in this field in terms of that finishing ability to the line there. So congratulations to the Western Australian, the 2 New South Wales women as well for those minor medals. We're going to continue with 400-metre action here. This is almost the bookend. In fact, it is the bookend because we're going to move from this under 14 field. You can see the results here on screen. 56.62, 57.05, 57.98 for Bozic in third. But on the other side of this, we go to our under 20 400-metre finals. And our men's under 20 will be the first to go. Now, we say this time in, time out, but this is really the age group where it's the most relevant. This, at the moment, is an opportunity to book a seat to Eugene, those World Under 20 Championships. We haven't had it there since 2014, and within that group was so many of Australians' current crop of Olympic, world champ, world record holding medalists and record holders there. So to bring it back almost feels poetic with this group of juniors we have here at the moment. I know a few will be watching on from that team, but here we go, an opportunity lay ahead on this one-lap journey.
The big name that I see here, though, is Seth Kennedy. I mean, he's probably the one to watch. He's got the fastest seed time. I mean, Ollie McDonald, also another one with a sub 47 there. So those 2 boys, I think, are going to be the ones to beat there. But Seth Kennedy, I mean, he's been competing against our senior athletes for quite a while now.
He has, and he was unlucky not to be on that team last time, even as a bottom ager. So Kennedy, he's so good over the 200 as well. There's a few here. So Seth Kennedy, Chase Grant, he's 2 on the inside of him. He's the 3rd fastest this year. Kennedy's the 2nd fastest. Gout Gout, would you believe it, is the fastest over 400 metres, but of course has no interest in running this event. But Kennedy has been a long time competitor of the 400 metres. He's won many a national title in this event, and now an opportunity to get a spot in Eugene. It's a really good point you make. Ollie McDonald, he's run 46.85 before, but currently not in this window of qualification. So what we look at here, to break it down simply, if Seth or Chase win, they go. They're on that, they go. They've got the qualifier, and if they win the national title, they make their way to the World Juniors. But equal to that, if Ollie McDonald can win this and run it under 47.4, in fact, anybody in the rest of this field runs under 47.4 and wins, they go.
Also go.
It's what makes this so fascinating, doesn't it?
I mean, there's a couple of others that have run under that 47.0 in this field. The Victorian Muir, 47.19 PB, so he's done it before. And Cullens is close.
So Muir, Dashiel, he's run 47.43 this year as well. So what, even at what he's run his season's best, he's 0.03 off that qualifier. It's where the nerves might start to enter for a few of these guys. You know there's so many that are capable, if they win, and they're all going to run fast, of pushing them under that time. So you've got to win this, not just for the national title, but for that spot on the plane to Eugene. Oh, it just makes all the emotion and all the tension that much more heightened.
We've got 2 New Zealanders in the field as well.
We
so
do.
Maybe that takes a little bit of pressure off our Australians going, there's not 9 competing for this, there's 7.
George Kennedy, Hunter Scott will be
Yeah,
those.
but, I mean, if I was an Australian in this race, I do not want to be beaten by New Zealand. I want this race to be mine. I want to run the World Junior Qualifier. I want to come through the line first. I want to stand on top of the podium.
Absolutely. So Fred Hamblin, that is on the outside of Seth. Generally a good starter, Seth Kennedy. And for those sitting at home, wondering, are there tactics in a 400? Don't you just sprint the whole way? Don't you just get out there and run as fast as you can from the gun? No, you don't.
No, you
Few of these
certainly
guys will like to conserve a bit of energy because inevitably the lactic hits in the final 100, and if you have the confidence or the ability to reel people in, you might stay back a little bit further.
It's a conserve energy is a term that I struggle with though, because it's not really conserving energy, because if you leave anything out in that first 100 meters and don't set up that back straight to allow you to relax, you then have to work hard into that back straight. So it really is, and I think Kathy Freeman used to say, she used to go flag. So it's fly, leg, attack, go. So you need to fly out of those blocks, attack it really nicely, but in a relaxed way. So you can come into this back straight, you find rhythm. I don't like relaxed, because relaxed, sometimes people start to think you need to slow down. It's rhythm through this back straight. You're attacking it as you're heading into this 400 meters, and what you're going to do that is you increase the frequency and the turnover and the leg speed while staying relaxed up tall, and that last 100 meters is everything you've got.
Leave it all out there. We saw that in Sydney, didn't we? And so many other times from the great Kathy Freeman. So the men's under 20, 400 meters, the final in the hands of the starter. The winner, well, they'll book themselves a spot to Eugene so long as they're under 47.4, or your name is Seth Kennedy or Chase Grant. 9 men toe the line. Only one goes home with gold. Men's under 20, 400 meter final. It'll be a showstopper. So much at stake here, isn't there, for this men's under 20, 400 metres. So the Queenslander here at home, Seth Kennedy, second widest on the track, gets off to a really fast start. You can see the first responder is Chase Grant. So Grant not far behind Kennedy. He's got that stagger outside of him already, Seth. But you can see now Chase Grant looks really strong at 200 metres. So these two are in front of the rest of these field. They've both got the World Junior Qualifier. You win, you go. They know what's on the line here. Have a look at Chase Grant work on through. DeShul Muir, the Victorian, will have to find something to get after Chase Grant. But Grant, he knows what's on the line. All that shines is gold. And for Chase Grant, he can take that to Eugene. 46.21 for the New South Welshman.
Hamlin there, absolutely flying last 200 metres. I really will be interested to see what he stops the clock at. I think he'll come through for second, because I think it was a New Zealander in there. So it is, he runs a World Junior Qualifier, was absolutely nowhere with 40 metres to go, 20 metres to go, bang. Pulled the trigger.
That?
Pulled the trigger and a World Junior Qualifier.
47.22 for Fred Hamlin. Under that qualifier in that second spot, so that one has to wait. But Chase Grant at 46.21 took control of this race into the final 200 metres. We're going to watch it back here. We can see Seth so quickly out of those blocks. He was able to pick up on Hamlin outside of him, but the quickest to respond, he wasn't going to spot him any room, was he? Was Chase Grant. He knew that he had to stay within touching distance of the Queenslander. He did it perfectly. And as he made his way out of this bend here now, you can see Chase Grant is already there and he moves away from this field. I'm on watch for Hamlin as well.
Absolutely. Just watch him. He's miles behind. Hamlin is absolutely nowhere in this race. He's almost sitting in last place as he comes off this bend. This is here just Chase Grant. He's just powerful so well. And as those athletes start to come up on his inside, Seth Kennedy just tensing up ever so slightly. Look for him here. He moves post, absolutely motoring past and dips on the line to take that second place. He's going to be a selector's nightmare. He makes that decision very, very difficult. We've had 4 athletes in this under 20 final go for that World Junior Qualifier.
Makes that relay team look good though, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Don't forget there is a New Zealander.
Well.
There is a New Zealander.
Right, because DeShul Muir's 47.34 was also under that time. Seth Kennedy goes for 47.47. Luke Fuller, 47.60. George Kennedy, the New Zealander, 47.77, McDonald 47.84 and 48.20 for Kai Mullins. But Chase Grant, and we've seen him, you know what, I have a distinct memory here in 24, the final of the men's 200 metres. Chase Grant is usually such a fast starter. I remember it was against Gout and Josiah John, and Grant was the first out of the first 50, then got brought back. He then goes to this 400 metres here, and I wouldn't have said that his start was necessarily the fastest, but he was clearly strong enough. He's the national champion over the 1 lap distance. What a run for him. And we're going to continue if you can. Well, I'm trying to bring my heart rate down. If you can bring it down at home, there's no
Mitch, I'm not
bigger
sure
heart
that's
rate
possible.
here, though, than my co-commentator, because on screen out wide in the big V, in lane 9, in the Wade Van Niekerk lane, as they call it now in 400 metre running, is Ella's sister Honor. So I'm going to have to reprieve Ella once the race begins. I'm going to have to turn the mic off.
Absolutely. I don't think I'm going to be able to handle it.
Let her have her moment. But what a quality field. Ella, you are the most qualified to speak on this field. Now, remember, you've got to speak fairly about
absolutely.
everybody.
No,
But this is class.
I've been watching the 400 metres in particular, obviously, because I take a vested interest in Oni's run. So this field is absolutely stacked. We've got 7 athletes here who have run World Junior qualifiers. So 7 of the 9 have already run a World Junior qualifier. Some of those athletes have put incredible times on the board. So the likes of Alice Hill and Xanthi Watts, those 2 athletes, I'd say they're the fastest in the field by a fair bit. They've run sub 54. So that's an incredible run. We saw Xanthi Watts in the heats last night, just fade a little bit. She went out really, really hard. So I think the conversation in her camp will be, can she balance her race a little bit better to come home hard? But to be honest with you, in this field, I really like the look of Mareem Kamara. She comes out of lane 6. She looks so relaxed. She's the only athlete in this field, both runs, to put 2 high quality runs. She ran a 54, I think it was a 54 and a half in that first round, a 54 again, or a 55 low in that second round. So she's an athlete absolutely to watch. I mean, not to pump my little sister up either, but Honor comes from an 800 side as well, so she'll tend to have that back end speed. She's been working on going out a little bit harder, but she knows how to close those races. She knows what she wants to do when she gets to 150 to go. Rose Acklin, we can't go past either. She's in lane 4. She's been an incredible athlete, almost making the World Junior team last year or 2 years ago. So this whole field is stacked. Sophie Walker from WA won her semi yesterday, and she put an incredible run on the board. Samara Bond, also another athlete, that New South Wales athlete who goes out of 2. So this field, Mitch, this field makes me nervous for all the right reasons.
7 of the 9 currently have a World Junior qualifier. And the other beauty of it, I'm trying to figure out, if you come second and you run the qualifier, does that make you automatic as well? Let me leave that pending. But
I don't think it
nevertheless,
does.
I think it's up to selectors.
But
I think that
it
second one
pleads
is
your case.
Exactly right. And because we're seeing it, some of these athletes are competing under 18 against under 20. But 7 of the 9 already have that World Junior qualifier. Only Darcy Thatcher and Lilybella Hilly are without it.
Well, Lilybella is a medalist from last year's under-20 event, so she'll have the confidence. She's been coached under Gaff. He's had a number of World Junior and Australian representatives, so they'll know what they'll need to do to attemptfully lift this race and see what she can do to put herself in it. But, I mean, if there was a race to be in to run this qualifier, this is the one that you're going to do it, because I'd be surprised. We could see the whole field do it.
Absolutely we could, and you've been saying that since last year, so all 9 of these women, obviously relay spots are up for grabs as well, but to be the national champion, to be the one to lock in an automatic spot at those World Junior Championships, so significant. You could drop a pin in this crowd and hear it. Edge of your seat kind of stuff. Women's under 400 metres. Who's it going to be? Who wants it most? Right here in Brisbane. So now we wait. The show begins here for the women's under 100 metres. A spot on the line for Eugene. 7 of the 9 of these women have that World Junior qualifying time, and they all know exactly where they need to be. Queensland's Xanthi Watts gets off to a good start. We saw that yesterday, last night in those semi-finals. She needs to be able to hold on. Kamara now moves through in the middle of the track as well, and the rest of this field will have to lift and find something to go and get after Mariam Kamara of New South Wales. So Kamara will come into the final 100 metres in front. She's got some challenges on her outside though. She'll have to give everything to get down to this line. Alice Hill now starts to get after Kamara. So Kamara climbing steps. Alice Hill, oh so comfortable from New South Wales. She'll get the national gold and she'll be right there in Eugene. 53.35. What a run from Alice Hill. Timed it to perfection. And she can't quite believe it. I think she's catching her breath. Every single one of them on their haunches. What a run we just saw there in our women's under 20 400 metres. You can see it. Mariam Kamara was the one to chase down to that finish line. She was so brave. She was so strong to begin this race. 53.34 wins it. Queensland, Xanthi Watts, 54.41. 54.95 for the Western Australian, Sophie Walker. She'll get bronze. This whole crowd at attention here at the moment. We're watching the replay so you can see Kamara was just so strong in the opening 200 metres. She gets up to the Western Australian and Sophie Walker and Watts as well. You see that move on past. You have to find a little something. You have to dig deep within yourself to be able to go and push after the leader. But have a look here where Alice Hill is. She's back in fourth and working that final 80. And then with 50 metres to go, it's just all-out pursuit down to the line. Kamara kept pushing, but Alice Hill, what a run from her. Well, what a way to start some of these under-20 events here tonight. Some spots to Eugene have been booked, and she couldn't believe it across the finish line. Their hands on their head. I mean, Alice, you were the fastest this year. And now you're the national champion. So amazing what we're seeing across the 400 metres this year. Ellie Beer saluted as the national champ for the seniors. And I'd like to think Alice Hill will be somewhere next year contesting herself. Xanthi Watts second, Sophie Walker in third. Oof. Well, let me take a second to get my breath from that 400 metre final duo. We're going to be right back here on 7+. Don't go anywhere. More of those under 20 finals to come, including some steeplechasers right after this. Yeah, you can see we're here with the long jump. So we've got both our women's under 15 and under 16s going. This is, then let me work this out because I'm going to have to get their names here. I reckon this is the under 16s. I could be wrong. Our Western Australian here. Either way, good contact on the board. I think that's under 16s, but many a time have I been incorrect. I'm going to have to start calling that the Pittman effect, given how wrong I was about our national champ. I still haven't seen him up here, by the way. I don't know where he is.
I was about to ask that whether or not...
No one's tipped him off. I'm being dead serious.
Well, we'll be up here till Monday, right, Mitch?
I might not leave Queensland until I get that shirt. I might stay around.
Now, don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I don't need any excuses to want to stay in Queensland. So if I have to use Pittman's shirt as the excuse, I will. Look, more Queenslanders here on the runway. We're in the dead of night here now. It is all darkness outside of the beautiful lights that light it up here at the Brisbane Athletics track. Coming out on the track now is some of our 2,000 metre steeplechase finals. I think it's our women's under 16, and there is 22 or 23 competitors here in this field, which is difficult when you're trying to jump steeples all at the same time. Ooh, that's a good jump down here by our Queenslander in the under 16 pit.
Mitch, I made this mistake at all schools. Tell me, do you know how many barriers we've got to clear, water jumps? What is it?
5 a lap.
Okay.
So 25. Well, actually 24 because you missed this one for the first lap.
Okay. And then they've got a water jump as well.
Yeah. So that's that's within the...
Okay.
Yeah.
And I always thought, like, I don't really want to run that far around the track, but I always see those videos, particularly over in the US college system, where they go and jump that and almost like cannonball.
Yeah.
Obviously not very effective for running.
It is fun, though.
But I feel like that could be the place to be, you know. It's
Yeah.
30 degrees, well, maybe not 30 degrees anymore outside, but I reckon it's still in your mid-20s outside tonight. Conditions probably ideal for these steeplechasers.
Yeah.
Do you just want to have a dip in the...
I would love to, yes. I love swimming. I love being near water, so I would be right into it. Here's Boyd, the Queenslander. Wonder if she's thinking about a dip in the steeplechase. I reckon they're pretty focused on the sand pit. Good jump. So I'm finding it really difficult to read these athletes. They all look a little upset with their efforts, but it might have been a foul, that's why. Anyway, Sienna Vasella leads our women's under-16 competition. Here's Greer, the Queenslander, in the under-15 pit. And for the young Queenslander, she needs to get a mark on the board because her first round is right now. There you go. I thought she fouled, but she hasn't. It's only just begun, so...
Well, I think that plays a difference as well. When you've got such a huge field, right, the time in between jumps is going to be so much larger. So whether or not that plays a role, I mean, she's seen everyone jump before her. Maybe it's given her a little bit more time to warm up. I mean, these conditions kind of, I guess, set her up well because it's not cold, so it's not like she's cooling down. But here she goes for this first jump. Will she hit the board? That looked like a reasonably good jump, to be honest with you. Well,
you read.
I'm up here.
You can read the facial expression better than me.
Well, I mean, I was looking down there, and I without the board, I reckon she hit the board well. But we're going to start this steeplechase here, Mitch, and there's 21 athletes, and I'll run you through our hip numbers as they get started. So from 1 through to 21, this is the order. So it's Giblett, Dixon, Strawhorn, Doug, Slatton, Fotheringham, Dellinghurt, Chesser, Horton, Hall, Gilchrist, Wade, Charles, Dullivan, Everson, Ranky, Clark, Howe, Ninkashike, Welts, and Bug to round out with hip number 21. So big field for this steeplechase to begin with, and they're coming over to the first steeple now, and hopefully we'll clear them very well.
I think they will. We see a little bit of carnage towards the back of this pack. Just quietly, Harper Greer, 5:49 to lead the competition after round one. So that was a good jump from the Queenslander, but they make their way here to this water barrier now, and just look how many are in this field. 21 women all fighting it out here. That's Wade of New South Wales in front of Strawhorn, Bug, and it goes back to Doug and the Queenslander.
Now
so
Wade wants
group.
the lead, Mitch. Wade wants to take the lead. She's not willing to give it up. She wants to stay clear. She doesn't want to have to worry about having to dodge people or try and hurdle other people. She wants to take this lead, and she looks very comfortable doing it.
Yeah, she set a good tempo here. So they're all strung out. They're in 3 different groups here at the moment. Probably 5 metres separates all the groups. So plenty of opportunity to go and get up to the group ahead, but some work to do with that. So we can see Wade continues to just slowly but surely, I think, have a little bit of an uptick. She'll find a rhythm here shortly, and the rest of the group will be able to settle. If not, they're doing that as I speak. So it's 4 in that group, 2 slightly behind, only by a fraction. But you can see how important technique is over these steeples, being able to continue momentum. You don't want to halt. You don't want to feel like you're putting your foot down and somewhat standing still. You want to be moving forward, and this group in front doing a really good job at that. Particularly our leader in Wade is now the South Australian, moves on past. I think wants to get to that water jump first, out of the danger of maybe clipping heels with anybody next to her, because they will move around. They won't all run behind each other into this water jump. So find a clean spot to put your foot and get there. And the South Australian quick. Look at those first 3-4 steps out of there. So fast. Finds the rhythm again. Leads out this field.
So I'm assuming, right, Mitch, you're looking to land almost dry coming out of that water jump.
It's kind of like half of your foot is in that water jump. So you're just trying to get as far out there as possible. Minimum amount of time, minimum amount of steps spent in the water, and use it to propel you. You see on the international level, a lot of the East Africans, they try and clear the water altogether. So they won't even touch the barrier. They'll just try and get all the way over.
So they're going from the ground to the barrier. They're not. They can step on the barrier,
They
right?
can, yeah,
okay,
of
so they're
course.
not. Are they stepping on the barrier and going over the?
Yes, you're running into it, step on the barrier, over the water, as far into the water as you can possibly get. You can step on these barriers if you choose to.
Does that help, or?
Look, some do it, some don't. It just matters on rhythm and how comfortable you are jumping over them. You can see it sometimes at an international level, particularly once fatigue sets in. Some may opt to put their foot on the barrier. We're not seeing it here up front, though, are we? Because Strawhorn's doing a good job to keep this group behind. So the South Australian made the move around this time a lap ago. Hasn't dropped them off by any means, but is in a nice, comfortable spot for herself here. I think the early race leader will like where she is here in second. I think that she's found herself in a potentially winning position if she can just hold on and maintain.
Well, I like that water jump there from Wade. She cleared that really well and didn't really give much to Strawhorn there. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong here, but normally in the distance races, you want to be a little bit closer, but I guess having those, steeples there, you want to make sure that your athlete in front of you clears those so you're not ending up in any carnage. So maybe the distance that she's keeping at the moment is actually ideal. I mean, Mitch, you might be able to shed a bit more light there.
Yeah, so Strawhorn, definitely. You don't want to be right behind the person in front of you, though. If you're packed up together, you can't do much about it. But I think what we're seeing here is a decisive move from Strawhorn. Unfortunate clip there. Great to see her back up on her feet. We hope you're okay. I guess that is the risk element of doing this event. You might clip some of these along the way. It's impressive she's back up. I know how much that can hurt hitting those steeples, but Strawhorn is just going from strength to strength here, isn't she? She's showing no signs of slowing down just yet. The group behind can't give up, won't give up. There's still plenty of racing left. They'll come down here and have not too much remaining in their 2,000-metre journey, but Strawhorn of South Australia doing a good job to lead. Jacqueline Bugg there in third. Wade still in second. And I wonder if our athletes further back think they might be an opportunity late to get up into a medal position.
She's got such rhythm out the front there. She's pulling away from the rest of the field now, but it's rhythm. I've noticed between her and Wade, probably the only difference is at the moment Strawhorn's cadence up the front is a little bit faster. That's going to allow her to move across the ground a little bit better and build into this last lap. I mean, she's going to hear the bell here. She's going to know she's in the lead. She maybe is having a look at herself on the big screen there to work out where her competitors are. So she comes into this lap. She's going to sit just about 25 metres ahead of Wade and Bugg. Now, Wade and Bugg, that'll be an interesting race to play out there as well. Bugg's looking pretty comfortable and will hopefully start to make ground on Wade, but there's nothing like hearing the bell to spurge you on for that little bit extra.
No, it definitely gets you excited, doesn't it? Because after 1,600 metres, you've got nothing but fatigue, but plenty on the mind to try and get down to the finish line. So Strawhorn of South Australia up this back straight. Only needs 3 more clean steeples to crown herself the national champion. Wade there in second has fought strongly. Bugg in third. That will be a battle over the closing 250 metres. You'd think Wade finds a little bit of something there now, but you can't look anywhere else than the front of this race because Strawhorn was able to pick them apart 3 laps ago and go strength for strength from there. So Ivy Strawhorn in front has 1 more water barrier remaining and then 1 more steeple in this home straight. Airborne there to that barrier. Looks so smooth and in control, and with 100 metres to go, not far away from crowning herself the national champion. Wade stops up slightly. Bugg, they'll fly down to the finish line the best they can, but if we're over here, and we are, the South Australian will be the national champion for the 2,000 metre steeplechase. She was the strongest. She made a bold move. She salutes the crowd as the national champion. Look at this. Wade will hold on for second. A good push down to the line for her, just over 7 minutes. And Bugg will be the bronze medalist here in the 2,000 metre steeple.
Well, I mean, these girls are finishing so strong. Look at the Tasmanian coming through over the last steeple there. She's moving so strong through this final 50 metres. She sees the finish line and she wants to get there. That increasing cadence and that ability to kind of change pace in such a long race, right? So she's doing such an incredible job. Much of this field to come. We've got about 200 metres or just under 200 metres for the whole field to come through here. So what an exceptional run from these girls. You can see them starting to get a little bit fatigued as they jump over that last barrier, but they're doing such an incredible job. And you can see the exhaustion, hands on the ground, sitting on the ground. Last one's through on that water jump, Mitch, so that's a really, really good sign. So we're 100 metres to go for all athletes in our field, and we are almost there. So embraces at the finish line, you can see there. They know what a fantastic achievement it is to even get to a national championship. So to see all these girls here and see your friends and competitors cross the line is super exciting. So we're coming through for that last few athletes through this finish line. We're going to give them a big cheer, to give them everything they need to get to that line as quickly as possible.
Well done to this women's field here. Great way to set up the next 3 events of steeplechasing that will follow. But Ivy Strawhorn of South Australia is the national champion. And with great strength as well, it must be said, just picked apart this field and did it with ease, really, in the end. I never want to say anything looks too easy, but at the rate that she was moving there, it was all her race for Ivy Strawhorn. And if we go back to last year, she wasn't in the top 5 in the nation. So what a great day out there for Ivy Strawhorn.
Now, for those playing along at home in the hurdles, right, Mitch, between the men and the women, the distances between the hurdles, the distance they have to run and the hurdle height changes, but in the steeple it stays the same.
There you go.
Fun fact.
Fun fact.
I'm kind of getting better at this.
Ella's fun facts.
I'd hope we all know that because the officials aren't moving them, but you know.
Well, some people aren't observant of that.
Exactly. And I mean, I've said there are more or less barriers than there are at some point in time, so stay with us, though. We have the final of the men's under-16 steeplechase right after this short break.
All right, we're back here with some more athletic action. We continue with the steeplechase. It's our men's turn over the 2,000-metre steeple, the under-16s. I wonder, can I get them all in here? It's going to be Brown, Wegner, Lowe, Constantinitis, Watt, Poskett, Hunter, Lovell, Ward, Hoddenet, Howard, Armstrong, Casey, White, Law, Adams, Deans, Friedrich and Waring. So there we go. That is the full field here of our men's under-16 2,000-metre steeplechase. All bunched up here, ready to begin their own hurdling. They'll make their way around. They'll greet it for the first time after 200 metres. Now South Australian out in front, maybe spurred on by what he saw just then in the women's under-16 event. His fellow state competitor, the national champion. Can we make it 2 from 2 in the under-16s?
Well, I think the South Australians would like that, and the aggression that he took into that first steeple, I think that's what he's trying to do. He's leading out already by 5 metres, but the athletes behind him, the New South Wales and Victorians, don't really want to give him that much room. So if he comes into that first water jump, he jumps really aggressively over the top and clears them by quite an amount, Mitch.
I'm not sure if Tyson White missed the start of the long jump, but he might have a career in it if he keeps jumping into steeples like that. So have a look at Tyson White. He's so smooth and in control here, isn't he, out in front? He is the lone South Australian in this field. So fending for himself out there at the moment is White, and he's gone through pretty quickly as well. So that's about 71, although they've started a little further back. So we'll have to get the proper math on it in a moment. It's all strung out behind him, though. There's a group that have all stuck together, but those in pursuit of a minor medal are all strung out. Second and third even have some room either side of them. So White's broken up this field early, and they're all just going to have to chase now after the South Australian.
I mean, that's how we know the pace is on. When the field is not bunched up and the train formation begins to form, that's how we know the pace is on. So those first 6 athletes have really extended out that lead, and then there's a little bit of a pack. I'd call it a little bit of a safety pack. Athletes that aren't really ready to put it on the line just yet, or are just holding within themselves so they can do it later on in that race. But it really is the South Australians' run. He looks fantastic coming into this second water jump here, Mitch.
It's a good clearance into that water pit as well. You can see just the 1 foot in and immediately out. So doing a good job. Here is Tyson White. Leads out the group behind as they make their way down this home straight for the second time. So White, he might get some company here in a moment. They're going to queue up behind him, but he's been strong in the opening stages. As they continue on here, could be Lovell Ward there in second, the Victorian in third. He's got a good margin back to his fellow statesman there in fourth, but I think what was 1 will become 2 in not too long a time. But the South Australian doing his best to keep himself 1 out in front.
I think the Victorian as well is also starting to close in on them ever so slightly. I think that gap is slowly, I think it's the elastic band, Mitch. I know they talk about it in distance running. It's not allowing the elastic band to snap. So that Victorian, his goal there is to not allow the elastic band to swap. So with hip number 15, that's Beau Adams. He's chasing our South Australian White. And I think the Victorian, not too far behind them, will hope to kind of rein in that elastic band and slowly close that gap over the next 3 laps.
It's a little stumble there from our South Australian in Tyson White. So Beau Adams on him now. He might even welcome the company for a moment there, Tyson White. Adams in no immediate rush to move past him here for these two. So as they make their way down this home straight once more. Bo Adams it is, who now for the first time in this field finds himself in front. So Adams it is from White, who's tucked in on him though. He hasn't quite let him go as he moves around. Just over 800 metres of racing left. And the Victorian as well, slowly sneaking up like a librarian, isn't he, here on this field? So this is going to be a great final stages of this under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. But it is Bo Adams in front.
Yeah, that gap has very much closed for those three athletes. We're just trying to work out who that is. I think it's either hip number 4 or hip number 7. So we'll see what we can do there. But now it's a race in 3. Any of these 3 athletes can have it. And I mean, the likes of Bo Adams to come out really well there and kind of start to lead this race has really opened up. And I think it'll be nice, though, we're completely wrong. It's number 16, Ryder Deans.
So have a look at Ryder Deans. So we got a stumble there at the water pit, so he'll have to pick himself up here, Bo Adams, and he does very quickly. You don't have much time to waste. We saw it in the World Championships in Tokyo, didn't we? Not at the water pit, but George Beamish, the eventual world champion, went down in the heats, got himself up immediately, and found his way to an eventual gold medal. But we have a new clubhouse leader here as we get to the closing stages of this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase. Leading in his Ryder Deans. He's wide in lane number 1, isn't he? So he leaves that door slightly ajar for our South Australian, who led it from the start, Tyson White. Finds himself in second. Adams now in third. One of these 3 will make a move eventually, and we can see the Victorian is just starting to squeak along the rail there, see whether or not he can get rid of the 2 behind him, but he can't, because here's the New South Welshman. So he's now back in front. It looks to me like the Victorian and Deans took a quick look on his inside to see where Tyson White was, and he was right along next to him. So this is going to be a great final 200 metres. Execution of technique crucial. Speed between the barriers essential. All to crown a national champion. 150 metres to go. 1 water jump. 1 clean barrier. We saw him clip it last time around, and he's done it again. So the New South Welshman will have to get up. Can he win this with 2 falls? Can he win it when you thought he wouldn't? He has to find something here. It had to have taken something out of him. All 3 now will fly. All wide. They have to get down to the line. It's going to be Bo Adams from New South Wales, though, right down to the finishing line. You could have tripped him 3 times, and maybe the dip of the South Australian Tyson White in the clenches might have got the national title. And it looked for all money that Bo Adams was going to hold on.
Put the jets on in the last 10 metres. He thought, you know what, level up, and it has helped him, because that is your national title holder.
Tyson White of South Australia, the dip at the line sees him the national champion. 6:13.91.
There you go, the double python.
The double cobra, and that's 2 South Australians that win the under-16 event. Bo Adams, 6:13.93. Ryder Deans, 6:15.98. Adams took those 2 tumbles out of the water. It looked like he was going to hold on, but in the clenches, Tyson White shows his strength, the knockout punch when he needed it.
So if I want to go and swap to steeple, I'm heading to South Australia.
Well, clearly in that under-16 event, you can see the consolation there. And there's so much to be proud of from Bo Adams, if you ask me, to get up after 2 falls like that, go so close. You can see the encouragement down on the sidelines. Even the knuckles there from Adam Diddick. Gets himself involved, so no need to shake the head. You gave it everything you had. Let's watch this replay. So, Ella, for a moment, it was all 3 where you thought, I'm not sure who this is going to be, and he just caught his own feet coming out of the water. But I'll tell you what, Bo Adams was quick to get up. Bo Adams was quick to rectify. He takes a look on his inside. And I'll be honest, Tyson White, he looks spent here. It looks like he might not get there. I thought maybe the Victorian would, but even both of them clip on the way through. And Adams with the room, but never give up. And this is exactly why, because on the line, he gets the national title.
I don't know how many heats, championships that I see where athletes just don't quite realise how close it is and just don't dip for that line. And I feel, he's not very happy with that. And I feel like athletes need to remind themselves that races come late, right? So races are won in the last 2 metres. So I just truly think that he just eased up ever so slightly and didn't dip in the way that Tyson White did, and that was the difference. I mean, he looked almost cautious coming over that last water jump there because he obviously fell in the one previously. He looked like he didn't want to really overextend and still managed to fall there. To pick himself up, though, I think that shows the kind of athlete that he is and the sportsmanship. Just the little things as he starts to gain a little bit more maturity. He certainly won't make that mistake again, and he'll be diving for the line next time.
So 2 cracking races thus far in the steeplechase. Men in particular separated by 0.02 of a second. We're getting treated to some unbelievable finals. We got our women's long jump continuing down here, both the 15s and 16s in
She
2
was
pits.
miles there from the board, so a fair bit to go there if she can fix up her run up.
So I'll tell you what, I'll give you the 16s. Ella, you give us the 15s. Sienna Vasello leads the 16s, 572. Emiliana Dennis is second at the moment, 563, and 552 finds third in Melina Greenup. And they're in their 3rd round now. Miller, the Victorian,
Oh,
will be in the under 15 event.
Yeah, the under 15s. The leader there is Marnie Lawrence. She's the the New South Waleser, 5 metres 68. Closely trailing along behind, well, not too closely, but Harper Greer, Queenslander, 5:49, and in 3rd place at the moment is Safina Huang. So also Queenslander, 5:30. That 3rd place is heavily contested. Following along behind her is Savannah Cox and Sienna Mason, 5:29, 5:27. So she's safe at the moment. They're on their 3rd round currently, so we'll wait to see what happens in these last few jumps. I'd like to think that Marnie Lawrence has done enough, but I mean, we keep talking about it. Big things happen in big rounds.
Certainly do. The Victorian looked like she had a fair bit of room left on the board there as well. So in that 3rd round, just need to be in that top 8 to get that extra jump. That's what they'll all be thinking if you're outside of it right now. Can I launch myself pseudo into a final? Because of course these are all finals in this period, but really when you're getting into the top 8 and you get given that extra jump, it feels like an extra final on top.
Mitch, now I came out apparently to Ethan with a fairly controversial opinion earlier, so keen to hear your thoughts here. I was a big believer of that, the Diamond League, where they made them their 3rd jump there. That was the 4th jump was the one that counted. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't mind it. I think that it's got some merit. I'm not sure. I feel like the long jump's done some interesting things over the last year when they were going to get rid of the foul line as well, remember? And it was going to be all automated. That was
yes.
Strange. No, I don't mind it. I think it's definitely got some merit. I don't hate it. No, I don't think it's such a bad thing.
Well, I think we do a lot of things, not only in athletics, but to enhance the viewing for the viewers at home, because that's real. You compete in the sport because you enjoy it.
Yeah, you have to perform on the last jump. You can't waste away. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised though of what it incentivizes at times though. If you nail the first one, why am I going to jump 2 and 3 if I need to save a really good jump for 4? So I don't know. It's interesting, but ahead of us here is our women's under 15 2,000
is this
metre
steeple, and I'll go through the hip numbers there. Geez, they've gone out hard. It doesn't look like a steeple race there. It almost looks like a 400, and that is the Western Australian leading them out at the moment. I think that is Scarlett Nunn, but we'll go through there now. So it is with hip number 1, Nazif, hip number 2, Boatswain, hip number 3, Morton, hip number 4, Welch, hip number 5, Healy, hip number 6, Image, hip number 6, hip number 7, Guy, hip number 8, Wiley, hip number 9, Gaskell, hip number 10, Lee, hip number 11, Lefkree, hip number 12, Aries, hip number 13, Russell, hip number 14, Miwa, hip number 15, Jennings, hip number 16, Felslinger, and hip number 17 is that Western Australian Nunn who took that lead early, but she's heading a little bit further back in the pack now. We've got a New South Wales athlete leading as we come into this first jump, and she's trying to establish a little bit of a lead like those under 16 races. I think she saw what they did early. Those South Australian athletes dominated early, set the lead up, put the athletes where she wanted to put herself, where she wanted to be in this race, and kind of went from there. So I believe at the moment, I can't actually see the numbers there, so we'll have to see when they get a little bit closer to see what numbers they are.
So a good start for this leading duo. It's been effective thus far, to your point, Ella. If you can get out there and you can find some rhythm, you might be able to break the spirits of some of these athletes behind. They're well strung out, about 8 of them all in a row here. There's only a group towards the back, so some company now on the shoulder, gets a little reprieve, and sometimes this can be good. It can clear the mind from being in front. So technically sound over these steeples, though, it must be said, for our New South Wales athletes. So as they make their way up this back straight, in fact, it could be from the ACT. We'll get a closer look on our screens here in a moment, but they're moving along nicely, and this is the secondary benefit of having somebody with you, is that you do have somebody to work with in these opening stages. Of course, when it's later, you want to be on your own, but if you can have somebody for now where you can both find some rhythm, and that is Meredith Lee, who leads out there from Muha of Queensland. They put themselves in a great spot, so both a little stumble, so that's okay. If one stumbles, it's a problem. If both stumbles, you stay together. The Victorian sits there in third, but Liam Muha out here in front, and I get the sense that the Queenslander wants to get around and does, but Lee just so much stronger over these steeples in these early stages.
Well, really smart running from Miha. As she goes over the barriers, she gives herself a little bit of room, but then closes the gap on the inside so it doesn't give Lee an easy in to take the rail. So really smart running there, and I like how she's quite aggressive off the final three steps after going over one of those steeples, and it kind of every time just allows her to, here's an extra metre, and then Lee has to work a little bit harder, and then the next one, here's an extra metre, and there will become a point even now where the gap is starting to open up a little bit.
Yeah, so you can see the Victorian, I think that's Ayres in third place, who wants to pick off the leading duo. We actually saw this nearly identical in the men's event, didn't we? So it's now Muha out in front and looking to extend from this field, and is clearly the one in the best rhythm here at the moment. Over the steeples as well, she's finding that form. She was stutter stepping slightly just a lap ago, but now seems to be in a beautiful rhythm out here. The Queenslander will enjoy these conditions, of course, enjoy the crowd support as well, as the Victorian now gets up into that silver position, but the Queenslander doing a great job out here in front. This women's 2,000 metre steeplechase, the under 15 event. We look a little further back now. We wonder, these girls getting some good height over the water barrier. Do they sense an opportunity ahead? Do they think that maybe there's a chance, if they can bide their time well, a medal could beckon?
I think there is a bit of a cheeky maroon kind of swarm starting to swarm towards the front of that field. I mean, the athlete here is currently in fourth place. She's moving up, and she's moving up rapidly. She's moving really quickly, and she's starting to catch our athlete there in third place. So as they start to come through for 2 laps to go, the Queenslander there does just take that third spot, and the Victorian not too far behind. So I'd say we've had a little bit of a chasing pack in 4 that have separated a little bit and gone, you know what, these girls in front of me are actually not moving that quickly. I'm closing the gap. I'm not going to let the elastic band snap. I've got 800 metres to do it. It's not like anyone's going to be in an all-out sprint from now. I'd say Gold is probably safe. I mean, it depends on what happens in this next lap. Even silver could be under a little bit of siege here.
So Muha of Queensland still out there in front. The Victorian looks pretty comfortable there in second as well, but to your point, anything can happen. We saw that in our men's event. This women's event being far cleaner than that at the moment. So the Queenslander, look at the pace she takes into this water barrier, gets over. The 2-step landing is okay when you're able to come out of it like that at the moment. So doing a good job there to lead out this field. Really strong with just over a lap to go. And I think that bronze medal will be interesting at the moment. It looks like it's in safe hands, but with 400 metres to go, really anything can happen at these moments. So they make their way in. I still think that's Ayres in second.
Did our Queenslander there in that third place, did she just spend her bickies a little bit too early? In the Victorian now coming up to her a little bit. She's only trailing her now by about 5 metres. Having that person in front of you now, you'll need to surge with 1 lap to go, and I think she is starting to make that move. That gap is closing rapidly. So that race for the medals there will be really, really interesting. I think she might have heard me up in the box because she's starting to make moves, but it really, really is all our Queenslanders out the front in that she's doing in Miho. She's doing an absolutely fantastic job at extending her lead. And here we go. I think the big race here is the race for third. You've got 2 athletes shoulder by shoulder there.
Yeah, so we can see Muha is out there in front. She's been so dominant in this under 16 2,000 metre steeplechase. Ayres there
in second, the Victorian. And this is a battle for bronze here at the moment. It looks like that's going to be Victoria's Tilly Morton around Lekeferi from Queensland. So the Queenslander just advances ahead. Tilly Morton would have to find something for bronze. But as they make their way into this home straight here, look at the speed injected into this final 100 metres. So doesn't just want to win, wants to win in emphatic form. Only one steeple remains here in the 2,000 metre event for our under 15 women. A little stutter step, but that's okay, because once you're over cleanly, you know that all awaits is the finish line. And Muha of Queensland will salute as the national champion. A fantastic victory here in Brisbane. And what a run from her. We can see down to the line here now. It's a great finish from the Victorian, and the Queenslander comes through here too, holds on for bronze. So Queensland 1-3, Victoria 2-4. The rest of this field works their way down here now, but they all shake hands at the end of it. Mutual respect.
And that barrier's almost reminding me, the last one there is a bit like a Mario Kart. They're going over it and powering up. The speed coming out of that last steeple there, they're moving.
They're hitting the button and injecting, aren't they? So Muha, Aries, and Lekeferi, we were right. Tilly Morton there in fourth. So well done on 1 through 4 there. There's this whole field now all out of the water jump. So just over 120 metres remaining for this group. It's been fantastic here tonight. A beautiful Friday night in Brisbane.
I mean, as I said before, this is probably the one time that I've ever considered doing anything longer distance. Put me in the steeplechase. I want to cool down in the pool.
Well, you can see that. So they've all cooled down, I reckon, or they might need it again now that they're in the recovery. But well done to our entire field here for the women's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. Great night for the event. 8:32 finishes it off.
That long jump there, that under 15 competition. I've just had another peek at that results there. Marnie Lawrence still holding that first place position with her big jump in round 1 of 5.68. Harper Greer there with a 5.49 at the moment. She's holding that second place, and currently no one's been able to move Sophia Huang out of that third place, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens, but we will get to that right after the break. The one that we're coming into is our men's under 15 steeplechase, 2K, same distance. I quite like this, Mitch. There's a bit of a smaller field, which I think allows us to be a bit, well, not allows us, allows the athletes to be a bit more aggressive and a bit more gutsy because there's less bodies.
You're not going to get down there and run?
I mean, I think I've got the wrong shoes on for today.
Yeah, the open-toed sandals probably won't help.
But, I mean, maybe I'll give these under 14 boys a run for their money. I mean, I don't mind kind of every now and again popping in, particularly when I'm coaching and being like, no, this is why we coach.
Okay, all right. I like it. Okay, well,
maybe not 2K.
I have a feeling these men's 2,000 metre steeplechasers, they might get that. You might get them early, and you might hold on for a while. But I think they might get you towards the end of this. They're pretty fast, and you're fast too, Ella. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm out of school there. Look at Greer. She was holding onto a silver. That's a good jump. That's probably out of I'm going to say 5.31 is my guess.
Well, that'll increase, I believe, what she's jumped.
Okay.
Ever so slightly. I think it was 5.30, maybe, if I'm right there.
Let me see how close I am to the guess.
No, I'm wrong. She's jumped 5.49.
She's jumped 5.49. Now let's see if she goes around 5.30 here.
But you've done a good job there from all the way up here to clock that.
This is what I mean. I'll be very impressed if I can.
I don't know. 10 centimetres. That's not very far.
10 centimetres isn't much, is it?
These boys here for this under 15 steeple, a little bit nervous. There's a lot of jiggly legs bouncing up and down. I mean, interesting there from our ACT athlete, Naden. What do you think of the hat?
I'm passing no comments on fashion after my error in the men's high jump. So if you want to stake a war on hats, you go for it.
Well, I mean,
I'm not. If I say it looks poor, he might actually win this thing.
Now, I don't think it looks poor. I just wonder whether or not, like, when you're moving as fast as you do, my hat always comes off.
I like it. It's a good look, isn't it? I mean, let's see if he can keep it on, because I'm liking that he's got the flair to give it a nudge here. So
And it's bright white as well. He must have had it bleached or cleaned recently.
it's beautiful, isn't it? So the man from the ACT will be in the middle of this field, but Faulkner, Clark, Kidd, Sim, Mercer, Spackman, Harrison, Jess, Naden, Wardle, Roney, Murphy, and Bremner. So the smallest of the fields we've seen thus far for the 2,000 metre steeplechase, but a similar starting style, isn't it? One goes out so fast and the rest of the field responds. That's what we're seeing here at the moment. Our man from New South Wales out there quickly. He's got the loping stride too, so I can see why. And a really good water jump at that. He just gets bulk momentum over it. So if that's anything to go by, he's going to be a hard man to chase down here out in front.
He didn't want to get wet at all. He thought, no, I'm not quite ready for it. It's kind of a bit dark. I'm not ready for an evening dip. We'll leave that to the later laps. But he is absolutely motoring in this part. I think it might be Dexter. Nope, he has a number 1. I think it's Matthew Faulkner.
Yeah, so Matty Faulkner leads it out there.
He's just moving so well. He's just moving incredibly. The Victorian chasing, though, he knows what's on the line. There's a chasing pack for that bronze medal at the moment. I know that's early to call with 4 laps to go, but this will really set up their race and kind of turn up the heat in the later laps. But that chasing pattern is really starting to close in on the Victorian. It's a bit of a, what do you do in this situation? That chasing pack gets to you. It allows you to potentially be a bit more relaxed, and it might give you the kick later. But if you let the chasing pack in, that's not what you want to do. And our ACT, our guy from the ACT, he is in that chasing cat, and that white cap is absolutely streaming for that second place.
Yeah, loving the work rate there of young Tommy Naden. So makes his way back into another water jump here. He liked it the first time, Matty Faulkner, and that is as textbook of a water jump style as you will see from our man in New South Wales colours. He's got a good margin on this field, to your point. 5 of them now live around that bronze medal. And he's off to an absolute flyer here. Can he maintain, can he hold this through the opening stages? I'd like to think so, at the way his form looks here at the moment. Our lone Victorian there in second. And then the group behind, all working well together, peloton-esque here at the moment.
That is Adam Spackman in the Victorian in second at the moment. And I think he's going to allow this pack to chase with them and kind of merge into this pack, and then they can work together to see if they can close that gap on Faulkner. But I think that's going to be a challenging one. I mean, just trying to guesstimate here, I think he's got at least 60 metres on that field. So he's doing a fabulous job. He wants that gold. He flew up from New South Wales and thought, I'm coming up to Queensland for gold, or I'm not coming home. Well, maybe that's the conversation that his parents had. Go for gold or don't come home.
Yeah, maybe. They might have said, all right, let's go and win it here early. And just look at the form over the steeples as well. I can't take my eyes off it. He's looking like a hurdler over the longer form. So that's Tasman Harrison that goes into second. If anybody will be familiar with what our man in front can do, it will probably be his fellow statesman there in second place. From the ACT moving along nicely. He's still Thomas Naden, the group behind, but you get the sense that they're feeling pretty comfortable there, Naden and Harrison. So into the home straight here he comes, and Matthew Faulkner, well, he's been in control the entire way here in this men's 2,000 metre steeplechase, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. 2 stumbles there in the water, but if we learned anything, you can get back up and still be competitive here. But just under 800 metres to go here now for Matty Faulkner. It's been one of the most one-sided races we've seen thus far in the steeplechase, but there's plenty happening behind here. And here's Tommy Naden now into second.
Yeah, he's made the move there. I really liked where he did it. He was like, I'm not going to be predictable. I'm not going to make it on the 800-metre line. I'm going to do it 20 metres before and catch my competitors off guard. I think this is not a bad strategy, right, where you just catch them when they're not ready to respond to your move. I mean, if I was a steeplechase runner or doing a bit longer, you kind of pick those key markers, 400 metres, 200 metres. That's where you make your moves. That's where you expect your competitors to make your moves. So you don't quite expect it to happen in a random spot. So I think that little acceleration has actually set him up really well. But he's got not only one chasing him, he's got 2 now. 2 chasing him on the back straight.
He's going to have to find all the strength he's got here over the closing stages to hold on to that medal. So have a look at Matthew Faulkner, though. This has been an absolute exhibition here in the men's under 15 2,000 metre steeplechase. He's been classed the whole way. His form has not changed. His speed may be slowed slightly, but not by much. I think over this final 400 metres, he can give us a little bit of something as well. 4:57 when we heard the bell. There's a group of 3 sitting here for silver, bronze, and just off the podium. So their final 400 metres will be interesting. They've all shared a point of being second at some point, and tasked with it here is Harrison. And on his outside is Dexter Wardle. They're just making a little room on Naden, but Naden's been strong. He's been able to respond before. Just needs to hold on to these two New South Welshmen in front, because right now, 1, 2, 3 belongs to New South Wales. So that group of three is one to watch, but your eyes are drawn to the front of this field with 200 metres to go, because this is just beautiful steeplechasing by Matthew Faulkner. He deserves this gold medal and some. He's been so class. Have a look at this water jump. I expect nothing less than what we've been delivered the ones before, and we get just that. So rounds here into the home straight. This will be a steeplechase to remember for you watching here in the stadium and for all those watching on at home, because this has been one of the cleanest, most beautiful steeplechases you might ever see, and he wants to run it fast, and he'll go at 6:09, just under, for our national champion here. The battle begins for the silver at the top of the straight. It looks like a New South Wales 1, 2, 3 is inevitable. Just in what order here? So into the home straight now. Who's going to take it? A man on the outside just got the better jump, didn't he, there in the end? And as he makes his way down here, Tasman Harrison is going to hold on for the silver. Celebrates over the line, so you should. And holds on bronze there. Our man from the ACT was strong. He fought on nicely, didn't he, Tommy Naden? He'll be fourth. The Victorians' arms are up. Times are important here as well. But amazing steeplechasing from Matt Faulkner.
That was incredible. I mean, I don't think I've seen many senior runners steeple better than that. So he's certainly got an exciting career in this steeplechase. I mean, just the clearance on the water jump. I mean, he barely got wet at all, Mitch.
Championship record as well to go with it there for Matt Faulkner. So you're right. Absolute class. 26 seconds the victor here in this field. He's like a tall Ed Trippus in the way he's able to have technique. Not saying you're short, Ed. I know you might be watching. But he is a tall Ed Trippus, I think. Just technique and form and not wasting any energy where you didn't need to. He's got that down pat at a young age. That'll take him far in this event if he can hold on to that.
Well, I thought he was a beautiful mover. I mean, I know this is a steeple and and it is, and that's incredible, but I'd love to understand what he runs over something like a flat 5K or a 1,500 metres. I mean, he's such a beautiful mover. I'd be really interested to see, when you take away that barriers, is he able to move in the same way?
So I think he'd have some good flat form. I think the way that he was able to run technique-wise even between them shows that he's got a bit of something. I'd love to see what he can run over a 3K. I think a flat 3K for him would be quite the journey. Maybe we'll see that. Maybe we've seen it. I'll have to look him up. But I'll tell you what, he looked good over that, didn't he?
Oh, he certainly did.
So well done to our steeplechasers there. That's all 4 finals for this evening. Matty Faulkner near on 28 seconds, the winner over Tasman Harrison. And Dexter Wardle of New South Wales will take bronze. Thomas Naden in 4th. Charlie Roney 5th. Spackman 6th. Sim 7th. Clark 8th. And Lockie Kidd will be 9th there. And this men's under 15, 2,000 metre steeplechase. Bremner, Mercer and Murphy as well. So 4 of those all back to back to back to back. And now we return to some under 20 racing. Not too long a time. Let's extend the distance, eh? It will be over 5,000 metres. Before we get there, let's take you back to this women's long jump. Again, it's the under 16 15s. This is the under 15 event, I think, or let me double check. You can see here, Wallace
16th. Oh no, you're right. Under that was under 16s there. Cassia just before. McLean from, see Miller go now. She's under 15s. I believe it's 15s on the pit closest to the track, 16s on the pit closest to the stand for those trying to follow along this jumps at home.
So there's Green up into her work.
Black here, she'll lead in nicely. That looks like it got good height. Now this 5K, where are we sitting with? This is an under 20 event, so this is a qualifier event. Where are we sitting at with this event here?
How many qualifiers do we have?
So, by my counting, 5, because I believe Rose Butler got it as well. It's 16:24.98. That was last week at the seniors. She's been busy. Helena Rose Butler, she was the champion in the under-18 steeplechase, and she's got that qualifier there as well. So a busy weekend for her, but it's hard to look past Imogen Baker. Eliza Lawton, Addison Huslip, and Libby Mante are the ones with the qualifiers. But if we look to this field, Piper Anderson, the youngster, stepping up. There's Eliza Lawton.
Liana Ellis, the Victorian, she's had the qualifier over 1,500 metres. I think she's fairly new into the sport. She trains out with Stu out in Werribee in Victoria. She's just had such a sensational breakthrough season this year, so it'll be really interesting to see what she does over 5K. I kind of thought she was a bit more of a 1,500 metre runner, so interesting to see her step out. She's hip number 22 there with the sunset yellow spikes, but it'll be interesting to see what she can do there.
Yeah, there's Imogen Baker for mine. She's the fastest this year. Now, she's come second in the past 2 editions of that Ondieki 3,000 metres, hosted at the Zatopek event. She's lost it by a grand total of 0.02 of a second across 2 years. You remember Scarlett Robb came storming down the home straight in December and got her there. And then I believe it was Tessa Ebert the year before that beat her again at the dip. So she would love to win this one, because if she does, you win and you're in. You're on that plane to Eugene. So like I've said, between Baker, Lawton, Huslip, Mante and Butler, if any of them win right now, they'll be on that plane. I don't think Butler will be here. I can't see her at the moment, so I don't think she'll be competing. Maybe saving herself for later on this weekend. But I can tell you that Imogen Baker is here. Eliza Lawton is here. I don't think Huslip will be here, or Mante.
So we've got 2 athletes in this field that have that qualifier already.
2 of them with it, and 16:25 is the marker. No, there's Libby Mante, so Mante's here, so 3. So, look, if you can win it and run under 16:25 and you're not one of those women, you're on the plane.
Do you go out, if you are one of those women, do you try and slow the race down and then back your sprint in, or do you just go out and have a crack and see if you can put another really decent time on the board?
It depends on what suits you as a distance runner, because Imogen Baker is 14 seconds faster than Eliza Lawton. So should the pace be quick, she might fancy her chances to get away from this field. And then Lawton's a little ahead of Mante. So look, it really is up to the individual. It'll be figured out pretty quickly, though, I'll tell you that much. Whether it's going to be slow or not, you can work it out within the first 600 metres. If there's no vast improvements of pace, it's going to stay slow for a while. But if somebody decides to shoot out of the pack and make it interesting, that race will pick up very quickly. It's a jostling game. It's a jousting game. Medieval times here.
I actually really like championship racing, slowing it down a little bit and then having that like little final sprint or surges at points in the race to see if you can kind of get other athletes to drop out. So I'm all for some championship racing here.
It'll be interesting to see what we've got, because, as I've said, a lot of these girls will be wanting to go to those World Junior Championships, and many as well will just be happy with a medal or a PB. So it's always a split division here. Perfect night for 5,000 metre running, it should be said. A little warm maybe would be the only criticism, but so the split group here is because you can't fit that many people on the inside of the track. So what you're going to see when they start, you can briefly see it here in the camera shot when it widens out. There's red cones on the inside shoulder, the left shoulder of that group outside. They need to stay outside of those red cones until they end, which is about 100 metres long. And that picks up for them being wide off the start. So that's why they're split here. You can't fit them all on that line. You could try, but it would be mayhem. And then if you weren't able to get down to that rail immediately, you're adding some distance. So that's why they're out there wide. Here we go. So this women's under 25,000 metres headlines in a few places here. It's a big field. There's 22 of them. Frankham, Waterson, Valenotti, Rice, Miller, Nevarovic, Taylor, Wright, Smith, Newton, Wilson, the youngster Piper Anderson here, Rodney, Chudley, O'Kelly, Lawton, Millell, Fiddler, Williams, Geeson, Mante, Baker, and Ellis. So, as I've said, 22 women here to fight it out. Few with the World Under-20 marker already. Imogen Baker, the fastest this year at 16 minutes. That was earlier this year in February. Eliza Lawton, 16:14. And Mante's run 16:22 as well. So a few close to the qualifier. Now, any of those with it currently, they win, they're in. If you're able to beat them and get under 16:25.00, you might be able to steal a spot there at the World Junior Championship. So a good group formed out in front. That's Annabelle Miller of New South Wales leading it. Closely followed there by Eliza Lawton. As I've said, 16:14 her best. You can see Imogen Baker, the Victorian, sitting back there in around 6th. Good movement there from Olivia O'Kelly as well. She's 16:30 at her fastest. So it's an interesting start here. It's definitely fast enough to flush the legs out of a few of this group, but about 10 of them at the moment are all around the marker. Heavily dominated there by New South Wales and Queensland. A few Victorians sprinkled in there. So Baker, the last 2 Ondiekis set at that Zatopek event, has come second twice by the matter of about 0.02 of a second, 1,000th each year. Would love to get gold here, book herself a spot at those World Juniors, but this is a good group. They're all working well together. Everybody at pace, everybody feeling comfortable. We'll get them through 800 metres. That'll give us a good, clean snapshot of how fast they're moving. But the fact there's 12 around it here at the moment means that it's something that a lot can hold on to. So a lot of women in the 16:30 markers, or just outside of it. 16:50 is the stretch. Valenotti in there. Piper Anderson, 16-year-old up here trying her hand at the under-20 event. Such a class athlete is the young Queenslander.
Mitch, there's quite a pack there, and I really like it. Championship racing, as I said before, it gives the opportunity for everyone to be involved in this race. They're going to leave it to chance.
So Anderson, I've given her an extra year. She's 15 years of age here in this field. So Piper Anderson running up, maybe searching for her own upset here and amongst this group. So you can see it has been split. Good group. Only one stuck in no woman's land at the moment. She might get a little bit of company behind her there. That group will work well together to go and pick her up, you would think. But right now, it's anybody's game here. It's interesting to see Imogen Baker out wide on this group. She's sitting about 2 outside the shoulder, back in 6th place. Every single one of these women will have plan A through to plan D, depending on what it went out at, depending on where they wanted to be in this field. Adaptability and execution, crucial in this journey, but they're only at the beginning. They've still got a lot of running left in them.
I find it so hard, though, to flip between those race plans when you're racing. I mean, when you're racing, for me at least, there's not a lot going on up here. So it'd be really hard to kind of transition into how they want to run those races. And I think it would be more off feeling, like, how am I feeling right now? What's the race going? I think if you're putting yourself in this race, you're going, particularly in that first pack, I need to cover every single move. So even if I'm not feeling good, if I let so-and-so get 3 or 4, 5 or 6 meters ahead, that's just going to grow. So that pack is doing a really good job at covering every single move. And I know you said, Mitch, Baker's out a little bit wide, but I don't mind it. She's just off the edge of lane 1, slightly into lane 2. She looks comfortable, though. She looks comfortable running well within herself, and I think she's an intelligent runner who will make the moves when they need to be made. And as I said, that she just slowly creeps up forward to the next shoulder. We've talked about it in distance running before. When you distance run, it's much easier to have the head in the back of you to then control the pace. I mean, it is for any races. When I think about reps that I want to do, having that head in front of me makes it so much easier because you're not having to do the thinking. So the leader out in front doing all the heavy, hard work, I mean, the rest of the girls should be thanking her there.
Yeah, she's doing a good job at rolling this tempo. So a few of these girls already represented Australia at the beginning of the year. Let's not forget Isabella Valenotti, 19th at those World Junior Cross Country Championships over in Tallahassee. Eliza Lawton, 32nd. Mante was 42nd, and Piper Anderson, the youngster, was 45th over there. So all of them able to run hard on cross country, which is often known as the hardest event you can run in distance, maybe outside of that marathon. But you can see here there's an injection of pace. You can see now this group splits. It's going to go down to 9 maybe. The group now has to make a decision. This is where the thinking, the thought process goes. Where do I want to be? Do I think that group is going too fast? Could I bring them back if they get a little bit further away from me? They rejoin here for a moment. So I wonder whether it's going to be fast, slow in times, because you can see now that group starting to get away from a few at the back, but all the mainstays are still there.
It almost looked like they injected pace and then they backed it off. It like a little bit of, what is it, the accordion? It goes in and out. It went out when they injected the pace and the accordion brought it back in. But Baker's just hanging off the back of that. She really reminds me in this race of Ingebrigtsen. Happy to hang off the back. Will she do her work in the later parts of those races? She's clearly backing in her speed. Speed. You don't really need to back in the speed when you've got 8 laps to go. You've got heaps of time to wind up this race. So they really have. They've dropped the 3 at the back there. It's a bit of a smaller group now. I think some of the girls would be in a little bit of a relief there, thinking, okay, there's 1 less or 3 less people that I have to worry about. But that group's moving really nicely, working together so well. Miller there doing such a fabulous job at leading that field, and Anderson just not giving her the space there. And I think, if Miller wins this race, hats off to her. She's gone out and led it early, and I think she's continuing to just ever so slightly increase the tempo, and you can see that because we no longer have a pack, we have a little bit more of a train formation.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. This is really the churning part of the 5,000 metres. They're going to approach it here shortly. It's the middle phase. It's sometimes the X zone. You don't quite know what's going to happen. Your mind can start to wander. You're trying to get your body sometimes to respond the best it can. You know what that last 1K is going to be. It's going to be an all-out pursuit to the finish line. You know that. You're probably going to be in pain. You hope you're not. But these middle stages are really where you need to lock in, keep some rhythm, maybe find something that's going to make sure that you maintain where you are here at the moment, because that's a strong group. They're all in and amongst it. I'm so impressed with the youngster in Anderson just sitting there back on the shoulder. They've been happy to let Miller lead this out the whole way, so nobody's wanted to move around because of that injection of pace, and because they all know that for a portion of this group, they can run in the low 16s, they can kick off the front as well. There's a couple of fast 1,500 metre runners in here too, so should it get down to the wind and the squeezing style of racing that 5Ks can be, there is a group in here that will feel confident of what they can do over the closing stages. And there might be a few in here who start to get an idea of maybe I need to pick this up a little bit and just make sure they don't have the freshest of legs when it comes down to the kick.
For someone leading, Miller looks incredibly relaxed here. She just looks like she's in her own motion. She doesn't look like she's grimacing at all to get through this. She's found rhythm and she's cruising through. But Anderson as well, just sitting off the back of her shoulder, giving her no room, literally on her shoulder, breathing down her neck, letting you know, Miller, I'm here. And I think this is potentially where we might start to see another move made. We're just bunching up a little bit. Is one of the girls in that shorter group game enough to make a move?
So at the moment, I think they'll be happy with this slight game of not cat and mouse, but everybody staying around the same pace. I don't think anybody is too motivated to make the big move yet, but we're going to get through 3K, and then we've got the 2 to left, and that's when you might start thinking about a few tactics. So at the moment, the group stayed the same. We've lost just 1 more, but in that leading group of what I think is 7 or 8 now is all those with qualifiers and all those around the qualifiers. So the class of this field now, as we get towards the crescendo of the 5,000 metres, and it'll come down with 5 laps to go, is starting to take shape. It's starting to shape up a little bit now. This is where the energy, there'll be an uptick, you would think. You can see still sitting there comfortably towards the back of this group is Baker. On the inside, who I've been fascinated to watch, is young Eliza Lawton, another of those youngsters, much like Anderson, who just sits there in the middle. So the 2 youngsters are right there at the front of this group, right there applying the pressure on the under-20s and doing a fantastic job at that. You can see that's O'Kelly from New South Wales.
And here's the move. Here's Baker starting to come up on the shoulder of all the other athletes. She's setting this one up, and I think that's making the entire field go a little bit faster. So just a bit interesting there. She almost went to make a move and then decided, no, it's too hard to get round, I'll wait. So Baker at the back again there, but the whole crew have speeded up. That cadence, that turnover has slightly started to build. So they'll come into this back straight again in the similar formation. Isabel Baker, just interesting to see what the thought process would have been going through there. I feel like it's almost easier when you commit to a move, whether or not it's hard to go round or not. You just got to go. That stoppy-starty nature, I just think really chops your stride, and those little surges of energy aren't particularly helpful. So looks like she's having another crack at making this move there. She's not sitting off the back of the field now. She's moving up on the shoulder to pop herself just behind that leading pack. So it is Anderson, those four, the four with the qualifiers, and now the four in front. So Baker just bided her time there to make that move, and it's looking a little bit argy-bargy though, Mitch.
Yeah, it is. You can see Mante now just trying to fight for a spot and gets checked there slightly from Lawton. So you can see Anderson still sits there in second. Baker and the youngster in Lawton, the two 15-year-olds are at the front of this field. Can you believe that? So 13 days is all that separates the age gap of Eliza Lawton and the youngster in front. Can you believe that, to Anderson? So you wonder, those 13 days younger, will they come in handy there for Lawton? The first time we've seen a new leader is coming here with less than 1,600 metres to go. So the group now finds itself in perfect train formation. Everybody just about on the rail. And this is the uptick we've been talking about. This is the move we've been looking for. And it's the two 15-year-olds who are at the helm of this women's under 25,000 metres. That group may become four. A decision needs to be made there, back there in fifth, whether she can hold on to this tempo. But it is getting faster and faster. Oh, this is going to be a great closing stage.
It's the wind-up. I love the wind-up where it's just going to tick faster every single lap. They're not going to let a step go where they're not going to slowly start to inject a little bit of pace. Lawton looks fabulous, though. She really made a move at the right time. I really think she's done a fabulous job. Hats off to our Queensland athlete there in fifth, who has made her way, or attempting to make her way back onto this pack. She doesn't want to quite give up yet, which is such a gritty run from those athletes. Imogen Baker, though, I wouldn't count her out there. She looks fabulous. Just cruising along really nicely there. Starting to head up onto the shoulder of Anderson. She's going to leave it a little bit. They've still got 3 laps to go. So 3 laps, 1,200 metres. That's not a short amount of distance. It's not a sprint. Okay, 1.2K. Fair bit to go. So that group of 4 or even 5, I like that the Queensland is still trying to hold on there to that pack. They'll move through here as they enter into these final 3 laps, Mitch.
Yeah, so these two out in front are so familiar. Like I said, just 15 years of age, both at that World Cross Country Championships earlier this year. Imogen Baker with the experience sits there in third, and it's Valenotti who still sits in that 4th spot. Can't be shaken at the moment. Libby Mante done a good job to just try and hold on to this group, because it's going to get faster and faster, you would think. It'll be a sprint finish here, folks. I can guarantee you that. But leading it out still there is Lawton. Anderson, so smooth, so comfortable. This has been a conscious decision here from Imogen Baker to stay away from the front. Has not wanted to flush the cards out of the deck just yet. Is playing a beautiful hand of poker here at the moment, right behind the 2 youngsters. So youth over experience here at the moment in the women's 5,000 metres. A spot at the World Juniors on the line for some as they make their way down this home straight. There's 5 of them. That's right, 5. All fighting it out, all contesting here over the journey. It's a grueling event, the 5,000 metres. Not only is the body tested, but so is the mind, and the youngsters are out in front with less than 2 laps to go.
Anderson there looks great. The way she's sitting in that 2nd place just looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, don't like to be a fence sitter, so I'm not going to be, but I would be backing and putting in my money on her. Don't want to count out the likes of Baker, but I just like where Anderson's hitting. She's controlling the race without having to lead it. And I don't know and you can see she's starting to make a move there ever so slightly, but Lawton's carrying those moves really, really well. She wants to be on the rail. She said, if you're going to come in front of me, you're going to have to go real out wide to do it, and I'm going to make sure of it. So starting to break away now, there's 3. There's three there. So it's Baker, Anderson, and Lawton in front there, and we'll see what happens as they start to come into this final 650 metres, and they are really starting to wind this up. So Lawton, Anderson, Baker, what can they do in this final 500 metres, Mitch?
So take your seats, folks. This is going to be a show-stopping finish in this women's under 25,000 metres. The only one that doesn't have the time in this group at the moment is Piper Anderson, and she sits there in second. So if she wants it, if she wants to book a spot, 16:25 is the time. It's going to have to be a fast last lap, isn't it? So these three, they've hardly been separated. Two 15-year-olds lead out. Imogen Baker, who's been the fastest athlete this year at 16 minutes, hasn't held any interest in the lead. But if she's going to find any, it's going to need to be in the final 300 metres, because she's got strength ahead of her, and she knows just that. So Lawton leads out from Anderson. Baker will need to find something here. Lawton in front has the qualifying time, and now Baker is awake and ready to challenge for a national title. 200 metres of racing left, 4.8 in the legs. Who's got it? Who wants it the most here down to the finish? The youngster in Lawton leads out Baker. I don't think Anderson can quite get there. 120 metres to go. Lawton, Baker next to each other into the home straight. A national title, a world junior spot on the line. They both have the qualifier. The 15-year-old has fought on admirably, but she takes the lead for the first time, and at the perfect moment, Imogen Baker salutes. National champion, the Victorian. What a run from our two youngsters. Left absolutely everything on the track. They'd been to the World Cross Country Championships before. They'll have to wait and see, particularly for Lawton, if she'll be over there in Eugene. But Imogen Baker wins it here.
What a smart race from her. I mean, think about all the trials and tribulations. We spoke about those 3Ks at that big Zatopek event there that she's managed to be pipped on the line. This time she went, I'm not going to lead it at all. I'm going to be the one doing the pipping on the line.
What a run. What a show-stopping performance. They're sprawled out on the track for good reason. So that's the beauty of 5,000 metre racing. It can change so much. And Eliza Lawton, she was so strong. You thought maybe for a moment there she was going to do it. She was going to be the national champ. But Imogen Baker ran with intention. She knew when she wanted to make the move, and she knew she just had to be there. When it was ready to be made, she was. And that is beautiful 5,000 metre racing.
Just such maturity and such patience, and I think that does show her experience over the two 15-year-olds. That is, to back in yourself to win the race in the last 100 metres, I think is an incredible achievement in itself.
Absolutely, particularly over 5,000. You can always hope that you've got something in your legs. It's never a guarantee. It's never a promise. After the best part of 4.8K of running, the rest of our field will finish off here in the women's under 25,000.
And then, Mitch, we turn to one of my favourite events on the track.
Oh, I know that, the 4x4s.
I just think it's an incredibly exciting event to be a part of.
Well, it's always a good bit of pride, isn't it? We can see the states are lining up down here. It looks like we've got 4 of them. Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and WA. Good finishes down here for our women's 5,000 as well, all finding a little bit of form to finish off their night.
But
you're right, the 4x4 is always good fun.
I just think it's such a nice way, like, to end a championship or to partake in a championship. I think 400 metre runners, these events can be a bit of a breakthrough event for our 400 metre runners. I mean, to run in a relay and to run off that running start, you tend to be a little bit more relaxed on that back straight. I think you find a lot of 400 metre runners execute their race plan better in these relays because they're not so worried about the tactics, not so worried about being uptight. They really manage to execute that back straight. I mean, might be a little bit of a controversial call again, but I'm a big believer of I would way rather be given the baton in second than first. I really, really don't like being the rabbit.
You want to be the one that's chasing.
And I'm always the one that's being chased. I'm never the one that's been doing the chasing. So I think that's a better, well, not a better, but I think having that body in front of you, just to be able to move through the motions with that body is so awesome.
Just wanted to add Tasmanian athlete as well here, finishing off her women's 5,000 metres. Frankham, congratulations. Won, of course, by Imogen Baker. Hard not to get excited about some of these finishes, particularly, like I said, when there's an Australian team on the line. Well done to Frankham.
And we need to remind everyone watching at home that to make a national title or national championships, there are national qualifying standards. So these athletes do have to hold themselves to a certain standard to even get here. So to get here is an incredible achievement in itself.
So here's the replay. This is 200 metres to go. So it's two 15-year-olds in the top three here, and Imogen Baker in the middle of them, the Victorian. And you thought maybe Eliza Lawton, because she gets challenged here with 100 metres to go. That's the clear intention of Imogen Baker. That would have been the cue in her mind of when to push. And Lawton didn't make it easy for her, did she? She held her out as long as she could, but at 60 metres to go, I think even Imogen Baker knew that she had it. She was too strong, showed the class that we all know she's got. She's run 16 minutes, and over the finish line, the celebration, so deserved. Brilliant. Brilliant 5,000 metre racing.
I think the big Brisbane letters are starting to be a bit of a tell sign. Athletes are coming past the big Brisbane on the track and think, I'm in Brisbane. I want to run well.
Go.
Brisbane 2032, that's the energy that I'm feeling.
Yep. I like it. They're going Olympics on the mind. Olympics on the mind. So you can see them all getting around each other here. That's the finish of our women's under 25,000 metres. We've got Ella's favourites events coming up, the 4x400s, and our last event of the night will be our men's under 25,000 metres. Stay with us here on 7+. Some amazing track action to come. Shout out. Back here, I said we've got 4x4s. Two of them, in fact. Our women's and men's under 18, and then our men's final of the 5,000 metres for under 20s. Here we go, women's under 18 4x4. So away here, some more relay action. Always fun, the state on state pride. So Western Australia, New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria, 4 of them. Only one will miss the medals, of course. And trying to get off to a fast start here. Looks like the Victorians, Western Australia, inside of the track too. Picking up some good tempo through Sophie Walker. So it's a pretty good lead-off runner, if you ask me, for Western Australia. Sophie Walker comes back here. Kernahan, Odekavon and Pike for Victoria outside. But Sophie Walker moving along strongly on the inside of the track, giving the Western Australians every opportunity to get away with a good start. And she's going to hand over to Blair Bell there in the second spot. It's going to be Carlson that gets it for New South Wales, Langley for Queensland, and Fielder for Victoria. But the Western Australians will change first. Then it'll go to New South Wales, Queenslanders and Victorians pretty well next to each other.
So that's a fairly good change from the Western Australians. The baton didn't really stop moving there, and he set them out really well. So they'll come to merge in about 100 metres into this field, and we'll have to see what happens. As I said to you before, Western Australia's out far, but you've got New South Wales chasing, and they're going to want to set their team up because they've got Alice Hill closing, and she's just run a fantastic race in those under 20s. But the Western Australian at the moment holding really steady, seeing what she can do over this 400 metres. Her leg speed is just continuing to increase nicely, but I think at the moment we will start to see our New South Wales athlete close the gap. This is where 400 metres are won, in that last 100 metres. How much have you got? How much grit have you got? And as I say that, the Western Australian really pushing through in these final 50 metres before this changeover. The battle is a little bit on. First and second or third and fourth. What can these athletes do? The Western Australians want to set themselves out with a good head start coming into this final parts of these races.
So Thollet has it there for Western Australia. In New South Wales is Lexi Grade. So Grade now in second, has Queenslanders bearing down on her shoulder through Amelia Mitchell. So Mitchell will get up to Grade, you'd think, and does now on the back straight. So the Queenslanders will take over from New South Wales, and both of them would love the opportunity to get after Kiara Thollet of Western Australia. So if you are to any of these states, we want all the noise you can give over the final 400 metres. And if you're not part of any of them, pick one. So Western Australia still leads. Queensland in second. It was such a strong start in the opening 200, wasn't it, from Amelia Mitchell? But this is where it's important to be in front. And finding a little bit of everything here is Kiara Tholett. So Tholett in front. New South Wales there in second with Alice Hill, desperate for the baton, ready to take it in hand. It's going to be Ginger Gleeson who leads out. Hill goes next, and then for the Queenslanders, Sierra Williams.
Gleeson has a fair bit of a lead there, but she will know the athlete that is behind her. She knows Alice Hill. She's seen what she's just done in this under 2,400 metres, but she's running really well here. She's really holding her own on the back straight. Hill's starting to slowly make a little bit of ground up on her, but equally, the Queenslander athlete Williams is a fantastic athlete in her own right and is starting actually to close the gap, I'd say, on Williams. So they're coming into this final 200 metres here, and I think it's all on. I think it's anyone's race at this point. Williams is starting to catch a little bit, but we got Alice Hill absolutely fighting down for this final 400 metres, and she looks like she's about to get on the shoulder of Gleeson. So Alice Hill absolutely streams past the Western Australian team to hopefully take gold for this New South Wales team. A fantastic run over the flat 4, adds another one to the books in the 4x4. So it is New South Wales, Western Australia, Queensland, and a really strong run from Victoria to finish it off.
So great work there. Would be a daunting task knowing that you've got Alice Hill slowly but surely trying to work her way back to the gold. New South Wales holds on there. Western Australia a great silver, and Queensland will settle for bronze in our women's under 18 4x4. Thought Ginger Gleeson was brave and strong, and I thought maybe even at 100 metres to go, could she hold on here? I mean, Alice Hill has, of course, just come off the back of that final not so long ago, but the form, it was so strong, it was pure, and it was able to get down to the line for her fellow stateswomen to get another gold here on a Friday night in Brisbane. Beautiful work. The Queenslanders go for bronze, so all of those Queenslanders here watching on, you've walked away with a medal from that one. That's good. You could do it again here in the men's.
I wonder what the medal tally's at. I really haven't taken a real medal tally so far in these championships. But I think Queensland, to be honest with you, hasn't been as lucky in the relays this time round. So
nah, the New South Wales team, I reckon they've won 3 of them. Maybe even, I'm trying to think of how many relays we've had, but they've definitely won a minimum of 3.
This one's a little bit more packed. We've got a little bit more representation from our states here, which is exciting. We've got lanes 2 through to 7, so that means we've got 6 teams, Mitch.
So good to see so many states here. ACT, South Australia, Tassie, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria.
WA, where's your men's team?
Well, Ethan's not here, so I mean, Ethan will have to work that out tomorrow. I'll be bringing it up. It'll be the first thing I say when I see him. I say, where's your team here, Ethan? I thought WA was a sprint factory. It is. You're going to see one of my favourite sprinters tomorrow, Josiah John. Love Josiah John. Obviously, Amelia Reid as well. Hoge. They've got so many over there. Leah O'Brien last year, wasn't she electric? So they've got so many sprinters, but they're without a 4x4 team, which is all we care about right now.
I mean, well, they've got good 400-metre runners. I mean, look at the likes of Amelia Rowe.
Yep.
Like, Amelia Rowe's a fantastic 400-metre runner.
Yep.
So,
Liv Dodds, another.
Liv Dodds. I actually haven't seen her over the 400. Did she run a 400 before?
No, but she's just a good sprinter. She might have run a 400 somewhere. Wouldn't say she's known for it.
I feel like sprinters have to do one every now and again, and it reinforces to you why you're a 1-2 runner.
Oh.
No.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay.
Not even from
stay in your place, 100, 200 metre runners. You think you're cool? Well, you think you're fast? You think you're good?
400's
This is why
hurt.
you don't run 400s.
400's hurt.
Wow.
That's why you're a 1 and 2 runner. You just haven't got that little bit of extra oomph.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'm staying out of this one. I'm going to stay as far away from this one as humanly possible. I think all events are difficult and hard, and everybody does a fantastic job.
Oh, Mitch. The 400 is the hardest event on the track.
I'm not going to say whose name it is. I got told this the other day. And it's someone who works in athletics, but not in a media capacity of commentary, but in a creative capacity. And they think that the 400 metres should be scrapped. They think it's not really that much of an event, and you should either choose to run 200s or 800s.
Now, I think 200 sits in that category.
Oh, wow.
I think all events should. I think all events should have an opportunity to be competed in.
Who is a specialist in the 200?
Just delete Gout Gout, Noah Lyles, Vatsile
But they're good
Tabogo.
100-metre runners.
Yes, but their specialty would lie in the 200. Andre Degrassi.
Okay. I still think 400 is the
I'm just thinking
best
of men
event
there. I could go probably on a list of women as well. I see your point though. That 100 metres, you don't automatically go, oh, he's 200-metre runner. You'd go, oh, 100-metre runner, but he's also fantastic at the 200 metres.
Exactly.
So I see your point, but still, there are specialists. Anyway, we're going down a deep rabbit hole here. I'm sure everyone at home is either arguing about it or wondering why we're arguing about it. So either way, we gave you something to listen to. ACT, South Australia, Tassie, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria. I reckon there'll be a few good team members in here. I'm just going to have a quick look. Zach Holloway, I know he's quick for Tassie. Dylan Rumming is here, my man.
Mitch, I've been looking forward to this. I'll be watching him on that back straight, particularly because it allows him to open up so much. So if he is the smooth mover that you say, we should see him really open up here. That's an awesome job from him, though, to hop in at this event knowing he has a 200-metre final tomorrow. He's a man of the team.
He's a jet, Dylan Rumming. I've got stocks, for sure. Here's Foley from New South Wales. So I'm going to, because Dylan Rumming's running the last leg, you can start and do leg 3, and I'll take the last.
Oh, okay. Just promise me you don't lose your voice here.
Well, I might. And we've got 5Ks later, and obviously all those sprint finals tomorrow, and 800 finals as well. So
if you hear me blabbing on,
I'll have no talking when the second I'm out of this stadium. If you do run into me, of course, I'll say hello. Not that anybody does, but if you do, I'll say hello. Outside of that, nothing.
Mitch is on a talking ban.
Yeah,
you heard it here.
Anyone who knows me will know that's near impossible. Anyway, shut up, Mitchell. Men's under 18, 4x400 ready.
So we are away. This is the first leg of 4, and it is the Victorian team that I think has had a fantastic start here. What you have to remember is it's not just one stagger, it's about a stagger and a half, so there is a bit of room in between these athletes. Queenslanders athletes there are starting to move up on the Victorians and have set out really well. So Queensland, Victoria, Tasmania, that's where I'd say your teams are sitting at the moment, but it'll be interesting to see as they come into this straight. They're still going to change here on a stagger. So Victoria doing a fabulous job to round out to this bend, but I think it is going to be the Queenslander that comes through. Our New South Wales team has done an incredible job here to work really hard and is continuing to do. He's seen that Brisbane sun. He's seen Brisbane 2032 and he wants to hand this baton change over first. What a fantastic last 100 metres from the New South Wales team that'll hand it off nicely. Interesting baton change there, but I won't put it past them. They'll continue into this second leg.
So there we go. Team New South Wales is in front. Caleb Lewis, that is, leading off this group in leg number 2. We can see the Queenslanders not far in Matty Green and the Victorians bearing down on the neck through James Denton. So Denton gets up to Green. In fact, these three are all going to be together, I reckon, at the 200 metres, but the New South Wales man hits the jets and starts to move away here, Caleb Lewis. So Caleb Lewis was challenged for a moment. Maybe he'll get it again there from the Queenslanders. Victoria not too far away either, but Team New South Wales would love to make it 2 from 2 in the under 18 4x400 metre. Kai Cullens is ready for it. The Queenslanders are begging for it. Nash Anderson wants the opportunity to put his team in front, and for the Victorians, Kota Goa is away as well. So here we go on leg 3.
That was a much better change there for the New South Wales athletes. I really like what the Victorian did there. He's gone out hard, and he is absolutely, it's the bleach blonde hair of the Victorians heading down the back straight and looking for that New South Wales team. I just hope for his sake he hasn't spent his bickies too early. It's the Queensland athlete that now looks like he's tracking him really nicely, and I think he'll end up coming around him, but it is all New South Wales out in front there. What can Queensland do here to close that gap as they come into this final 150 metres here? But New South Wales, it's a dominant display. They saw the women do it. They saw what needs to be done, and they're going to try and do it here in this men's under 18 4x4. So New South Wales here is going to hand off the baton with a healthy lead, but it's a 4x4. Anything can happen. New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, what can these three teams do?
So in the hands now of Dylan Rumming for New South Wales, and have a look how quick he is motivated to get to this back straight, so wants to put it to bed before they even get to the 200 metres. If Luke Unwin has anything to say about it, this would be one of the great relay legs if the Queenslander can get after New South Wales. So Dylan Rumming in front here, an almost unassailable lead, you would think, set up by his team before him. It was a strong one of Foley, Lewis and Cullens, but here's Dylan Rumming into the home straight, one of the smoothest moving 400 metre runners you'll see. The boy from Bathurst will get down to the line here and claim gold for Team New South Wales. What a run here in the under 18 4x4s. Get it, 3:13.92. The arms are out. He's happy with it. Queensland will go for second. The Victorians will settle for bronze. The Tasmanians through Holloway will be fourth. The ACT and South Australia come through the line in that order, but the team of New South Wales goes 2 from 2 in this under 18 4x400 metres.
What a dominant display of sprinting. My only critique, baton change 1 to 2. That's
Okay.
my only critique. It's not a blind change, it's a 4x4 change.
Well, I think the reason Dylan Rumming celebrated is I think that's a championship record. I don't know if Dylan can hear me. You can give me a thumbs up or down if it is or it isn't, but nevertheless, I think it might be. So we'll wait on that. But I'll tell you what, New South Wales, they're loaded.
Pretty impressive.
With
Who's
400
team
runners.
who's team manager for New South Wales? You're doing a fabulous job.
Someone
Shout
will
out
put-
to New
someone will
South
put their
Wales
hand
team
up, you'd
manager.
think. If you're getting a compliment, you put your hand up.
Now, Mitch, we've got one final event this evening.
Yeah,
On the track.
And again, this is it. Have a look at Dylan Rumming.
Just so smooth, such a smooth mover.
So smooth. Gives me not the same style, but I always thought that Steve Solomon's prime was smooth. Remember him, Steve Solomon? He got into that
remember
London
him.
final
I mean,
as
the
a
thing that
teenager.
rings out in my head is probably a little bit later in his career. It was a Australian National Championships, and he did a 200-metre run through out of his blocks in the Australian super speed suit in a national final.
Steve Solomon, what a guy. One of the nice guys in athletics as well. So not the same form, but same fluidity in movement. 3:13.91 will be a championship record for New South Wales. Queensland second, Victoria third. And Zach Holloway towed that Tasmanian team well into a fourth place position, ACT fifth, and the South Australian sixth. So that's all our 4x4 action. One more event for the Friday night, one more final, an under 20 final as well at that. Win and you're in for a few men here, 2 of them in fact. 2 Victorians, Charles Barrett and Lucas Kiss. Barrett we've seen everywhere. He was at the Senior Nationals. He's been at just about every track classic. He's improved his times from 1,500 metres all the way up to the 5,000. He's had a fantastic year. And Lucas Kiss, a young star on the rise. Won so many national titles before, and he's a watch here.
Sponsored by On as well.
Sponsored by the On team via an NIL deal. They do such a fantastic job. They've just signed Emma Freiger, announced this morning. Another one of those Queensland talents, the OAC. Such a great training group as well, under the guidance of Craig Mottram. So that OAC group via On, and these NIL signings via On, doing a great job. Lucas Kiss, one of them. Good to see opportunity given to these youngsters to represent companies.
Now, Lucas here, he's such an experienced athlete. He's been in some pretty big fields this season already. So I think he'll have the maturity and the race experience to kind of control this race. Whether or not he does that from the front will be really interesting. But, I mean, he's not going to have it all his own way. He's not actually the fastest runner in this field at the moment. That is Charles Barrett. His seed time sits about 13:53, so it sits about 10 seconds in front of Lucas, but the challenge to Lucas, and I don't think he'll back down.
No, so it's going to be fascinating. I talked about the World Junior cross-country results previously. Caden Elliott here has competed in the World Junior Cross Country Championship. So did Lockie Moore. Kieran Shepherd was there, but he won't contest. So 2 of these guys have represented Australia already on an international stage. Charles Barrett I think he'll be confident rolling into this. You can never, well, you want to be 100% confident, but you always have to be wary of what your competition could do.
It's confidence and not arrogance. It's confidence, but respecting that the quality of the field here, there are other athletes who are capable of potentially running what you run. So it's confidence in your ability to know that when it comes to it, you should be able to hold your own, but it's not arrogance and it's not discrediting any athlete in this field, because who are making it to a national final, it's all in.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's also competence to execute a race plan, not let your emotions or energy levels get the best of you in a moment like this. You've got to find within you that inner peace to be a national champion. So our last event here in Brisbane tonight is our men's under 25,000 metres. What a run we saw earlier from our women. And now it's our men's turn. 27 gentlemen out here competing.
Mitch, shall I save your voice and head
if you
through
feel confident, you take it.
head through this start list. So from 1 through to 27, it is Sim, Rule, Narian, Moore, McCluskey, McLaren, Luchwitz, Long, Harvey, Harrison, Haylor, Groves, Frankies, Fridge, Davies, Chiz, Carlin, Augustine, Turner, Dent, Ellen, Elliott, Hankery, Moore, Barriott, Baker, and Randall from ACT with hip number 27 rounding out our field.
So I can see Charles Barrett at the front of this group. He is the fastest this year. Only man under 14 minutes as well, 13:53. That looks like Caden Elliott on his shoulder, a representative at the World Junior Cross Country Championships. Good luck finding anyone you love in the middle of all that, because that is traffic beyond belief. Here we go. Somebody squeezed out now here. The Queenslander was sick of the pedestrian pace. So there's always dangers with it being like that. We saw it in the women's open 1,500 metres, didn't we? Everybody waited around for a long time, and the unfortunate fall, that can happen. But we now see a slight move being made. I wouldn't say it's devastating, but it's enough to draw the attention of this group behind. I know that's Rule there in second, and all the big hitters stay there.
Harry out the front, Harry Luch at the front. He's leading out this field. He's got hip number 7 on at the moment.
So looks comfortable, has a really good rhythm about him, but the entire group responded quickly as I expected them to. So that's Charles Barrett, who still sits there in third. Elliott on his shoulder. I'm looking for Zach Moore as well. He'll be fast over this 5,000 metres. He's a good athlete. He was there in Tallahassee at the start of the year as well. And I can see Lucas Kiss in there in around 6th position. So still a big enough group. I reckon it might get slowed down here in a moment maybe, but you can see they're all latched on here, all feeling pretty confident and calm. And the cat amongst the pigeons was set, and it's good to draw out this field rather than let it just wait around at a slow pace. 2:23 it was, so they're just under 15-minute pace.
I think it's really challenging for distance runners. I think sometimes they talk about it. If you're running too slow, you're almost burning more energy than you would be just running at your normal rhythm. So I think probably most of this field will be a bit more relaxed, knowing that this is a bit more of a comfortable pace rather than absolutely pedestrian. As I say that, Lucas Kiss on the inside at the moment is just making a little bit of a move to be up on the shoulder of Barrett. He's putting himself in a position so he knows he can cover all moves made. The last thing that he wants is someone out the front to make a move, and he's got to work so much harder to follow it. So he looks extremely comfortable at the moment, and he looks just in that 4th place. So it's Queensland, Victoria. This race, 10 laps to go, has a fair bit left in it.
Yeah, so there's so much racing left in this men's 5,000 metres. So for those watching on at home, we'll be right back here. We will bring you all of the action of the closing stages of this 5,000 right after this. Spot there on the plane. Welcome to all those at 7+ who have joined us back here in this men's under 25,000 metres. It hasn't changed a great deal. I said it was getting smaller and smaller per lap, but they all keep fighting on and giving themselves an opportunity to stay a touch in this field. The 3 Queenslanders, though, at home are feeling confident in front here, and maybe are more just trying to get away from the, not carnage, but the lack of space that's been happening behind them. You can see that's Elliott on the back there of our man in Charles Barrett. Kiss moving along nicely too. There's Moore now out in front. He finally gets to the front here from Allen, it was leading. So there's Moore in front with Barrett. Kiss just jostles his way through. They're all trying to find something somewhere because the big hitters are in front.
That's the move you were looking for. Notice Kiss just not, I wouldn't say he freaked out, but he made sure he covered it. He knows Moore's such a quality athlete. He would have seen him run at the seniors, run that World Junior qualifier, and he cannot let him get away. So now this is where the moves are made. We've separated that pack really quickly, and it looks like we're going to end up with a group of 5. The New South Wales athlete working really hard to attach onto the back of them because he knows if he lets them go, it's over. It's over there.
It's winding now, isn't it? You can feel it in the crowd. You can see it right before your eyes. And Lockie Moore is the man to thank for that. So Lockie Moore had the tactics clear. He wanted to flush the kick out of the group behind because he knows what Lucas Kiss and Charles Barrett are capable of. And he himself is a good kicker at his best. So it looks to me like that's the Queenslander and Rhett Baker sitting there in 4th. Caden Elliott still there in 5th. And our New South Welshman behind there doing a good job to really maybe reattach himself to this group. And he's doing a great job at that. So that's McCluskey. So here now is 5. 4 laps to go, just under in a moment's time. Lachlan Moore leaving on well there is Kiss and Barrett. The 3 with the qualifier are out there in front. The 2 behind will have to find something to stay on the group. And you can pick who do you think looks the best out of these 3 because they're all so strong and capable of winning this national title.
To be honest with you, I think at the moment it's Barrett that looks the most uncomfortable. He just looks like he's straining a little bit. That Moore has such an interesting technique. You can see him on the screen there. He's slightly more leaned forward than the other 2 athletes. I mean, not to preface Victoria, but I've seen Kiss do it so many times again and again and again. I really like how he's looking. He's been sitting on the shoulder. He hasn't had to do much work. He's positioning himself similar to Imogen Baker. He's confident in his ability. He knows he can run 800s. He knows he can run 1500s. He's got that kick. He's got that ability to come home hard. Is he just going to sit there and take the lead when it matters? I mean, he's not even wanting to be in 2nd place. He could clearly easily go up potentially onto Barrett's shoulder or even Moore's shoulder now, but he's going to sit there in 3rd, cruise along, arms nice and relaxed as he comes into 3 laps to go.
Well, he knows these guys also have those qualifiers for the 2 events down as well, Lockie Moore. So this is his event. This is his moment. This is where he can make his mark and get himself on that team. And most importantly, be the national champion. So Barrett and Kiss sit behind there, the 2 Victorians working off one another. Charles Barrett, he doesn't always have the best technique, but he certainly has plenty of grit there in 2nd. But Moore for mine is so impressive out in front. He's the one who made this race. He's the one who challenged the 2 behind. And of the 3 of them, I think he looks fantastic out there in front. So the Queenslander leads it from the 2 behind. Kiss hasn't touched the front just yet. He's staying in contact with these 2. Barrett will like his chances over a kick, but Lockie Moore ain't giving it up easy, is he? He's still squeezing. He's still moving that pace forward. And now this is where the race will be won, I would think. If they can stay close, they're a chance. But Moore, anguish just hits the face for the first time for all 3 of them. It's going to come down to nothing other than pure grit and determination for this men's under 20 5,000 metres.
800 metres, all 3 of these boys will know what that feels like. They all run 800 metres. They know they can cover the distance. This is an exciting race. Such quality athletes. 3 athletes with qualifiers. Mitch, you're so right. This is who's going to win it, who wants the spot. It's the national title and it's the spot. And I'm sure these athletes coming along into this championship would like to have this spot locked in before they go and attempt to gain more. So we'll see what they can do. It's starting to bunch up a little bit. Moore's going to start to give that lead. Barrett on the shoulder there. So Kiss still really happy to just sit behind, cover the moves. And as Barrett starts to take the lead there, a little bit of argy-budgy, a little bit of shove, Kiss is there to cover his moves. So they're coming in to this 650 metres to go here, 550 metres, 500 metres to go. You're so right. Barrett is doing a fantastic job to come through. Kiss, sorry.
So here we go, 450. Ella's lost the voice. She's that excited over the final stages of this 5,000 metres. So Charles Barrett got to the front. He got a little push there, though, from Moore, didn't he? And said, if you're going to make the move, mate, get right around me. Who wants it now? The national title on the line, Charles Barrett. He's been the fastest this year. Lucas Kiss, he's so good over the closing stages of these type of events. And these 2 are going to do battle up the back straight with Lockie Moore. not too far away. So the 1, 2, 3 with the qualifier are in the top 3 positions. Moore would need to find something special. It'll come from these leading duo, and this is the fastest, second fastest. All year long they've known each other. All year long they've had their measure, and it's 150 metres of pure adrenaline that will separate a spot in Eugene. It's all out into the home straight. Lucas Kiss in front of Charles Barrett. Barrett would need to find something special here, but have a look at this from Lucas Kiss. He's been so good over 8s, so good over 15s. Lucas, I will see you in Eugene. 14-17 for the Victorian. Barrett so strong, so was Moore. What a run from him. He brought these two out of the pack. He made sure it wasn't going to be too messy in the closing stages. He is so much to be proud of. But Lucas Kiss, there could only be one, and he is the winner.
Geez, he set that up well. Exactly like that first race. He watched Baker and he thought, why not? I'm just going to take the lead when it really matters. Took that ever so slightly. So he's actually in for the 1500 this weekend as well. So he's booked his spot in 1. That'll give him a fair bit of confidence, almost take the pressure off his shoulders and give him a crack in the second one as well.
Well, you'll see Charles Barrett alongside of him there in that 1500 too. So a few of these guys in this 5K will be right there. That's a big win for Lucas Kiss. He's had an up and down year of results, but when it mattered here now, he's the national champion, coached by Benny St. Lawrence. He'll be somewhere. If he's not in this grandstand, I hope he is, but if he's not, he'll be somewhere celebrating in the Blue Mountains, you'd think. That Run Club stable. Such a great training group here in Australian distance. There's a lot of respect down there for Lucas Kiss as well, you can tell, but what a great run. Charles Barrett, I wonder, would he have done anything differently? I don't think so. I think he ran a really smart race, and so did Lockie Moore. He ran it to how he thought that he could win it, which was trying to get rid of just that kick that you know these two have. But he's got something, Lockie Moore. He's a good runner. He'll be fine. He's a good runner. So is that whole group.
What a fantastic championships. I mean, 3 days in, 3 days to go, Mitch. We're almost, well, we're exactly halfway.
We are halfway.
And it certainly has not disappointed so far. I mean, just incredible.
We're halfway, can you believe it? Halfway through these junior championships. We had 4 great days of the senior championships as well. Toby Rule will finish off his 5,000 metres here for Queensland. But what a day of athletics we've seen here, haven't we? From 400 finals to 5,000 finals, steeplechase hurdles, 200s, everything in between, of course. Our under 20 100 metre heats. We saw the likes of Zara Hagen get out there for a time that would have won the senior nationals, if you can believe that. Here in the heats, Amelia Reid, Gout Gout, Chase Grant winning that 400 metres. It was amazing. It's been tremendous. Here's the replay for you if you're wanting to watch at home, so you can see here, this is 150 metres to go. And they talk about it in the 200 metres, but you can even talk about it in the 500. The slingshot, he just got off the shoulder, and then the momentum carried him down this final 100 metres. It's not just momentum, that is beautiful racing nuance to know what you're capable of, and that Charles Barrett knew. He was at the Brisbane sign, went, yeah, he's got it there, Lucas. He's given the big love hearts to the crowd. That'll mean a lot to him. Like I said, he's had an up and down year for what we have known to expect from Lucas Kiss, but he knows how to win national titles. He's done it here. He's booked his spot to the World Juniors.
He looks relieved.
He does.
More than anything,
it
he
is
looks
relief,
relieved.
isn't it? It's a great point. It is relief. You know you're going.
Embrace with the coach there, I'm assuming.
So, a great big hug. I think so. I'm not exactly sure, but could be right there. He's very loved, Lucas Kiss. Could just be a fan. Who knows? Anyway, we are halfway through these junior championships. It's been a tremendous day here in Brisbane. A big shout out to you, Ellie. You nearly got through the whole day without coughing. 8 hours you've been on this microphone. You got so close. You've been amazing today, every day that we've had you. There's Jacko. G'day, that's my brother, everybody. No, he looks like my brother, so that's why he's got the coins. I know you're watching. Shout out. Go to bed, Emmett and Casper. I know you're awake. So,
Mitch,
well
we've done a
to everybody
fantastic
today.
job, and even Ethan today, earlier this morning,
Yeah,
taking on the morning stint. So,
Ethan's a star.
incredible team to have up here with me this championships, and we look forward to what's to come in the following 3 days.